Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. If the audio quality is a little bit worse than usual, if it sounds like I'm muffled a bit in my speech, that's because I am. Because I'm wearing a mask. I'm wearing a N95 3M 9205 Plus mask. Kenneth One says, I have poisoned their Twitch. He keeps getting notifications because you love Supermarket Simulator. You're such a big fan of Supermarket Simulator. Why? Of course they're going to recommend your favorite game, Kenneth. Why wouldn't they? Welcome to the live stream. I have great news. Great news came in today from the U.S. government, from the official representatives of the American people doing our work up there on the Hill, representing our interests. It turns out, thank God, I've been so confused about this for I guess over 10 years. It turns out I'm not disabled. Hooray! Hooray, everybody! Oh my God, I'm not disabled? Fucking... wait, where's the stream sound? Oh, that doesn't exist. I was gonna play the cheer sound effects. I'm not disabled! Woo! Yay! I don't have a disability. According to the Social Security Administration of the United States of America, and it's time to assassinate the president. Let's go kill him. Go now. Go now. SEAL Team 6, go now. It's time to burn the Capitol building down. It is time to murder the Speaker of the House. It is time to kill everyone but Bernie Sanders in the Senate. We go. This is the signal. You've been waiting. Go now. Go, 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 go. All of my teams in the field have just received the signal. Burn the fields. Burn the fields. All right? It turns out the... it's a phrase... The tools, the master's tools, actually do burn that, take down that fucking house pretty goddamn good. I can't remember what the phrase is. There's some, like, anti-violence, peacenik fucking phrase. It's like, you know, the master's tools can never take down the house. It's like, no, actually, they were pretty fucking good for knocking that house down. Real easy, as a matter of fact. Harder to build shit up than it is to tear it down. Don't even really need his tools. Just start fucking pushing shit over. Light some fires. Why can't I get recommendations because you love insurrection and humane government? There you go, you know. Because of your interest in violent revolution. Although I have a feeling that list would include, it would be less what you want and a lot more of something else. Musk and his people want to take away SSA payments to kids of deceased parents because they don't understand how the SSA works. Hey, you know what? If they're not disabled, maybe those parents aren't dead. You never know until somebody at the SSA, does a review based on information that they just cook up out of their own fucking heads. You never know until someone at the SSA ignores their own doctors, ignores their own employment history people, and just denies you, and then some cunt at the fucking judicial office of the SSA, some employed by the SSA bitch who needs to turn in a certain number of denials or else they'll ship her to the fucking curb, decides to, like, list all the things that are wrong with you and just put the words not persuasive after everything and ignore the fucking facts of reality. This cunt put in the record of my SSA denial that I have received just now today, she put, even though everybody says that he needs a cane to walk, I don't see that in the record here. This is after, like, paragraph after paragraph after paragraph of her talking about me arriving to every fucking doctor's appointment in a goddamn wheelchair. And then after the thing about the wheelchair, then she's like, it's not persuasive that he needs a cane to walk. I don't see it in the record consistently that he arrives with a cane. I do see it in the record consistently that he arrives in a fucking wheelchair, but I don't see it, so, you know. I'm not sure that he's disabled there. So welcome to a hell of a live stream. We're going to murder the president. We're going to assassinate the president. We're gonna kill the president. We're gonna kill the president. Kill the president. We're gonna overthrow the government. We're gonna burn the Capitol building. We're gonna walk down to the office building on the corner of it's on the north end of Hamtramck there. That's the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. We're gonna light that bitch on fire. We're gonna have a good old time, is what I'm saying. Also, we're gonna stock some shelves, and we're gonna move some product here in Supermarket Simulator. I've pressed all the buttons several times now. There you go, Supermarket Simulator. Come on in with me. So, I thought what I'd do today, considering that I've just been denied, so, incidentally, here's how this works for the disabled in the United States of America. If you become disabled, and you know, you're no longer able to work, you don't have any income whatsoever, you need financial assistance, immediately. What you do is you file with the, SSA, and then just a scant 3.5 years later, just a scant, like, just year after year after year will pass where somehow they'll just assume that you have some kind of magical source of income. Even though the whole point of filing for Social Security disability insurance is that you don't have an income, you need an income, you need, you know, all that kind of stuff. It'll just take about 3-4 fucking years in 2025 to get to the point where they can then decide that against all of the fucking facts and the realities of the situation, you actually aren't disabled and don't need assistance. That's how it works. So in other words, the Social Security Administration of the United States of America practices what we call eugenics. Because what they do, their entire process is based on the fact that you will die waiting for help. The disabled will die waiting for help, and they do. And they do, according to the U.S. government, at a rate of 10,000 disabled Americans die every year waiting on determinations that never come from the Social Security Administration. And now the question is, what percentage of those died because they were always going to die? You know, they were filing for disability because something went really horribly wrong. What percentage of those were doomed to die? And what percentage of those died because they needed assistance? And the Social Security Administration, which is with its 3 fucking year-long fucking waiting fucking policy here, with its 50% wrong denial rate that the SSA has as a fucking statistic. That's not, I'm not exaggerating, Google it. They are wrong 50% of the time. They are just wrong half of the time in their determinations. You look at the rate of overturned decisions by the Social Security Administration when people take it to, you know, the appeals level, and 50%, more than 50% of all cases get overturned. So the SSA routinely is just wrong, makes the wrong decision, is incorrect in their determination. Can you imagine keeping a job if you were 50% of the time you were wrong at what you did for a living? Can you imagine that, like, you would be allowed, that a company would stay in business, that products would continue to be made, that any sort of... Can you imagine if half of the time you did your work, it came out wrong, and you just kept getting paid and had the job, and nobody replaced you? Government in action, ladies and gentlemen. Representatives of the people, United States of America right here. They kill 10,000 disabled people every year. The Social Security Administration kills 10,000 disabled people every year. The Democratic Party doesn't give a shit. The Republican Party doesn't give a shit. The president doesn't give a shit. So we're going to murder the president. Kill the president. Kill the president. Kill the president. Kill the president. Go, go, go. We're gonna just fucking burn everything down because they are murderers. They are murderers by inaction. If you see somebody on the side of the road bleeding out and you drive by, are you a murderer? You fucking damn straight you are. You fucking damn straight you are. You will burn in the fires prepared for the devil and his angels, so saith the Lord. And so shall they, except for first they're going to burn in the fires prepared by my agents on the streets of D.C. Kill the president, kill the president, kill the president. We're going. Today's the day. Foxtrot, fucking fuck you. Insurance company levels, yeah. As bad as or worse than the insurance companies. The Social Security Administration. Our own government has determined these aren't outside numbers. These are, if anything, numbers that probably the government toned down when it's writing about itself. That the Social Security Administration allows 10,000 disabled Americans to die every year as it makes decisions that are more than 50%, more than half the time wrong in determining whether or not someone was disabled. Legally, according to the law. All of them are going to die whether they got assistance or not. Yeah, just, it's the difference of whether it would have happened in 60 years or tomorrow. But, they didn't have families or anything like that. They're disabled people. Who gives a shit, these gimps. And I'm just really thrilled because I found out today that I'm not disabled, apparently. I'm not a gimp. Because if I were, then surely I would have gotten help in this civilized, richest nation on the world where we take care of each other. Good thing that we're the richest nation in the world. Richest... I don't even know if that's fucking true anymore, right? How could it possibly be? Those little Middle Eastern fucking Saudi princes. How could it possibly be? Probably never was. They were always just lying. We got a fucking Russian propaganda state is what we live in here in the United States of America. But yeah, so the SSA has determined that I'm not disabled. It only took them since my initial filing was August 2022. Which, began the filing because I'd been disabled since, June of 2022. And nothing was turning back. I'd been unable to open my eyes or listen. So today's going to be stories of myalgic encephalomyelitis, I've decided. I'm going to read to you from some documents that the court was presented with, that the Social Security Administration was presented with, and that the Social Security Administration deleted and shredded and got rid of, and when it came time to have my submissions reviewed by the court, my lawyer told me those documents aren't in the filings from the SSA, so they didn't have those, which I gave it to them. In fact, I can prove that they were delivered because I gave it to them by way of a, federal level senator's office. So, yeah, I have proof. Motherfuckers. And they deleted portions of my testimony that they did not want entered into the record. And that's fine, because they're the Social Security Administration. They decide who lives and dies. And they're getting rid of the weak stock by just murdering disabled people via inaction, via refusal to do the job for which they have been tasked, with which they have been tasked. At a rate that they're just wrong 50 to 60% of the time in their determinations, resulting in 10,000 human beings dying every year who didn't need to. So, it's all good up in the hood over here at the Social Security Administration. Kill the president, kill the president, kill the president, go, go, go. Yeah, we're gonna burn it all down. We're gonna burn the fucking fields. We're gonna tear down the master's house. It's go time. You made me a fucking terrorist. We're going domestic terrorism all day, every day. I've always been about it. I've been restraining my hand for a long time. Had a sliver of hope. Had some kind. It's gone now. Go go go, go 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 go. SEAL Team 6. Okay, we're taking them out. We're taking it down. I'm going to now meditate, and I'm going to put the energy that I use, usually to try and make the world a better place. I'm going to use that energy that I pump into the universe through my meditation. I'm going to use it to murder people. I'm going to use it to kill the head of the Social Security Administration, that Mandy bitch at the CDC. She's going to fucking die. The president, I don't even have to worry about that. My boys are taking care of that as we speak. Yeah. Did you see the bit on the judge that was forced to resign because everybody that comes before me is guilty? They wouldn't charge an innocent person. Oh, really? I'll put them in my death note. in my notebook, where when I write a name down, people die. I will find that out. Is this Pawn's political take downstream? We have arrived We have arrived. Go, 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 go. Kill, 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 pussycat, kill. What code word did we agree on years ago? What was it? I can't remember. Josie and the Pussycats, kill, 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 something like that. Fuck. Whatever it was, go. You're going to use it to make the world a better place. The Death Note? I mean, as soon as I start killing off some of these I don't see how we could end up with a shittier world. Start killing off these people who have been running this world and running it into the ground? Absolutely. How do things get worse when you take out the people who are clearly the problem? Ow. Give me all those, a couple of those, one of you. These have to stay completely stocked all the time, so does this, and so does everything there. We need a 4-banger, all that. Everything else can just be 3 bangers. There you go. Put in those orders for the day. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you say America is now respected in the world? 0? On a scale of 1 to 10, is it 0? Did I get that's a question with an answer, right? It's not an opinion thing. Did I get it right? 0. Sucky McSockface. Is it 0? We elected a fucking Orange Man 2. You know, our crime rate, fucking, just, we're an international travesty, right? Right ahead of Russia, only because our president wants them up his ass. Really? You think Russia's? I don't know. I feel like Russia probably. My feeling about Russia is that Russia is fucked, but it's fucked because of like dictators and a long history of, if you make noise, we'll just fucking murder you to silence you. And so it's like, is Russia really worse than America? Because the state of Russia isn't really the responsibility of the people of Russia, is it? Like, do you have the impression that the people of Russia are making choices that result in Putin staying in power and shit like that? Oh, hello. Thank you for the reminder. Because I don't get the impression that that Russians are responsible for the state of Russia. My sense is that they are subject to a dictatorial state, that they don't really have a, you know, meaningful system of democracy. They don't anything like that. And you could say neither do we. But I don't know. It feels like we have a more like at least it's pretending to be democracy kind of a thing going on here. So would we be ahead of Russia? Because I feel like the American populace are the ones that are making the fucking decisions to make this country a shittier and shittier and shittier place. You know? We have like a system of control that you have to participate with, or else it doesn't function, right? It's an emotional and psychological manipulation of the people that you have to like get on board for. You have to join into this fucking ideology of voting for the lesser of two evils, and I guess, genocide's not on the ballot even though the people I'm supporting are supporting a genocide, so you have to sign up for this shit in America. So if America and Russia have like similar levels of international street cred, like, isn't America the shittier one because we like choose it? Because the people here every year go out and make it worse and make it worse and make it worse. The Russian people haven't picked up all those lost nukes and cleaned house. Yeah, but they've been living under a system of like violent suppression, whereas in America we don't like. Our suppression is like intellectual and sociological and psychological and emotional, and they tell you how you're supposed to live and what you're supposed to value, but they don't just fucking murder you in the streets. Like, our government doesn't, very rarely do you hear a story about how somebody important in the government just fell out a window, about a week after somebody else fell out a window, about 3 days after somebody else fell out a window. Like, we don't face these stories in our news. Whereas the Russian population has to deal with the whatever they call the KGB these days is still pretty much the KGB, and will still do whatever whatever needs to happen to keep things on track. Go ahead and open this door. Meanwhile, America is like, all you gotta do is get out there with like a get out the vote and smile big and tell these fucking dipshit loser fucking Americans. You just tell them the right, you just sort of insinuate what they should be doing. And then they follow along. They do the thing that's against their own and everyone's interest just because they were told to do so. Just because they were, oh yeah, that's the way to... Like, isn't it better to not take action because you fear that you'll be killed if you do take action than it is to actually take action without any threat upon your person that makes everything worse constantly over and over again? Aren't Americans worse than Russians in that measurement? Somebody should tell Boeing that Trump prefers Airbus. That would get him dead. There you go. I mean, honestly... GM and Ford should fucking move on him, right? Much as he's been the pitch man for fucking Tesla. Used car salesman in front of the White House, the president. Right? That's not anti-compete, is it? That's not, you know, hey, you got an endorsement from the president of the United States of America. I love Tesla! Trying to say, by the way, that's an interesting situation, huh? Like, doesn't it just boil down to, like, whatever spin they want to put on it to try and make it so that maybe it can come back? Maybe Tesla will come back, maybe it'll... Isn't it fundamentally, isn't the problem that nobody wants to drive a Nazi car? Right? Isn't the problem, like, that Elon has so managed to identify himself with, like, anti-Semitism and racism and... you know, being a horrible, you know, person in general kind of stuff, that now if you buy a Tesla, do you really want to, like, pull up, like, even if you really want a Tesla, you have to stop and say, but if I pull into a parking lot, and they see my Tesla there, and they see me get out, are they gonna assume that I think, you know, Twitter is good, and I like Elon's politics, and, like, isn't that the problem with Tesla now? Like, who wants to own that? Who wants to spend all that money on something that you're gonna have for, like, by the way, in order to, you know, make your ecological footprint make sense on these things, it's like you gotta own that car for like 15, 20 years, right? You can't upgrade for the next 15 or 20 years, or else the amount of battery that they had to make in order to put it in is just as bad as if you're driving around, you know, cranking fucking diesel the whole time. You're gonna make this investment of your money and your time into a vehicle that you have to wonder every time that you get out. Like, everybody's gonna look at you like, Jesus Christ. In addition to the manufacturing flaws that everybody has pointed out on the, you know, future truck or whatever the fuck it is, on that shit, and then also the fact that apparently Tesla's camera exclusive auto drive mows down kids in the streets and all the tests. It's like, oh, it's raining, oh, it's a little foggy, oh, it's somebody painted the fucking landscape onto a brick wall. Well, I'm just a camera, so I can't tell the difference. No LiDAR over here, so I guess I'll just drive into that child/brick wall. Isn't there, like, how could Tesla possibly come back? Because even if, like, the technology got better and the manufacturing got better and all that kind of stuff, isn't there just that fundamental, like, concern that you don't want to show up to the party, you know, wearing something that has been associated with Hitler, right? Isn't that really what Tesla is staring down the face of? There's no coming back from it because of Elon. Because of who this motherfucker is, what he's said, what he backs, how his name is attached to all this. And you just better hope that, like, he distances himself from SpaceX and everything. I mean, SpaceX hasn't been having a good time lately either, has it? Do you think... Hang on, I want to check in on chat here. 1, 2, 4. I pressed the 4. Dot the 8, 7. Thank you. Good God, you guys are buying me out of house and holy shit! $161 order, Belch. Wait, I gotta Do you think big stick diplomacy works? Should we strong-arm other countries into doing what we want? I think we need to strong-arm our government into doing what we want. Fuck, like, we have too many domestic issues at this point. People who buy hammers back when gas was buy Hummers back when gas was $6 a gallon. Yeah, that's the level of... we can't go solving other people's problems at this point, you know? Is what I would say. It's okay to, to support Ukraine and, put the money where it has to be in order to try and keep the world in order and stuff. We're still we have an important role in terms of on the international stage here. And my brain won't remember the name of and it's got all the flags in New York. I don't have a disability though. I have these brain moments where I just lose words, but we're fine. But yeah, just I don't know, like we got a lot of cleaning to do at home, so we need to turn our international concerns down to minimum at this point. Tesla's average price is $60,000 for a Tesla vehicle. Fuck. Just have to salute the car to be safe. I'm a dragon here, too. Most Twitch streamers have drive Teslas. Oh, really?
The UN, United Nations.
Thank you. The United Goddamn Nations. 2 letters I couldn't... most Twitch streamers drive Teslas. Apparently they can like the car but not support Elon. Not sure how that works. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, is like... I don't think anyone in the modern world today wants to buy a Tesla. Like, if you bought one 5 years ago, then, it's like... And now you're stuck with it, and you're probably trying to get rid of it, which means that your whole attempt to do something good for the environment is over, right? Because if you don't keep it and drive it for all that... If you buy another one, then you're making more than if you bought that Hummer and drove around. But, like, today, who's gonna buy a fucking Tesla? Who's gonna buy a fucking Tesla when you go on and see, like, Mark Roper driving fucking Teslas into brick walls because they can't tell that the fucking Looney Tunes Roadrunner fucking trick, they can't tell. And meanwhile, like, a $5,000 cheaper Ford, that also has auto drive. Alright, I'll open my checkout. Also has an auto drive feature, using its LiDAR, can see all that shit. And it's bad technology, overpriced, and... and it's associated with a racist? With a racist billionaire? Whose existence itself is an act of violence upon the rest of the world? Like, you're a billionaire. Okay, so you have resources that other people need to survive. You've taken them exclusively for yourself and for your own uses so that you can... censor free speech, and produce shitty vehicles that the next version's gonna have a fucking swastika on it, apparently. Cool. That's worth 50,000 people in LA being homeless. 50,000 people alone. To mention the 1% of the US population who experiences homelessness every year. Greatest nation on earth, they tell us, on this side of the pond. We're the greatest nation on earth. Yeah, 1 in every 100 people experiences homelessness every year in this greatest nation on earth. Interesting. NATO, the North American... NAFTA! Is it NAFTA? Elon didn't start Tesla, he bought into the company and forced out the funds. Yeah, now it's just fucked. Now it's just like he drove the thing into the ground. Like, what are Teslas associated with now? You got a racist, you got a billionaire, you got a Nazi. They're associated with a ludicrous, wasteful system in fucking Las Vegas, or that underground, that tunnel fucking system where they just drive Teslas back and forth through the tunnel. And this is like the Hyperloop or whatever. This is welcome to the future. We drive cars through tunnels that have LED lighting. Woo, and we play some Star Trek music as we get on the theremin. It's 2025. Welcome to the future. A car in a tunnel with LED lights and a theremin in the background. He's really making the future come to life, isn't he? Maybe someone should convince the Department of Government Efficiency that the government would be more efficient if it had all the assets of the top 5.5%. Hey! Yeah. I get on board for that. I could even double that number, top 1%. I could even 10-tuple that number, top 10%. Get rid of the fucking stock market entirely, you know? The fuck do we need that shit for? You know, this bullshit owned by, like... The only reason that it's necessary for, you know, people's retirement and shit is because it exists. If it didn't exist, we'd have to have a better solution than that, where it couldn't just crash and then, oh, I guess you can't retire this year, Grandpa. 70 years and out. Nope. Not this year, not until we're having a downturn and you have to wait till the housing market comes back, Grandpa, in order to be able to retire. This is a good system. Some years you just can't get cancer and need your money out. Some years you just can't. It's good. This is good. This is working. And it's good. Capitalism. What the fuck, man? Oh, it's gotta be up here. Holy shit. Yeah. Okay. There you go. Now you can put that away. Can't believe Elon actually spent time calling out a Twitch streamer. I guess he has some downtime. Oh shit, he's always... I'm a dragon. Hasn't he always done that shit? Hasn't he always punched down? Hasn't he always, like, gone after people on Twitter and shit like that? Didn't he buy a social media platform saying, I'm a free speech, you know, what was the word? Absolutist. And then the moment that it was his, he allowed all of the Nazis to come back on the platform while banning journalists who write articles about Elon that he doesn't like. Free speech absolutist, unless you say things about me that I don't particularly prefer. And then the absoluteness comes into question a bit. But when it's like anti-Semites and racists and shit like that, yeah, they have a right to speak. Journalists? I don't know, guys. Journalists are a little bit problematic if you think about it. People who cover actual reality, who aren't out there talking about the 14 words and preserving a world for our white children. I mean, those guys are those are good, homegrown, just southern, they're the salt of the earth. Those neo-Nazi Hitler people. But these journalists, I don't know, guys. A little bit dangerous having these thoughts out there that these journalists are spreading. Their facts and events recorded and shit like that. I don't know. You have to shut some of this down. So we saw 92 customers today. One product was apparently too expensive for some uptight bitch. Watermelon, cereal, and light roast coffee. I think this is the light roast. It's not. It's not. Light roast? Okay, $12. I remember watermelon and cereal. Are those words that I said? Seems like I might have said those words. You? Okay, $1.25. And then one of the cereals, and I feel like it might... I think it was this one. Cookie one. No? Chocopic? Oh, wow. Big drop on Chocopic. Okay. Free speech? Absolutely. Absolutely nothing negative about me. So I'm an absolutist. And so my perspective on free speech is that you will absolutely not say anything that I don't like. Absolutely. If you do, I will buy a social media platform for twice what it's worth, and then I will run all of the advertisers off the platform by associating the platform with neo-Nazis and shit like that. And as they start to leave, as opposed to, like, taking that as a sign that I should change my policies, what I'll do is I'll, like, run after them and say, yeah, fuck you guys, too! We don't fucking need you over at Twitter! Don't come back, motherfuckers! God, I can't believe I was fucking... And that'll be the way that I run a company. That'll be the way that I, as the CEO, manage our public image, is I'll chase everybody off, and then as they're leaving, I'll, like, chase after them, curse and spit and throw shit, and then I'll sue like an anti-defamation league, that fights anti-Semitism, as though it was their fault that the advertisers went away. Because, God, I just hate those Jews. Yeah, me as Elon Musk here. God, I just hate those Jews so much. Like, holy fuck, Elon. Could you burn, like, if anything is proof to you that you don't get rich by being smart. You don't get rich by being intelligent, by knowing the right thing to do, by, being clever, by being wise, but you get rich by being evil. Okay? If you have some kind of belief in your head that someday you're gonna be the guy, you're going to have the millions, you're going to have the billions, but you're going to do it right. No, you're not, because the only way to get rich is to be evil. You either are born into it, and then by being in it, you become evil over time. Because you have to be, because you're living off of things that other people need, but you're taking them for your own excesses. That is evil. And as you get accustomed to that lifestyle, you will sort of be indoctrinated into it. You won't even know that you're doing it. So you're either born into it, or if you have to, like, fight your way in and come up from the ground, then you have to fight your way in by, like, killing people and taking shit that isn't yours, stealing things, destroying other people's businesses in order to make more, room for yourself in the marketplace. You have to do horrible, despicable, evil things in order to become rich. It's not a reward for, oh, you're really doing things good. Like, it's crazy that I have to say that. But I'm pretty sure I have to say that. People think, there's a large percentage of people out there who think that, like, being wealthy is kind of God's way or the universe's way of congratulating you on being such a good person. Oh, you did everything right, so now you're wealthy, you're rich, you're in power. No, you fucking idiot. The way you get in power is you kill all the other people who want to be in power. The way you get into the position of wealth is by taking things that aren't yours. It's by seizing the assets that other men's labor has created, right? How does one person get rich? You can't. You can't get rich by doing your own work, because no individual's work is worth enough to make a man rich. No individual can do enough labor that contributes enough to society in a meaningful way that will make you rich, that will make you that millionaire, that billionaire. You can't do enough work to justify it. If someone could do enough work to justify making those millions of dollars, then wouldn't NASA employees, wouldn't the physicists, astrophysicists and stuff, wouldn't they be making the billions? Wouldn't Albert Einstein have been a billionaire? Wouldn't, the great scientists, wouldn't, like, isn't that where it would be? The people who made the biggest contribution to society were the ones who got rich. Then the people whose science changed the world, and, medical technology, medications, the inventor of the engines and things like that, Wankel, inventor of the rotary engine and shit like, wouldn't these guys have been the billionaires, the 100 millionaires of their eras? They never were. And they never are. Who are the billionaires? They are the people who steal the assets from the people who made the value. The scientist who invented the thing doesn't get rich. Maybe they get, like, personal, individually wealthy. They get, a couple of $1 million they end up with, but they're not the fucking billionaire. They're not the leaders of the world. They're not the industry. The people who contribute the actual value, the people who do the labor that makes the thing, that produces, the people who actually feed the world, none of these people get remunerated or rewarded for what they've done. Riches come from stealing what other people have done. Somebody else invented something and the world needs it. And so the world is buying it. And so I'm going to be the guy who takes a little bit of money from every person who works on the assembly line, putting this thing together that needs to be put together. I'm gonna take some of the money out of their pockets. I'm gonna take some of the money out of the pocket of the person who invented the thing. I'm gonna take some of the money out of the pockets of the people who are shipping the shit across this thing. The people who run this world, who have the money in this world, are the evil motherfuckers who steal from other people and who manage to somehow sleep at night. They are psychopaths. They are sociopaths and psychopaths who manage to come up with justifications, or who just don't need to, because they're full-on psychopaths, so they don't need a justification. If it's good for them, then fuck everybody else. But the sociopaths, they come up with a justification. They go out and they live in California, and they whiten their fucking teeth, and they look at each other, and they say, oh, good for you. When somebody says, oh, yeah, I got this, I made $1 million. Oh, good for you. Because when they say good for you, they're saying, please, I'm going to acknowledge that what you've done in order to get what you want for you, I'm going to pretend like that's not a bad thing. Like you're not harming other people by doing that. And then what I want is for you to do the same thing for me. And we'll both live here in this cloud state that we've created at this point, cloud cities in the Southern California, where we've got our own economy and the world just works differently over here. And we'll live here, and we'll all like sort of create a little bubble space where we don't acknowledge that the things that we've taken for ourselves came out of the pockets of other people. And we'll all, develop our own little language over here. Good for you. And just we'll pat each other's ass, we'll pat each other's ass, and we'll cup each other's balls, and we'll make each other feel better and help each other to ignore what we've done, the horrible things that we've done in order to get what we want. We'll all hang out together so that it'll just be a group of people who, we've all sucked Satan's cock at some point, and we all remember the flavor of his cum in our, so we're just gonna not talk about it, or when we do talk about it, we'll pretend like it's a good thing, even though we all know what we've done. Let's see. I need to look over the chat occasionally. Socky McSockface says, it's good to know, Pawn, then at least Elon and his best people are on it to find out how Mile Waltz added a reporter to his Signal chat. I don't know what that's about, but I remember there was something when Elon first took over Twitter where it was like suddenly all these liberal journalists like who had been using a feature on Twitter just suddenly lost access to it. Just couldn't communicate with each other, couldn't reach their audiences anymore, got censored in a way that the algorithm was no longer recommending their shit to people who had followed their shit. And, that's weird. Oops. Gee. Musk born and raised in South Africa. Yeah, in apartheid South Africa, with his emerald mine owning father. I love that Elon denies that his father owned an emerald mine and stuff like that, and then it's like, okay, well let's source check and find out who it was that spread this ugly rumor that Elon came from money and from an emerald owning father in apartheid state South Africa. Who is it that started this horrible rumor that's been following this self-made man all of his life around? Oh, it was Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the one who started this rumor. Because it's not a rumor, it's fucking true. His father gave him 40,000 fucking days. His father was a guy who had the kind of money to give his son $40,000 to just start up like, hey, Dad, I got an idea for a thing with computers. Okay, son, here's 40 grand. See what you can do with it. But, every billionaire, every millionaire, these people, they gotta pretend that they're self-made men. They didn't start with advantages and then use those advantages to, fuck other people over in order to get what they want. They worked hard and they earned it. They earned it by being in the right place at the right time and having the money that was needed in order to, just be standing there while other people did the work. Good work. Excellent. That's a hell of a way to earn your living. I'm not earning much of a living walking in circles in Supermarket Simulator. This isn't a day where we're actually going to get a lot done in the game. Is the fact of the matter. I want to read you. This is supposed to be about CFS. I just got my Social Security Administration final. I can still appeal at this point, but I'd be appealing the decision of the judge. So it would be an appeal on the appeal. Very low percentage thing. So after 3 years, I've finally been fully denied for my Social Security Administration Social Security Disability Insurance, which, the way that this is supposed to work is that if you're going to be disabled for a year or more, then you file for SSDI, and the government's supposed to step in and help you out with, you know, paying the bills. If you're going to be disabled for a year or more, not for the rest of your fucking life, for 1 year or more, if you expect to be disabled. I was disabled as of probably June of 2022. I was disabled in a way that I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't be in the room with another human being because of the pain of just being aware of someone else's movements and their sounds and everything like that. And I remained, you know, unable to work with brief, like, pokes out where I was, you know, I was trying to build back, I was trying to get back to work, I was trying to, all that kind of stuff. Every time that I started to build back, and then I started to work again, I would crash from the effort to work, proving that I was unable to fucking work. And by the way, the work that I was doing was these live streams. And these live streams, like, without all of the energy and passion and the air that I have right now, you can go back and watch the live streams and watch me just sitting here doing this. I'm gonna jump across here in the swindle. Those were the live streams because I didn't have breath, I didn't have energy, my mind wasn't working. My brain, my IQ had dropped by about 30, 40 fucking points. Which, by the way, can be a good thing. I mean, it's a pleasant world when you're too stupid to know what's going on around you. I'll tell you that. Yeah. So, I would like to read to you from documents that were submitted to the Social Security Administration. That this judge and that the agents of the Social Security Administration, having read these documents, having looked at my medical record that included me being rushed to the hospital once every other month throughout 2022, last half of 2022, first half of 2023, they read these documents, they saw these records, and they decided that I could have been working during that period. Because that's the thing, is that this decision comes down, and here's the thing, the Social Security Administration apparently gets to live in a world where if I'm able to, like, work today, 3 years after I first filed, if they can make a determination where they think I'm able to work as of right now today, then they just forget about the fact that I was unable to work in 2022, and in 2023, and in 2024, even though, had they, you know, not been dragging their fucking feet, if they didn't set a policy that where they allow 10,000 Americans to die every year, waiting on disability determinations, if they had prioritized human life over losing a little bit of money to fraud here and there, then I would have been approved for SSDI in 2022, in 2023, or in 2024. But in 2025, if they think that I'm now able to work, then they get to just throw away all of that time. Apparently, it doesn't seem like that could possibly be legal, right? But they do it anyway. It doesn't seem like any part of this process could be legal. The eugenics part of this process seems like it's hard to understand how that could possibly be legal. But yeah, I'd like to read to you from a document. So we're just gonna look at GTFO Mart at the frontage here, and I'm gonna read to you from the cover letter that I drafted back in 2023, I think, to go along with my case. I began the filing in 2022, but the SSA makes it so difficult for disabled people to access the process to attain disability that it took 6 months just to actually get to the point where I could begin the process. Yeah. So, for about 10 years now, this is as of 2022, this is me writing in 2022. For about 10 years now, I have been living with ME/CFS, myalgic encephalomyelitis. In the beginning, all that meant was, every once in a while, I would suddenly collapse to the ground, having lost the energy to support my own weight. There I would lay for around an hour or so, and then, if I took it easy, my full strength would return to me by the next day. But over the next Over the past 10 years, this disease has crept over me and pulled me down. I used to jog, bike, and golf avidly. Winters were for skiing, and the outdoors was where I belonged. Today, I can't sit upright in a chair for an hour without triggering a flare or a crash. I'm mostly bedridden. My crashes are far more severe than they used to be. At its worst, I've been rushed to the ER with full-body convulsions and aphasia. 1 week ago, as I write this, aphasia, by the way, you can Google it, is loss of... You can look into it for more details, but it's loss of basically language, like speaking. You lose words. 1 week ago, as I write this, I crashed at my gastroenterologist's. The pain was so extreme that I left her offices gasping and crying, completely limp in my wheelchair. They sent us out the back door to not make a scene in the waiting room. My fiance and the driver of our medical transport had to lift me by my armpits and lay me out across the back seat to get me home. That was this week. Here's my history since 2016 in brief. In 2016, I left my last employer, the second of 2 janitorial positions I quit because my body kept giving out underneath me on the job. Unable to do physically strenuous work, I focused on working from my computer as a YouTube entertainer, and I was good at it. In fact, I bought the house we live in today on the success of my channel and the support of the community and fan base on YouTube. But by 2017, I was now crashing in my own dining room, even without strenuous exertion. On crash days, I would collapse to the floor for an hour, alone in the house with just my 2 cats, waiting for my strength to return enough to slowly crawl to the bathroom and lift myself up by the toilet. By 2018, I was in pain all over my body. My joints ached and creaked. I walked with a cane, and the constant pain started to drive me a bit crazy, causing brief suicide ideations that would blindside me in the middle of the day. And as an aside, I remember one of those was just like, I woke up from kind of a stupor, kind of a haze, where I was opening the doors underneath the sink to reach for the bleach. I think to drink it. And I just kind of caught myself and went, what's happening right now? Like I snapped out of it. It was like when I was a young kid, and I was trying to lose weight. I was overweight, and I remember I was trying to stop myself from eating, right? I was trying to just stop eating this junk food, and I had made a commitment to myself. I had made the decision I'm just not going to eat except for the meals, not going to snack. And I found myself get up from the computer and walk to the cupboard and open it up to get Pop-Tarts. And I opened I'm standing at the cupboard, I've opened the tinfoil Pop-Tart, I've pulled one out, and I've got it like almost in my mouth. Like my mouth is open, it's coming toward my mouth, and I stop right there and go, what am I doing? I'm not doing this. I decided not to do this. That was the same experience of reaching for the bleach. What is going on? I was not in control of my own mind at that time, and apparently the pain that I was in so much, there's a part of my brain that was just thinking about ways to kill myself that I didn't know. So there's just a little reminiscing. I was mostly housebound and only left when I was forced to do the grocery shopping, left home. Multiple times in 2018, I ate everything out of the house, down to the soaking beans and my last grain of rice, because I was too weak to do the grocery shopping for weeks at a time. Then I'd be forced to do it anyway, or starve. I collapsed in the aisles of my local Family Dollar on one of those trips, and was asked by a stranger if I was overdosing. I have Narcan in the car if you need it, they said. Through 2018, I was still able to work for myself as an entertainer, but my output was way down. Across the 4 years leading up to 2018, I had averaged publishing about 3 videos per week. For the entire year of 2018, I published 34. My income became inconsistently seasonal, depending on my health. I focused more on live streams than published videos, and my fan base began to dwindle with the inconsistency of my content. 2018 was also the year that I first seriously sought the aid of doctors, and it was also the year that I discovered 19 of every 20 doctors have never heard of my disease. And the one who's heard of it thinks it's psychogenic, to be treated with psychiatry and exercise, which is at odds with what the CDC, NIH, and the World Health Organization have determined. I found a local doc online who was listed as treating CFS on the website. At his office, his first words to me were, "I've never heard of CFS. Do you still want to see me?" After a chest x-ray and some blood work, he wondered aloud, maybe it's narcolepsy. And that was the last time I saw that licensed medical professional. Another exhaustive search for Michigan doctors treating ME/CFS with none found in the metro area, and I stopped looking and acquired a marijuana edible. The pain relief was incredible. 35 minutes after cautiously taking a few nibbles from a brownie, I remembered bracing myself to sit down, having come to naturally anticipate a wave of cascading aches and pains as I dropped into any chair. But as my face twisted up, in habitual anticipation of oncoming pain, I suddenly froze in midair, with my butt hovering slightly over the cushion. My mouth fell open in awe, because there was no pain. I could move without pain. And I remember, I'm just reading at that point, but now I'm diverging. I remember, I had no idea I was in that much pain. I didn't know until it was gone. I didn't know that I had been living with that and had, developed habits of movement until suddenly it was gone. After that, I acquired some more edibles, but I didn't like how the new ones hit my head. I wasn't trying to get stoned, I wanted pain relief. Gladly, however, after that first major one-time relief, it was as though I'd had a total reset and my daily pain was much more manageable. Sadly, however, my pain management technique was beer. About 4 a day in the absence of a doctor who understood my condition, my over-the-counter solution for chronic pain was Pabst Blue Ribbon. Maffycraft, back with the 28 months with the white vans. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. Thank you for the subscription. I don't think yikes is the right word for this, but I can't think of how to appropriately acknowledge the deep pit of shit you have found/find yourself in. Well, thank you, Maffy. I appreciate the yes, and the subscription, but I appreciate the words in particular. So yeah, I treated myself with beer, and that's all those years where I was just, PBR, I was drinking at every live stream. I would wait until I was, as many hours into the day as I could get without, before the pain was overwhelming. And then when the pain started to, creep up over me, then I would crack my first beer. And then I would, you guys knew from the live streams you could see, if you were paying close attention, I was sipping that beer. I wasn't getting drunk off of that beer 99% of the time. I was sipping it because I needed, I would take 1 hour to clear 1 can of beer because I needed this to get through the day. And so I would drink 4 beer pretty much every day, but I would drink those 4 beer over the course of 5 or 6 hours. 2019 was a better year overall, but I was still housebound, still in pain, and taxing my liver daily to manage. I was starting to experience what's called brain fog, difficulty finding the words you want, remembering names, and maintaining focus. On one of my rare outings, picking up Christmas presents for my parents with a friend, I was forced to pull the car over on the drive home. The 30 minutes I'd spent on my feet in 2 stores had taken its toll, and as I pulled out of the parking lot, while my friend sat in the passenger seat talking to me, I caught myself missing. I hadn't heard anything my friend had said. I had forgotten the road in front of me entirely. My mind had gotten stuck, trying to read a roadside billboard. Thankfully, I noticed my own state before we got to a major road, and also, thankfully, my friend knew how to drive stick. He drove the 2 of us home in my car. That was me and Greg. And, I pulled out onto the road, and there was a billboard with 6 words there, and my brain just got stuck on those words and couldn't make sense of them. I could read them, but I couldn't turn them into ideas. And meanwhile, Greg was talking to me, and so I had all this language input coming into me at once, and Until we drove past the billboard, I was hypnotized by the billboard. I didn't hear anything Greg said. And then once we got past it, I was released from the hypnotism, and I realized where I had been and that I hadn't been watching the road. And I just immediately pulled into a parking lot because I knew that I couldn't drive. I couldn't drive because I had been standing up for 25, 30 minutes. That's MECFS. 2019 was the year I could no longer trust myself to drive. 2020 was the year of COVID. Things just keep getting better. At the beginning of quarantine, I joked that I'd been preparing for this for years because I was now an old hand at being locked inside my house every day of my life. And I'd learned how to have a life over the computer instead, which is how, during COVID quarantine, I met my now fiancé. I've already filled more pages than you may appreciate having to read, so I'll spare you the romance and just say that in May that year, she moved in with me. Having a partner in life made the troubles a lot more tolerable. She'd sit with me at bedside during my crashes, and the touch and smell of her skin helped me get through them. One of our first actual outings together during the pandemic, me and Lady Pawn, was grocery shopping at Meijer's. We got halfway into the store with me pushing the cart for something to lean on, and I crashed. I laid down on the bottom shelves of the paper products aisle, because it was pretty much empty, and she had to fetch me one of those electric carts to ride out of the store. That's how 2020 marked my first wheelchair-needed moment. And then there's an indication in the thing that I'm writing here that says, at this point in writing this, I had to stop, apply a cold back to my neck, eat something, and then lay with my eyes closed for 30 minutes to recover from the mental effort of writing this. That said, let's skip to 2020, or let's skip over 2021 and get to when everything went truly sideways. Was the billboard thing kind of like something like disassociation, says Penguin God? It was just being missing. It was just, I was gone. I was hyper-focused. Yeah, that's all. I was hyper-focused on those words, couldn't make sense of them, couldn't stop looking at them, couldn't hear what Greg was saying, wasn't paying attention to anything else in the world. Yeah, it was a moment of hyper-focus that is nothing that I had experienced before. And that's the kind of weird shit that goes on when the brain flow, or the blood flow to your brain, is not working properly, which is like probably 70% of the problems in MECFS are due to orthostatic intolerance, which is that if you're standing upright, if you're sitting upright, we don't get enough blood to the brain. That's a big problem in this disease. 2022 is the year that everything got 1,000 times worse. It's the year that my MECFS went from moderate to severe. In the medical records, you'll find my first visit to Henry Ford's ER on April 30th, 2022. Here's how that happened. In my early 20s, I had discovered that I had a mild caffeine intolerance. I could take a little caffeine here and there, but regular caffeine intake would build up and trigger panic attacks. So for decades, I'd simply gone light on the soda and avoided coffee, and I'd never had a panic attack since. Well, in an effort to have a little more energy throughout the day, I had started making a weak pot of coffee, just 2 tablespoons of grounds in the filter. And then I'd cut that with half water when I poured myself a cup. Even with such a weak coffee habit, it caught up to me. And by the way, that 2 grounds, 2 tablespoons is, I'm not exaggerating there, but the carafe is like a 4-cup carafe. It's a little mini coffee maker. So it really did, you know, and cutting it in half with water and everything, it still tasted like something. It wasn't any coffee that you'd recognize, but it was something. And it got me a little caffeine for a little energy. One night, my fiance made my coffee a little too strong. First, I felt a zapping pain in my leg, then another in my side, and then my arm. So I stood up, and I did a downward dog yoga pose to move the blood around. As I sat back down on the couch, my airway snapped shut. I had to gasp to reopen it. We rushed to the hospital as I hyperventilated. My whole body was tingling. As far as I knew, I was dying, and I was trying with all my being to stay conscious. The girl who checked me in at Henry Ford heard my description of symptoms and said, "You're having a panic attack." According to the records, my blood pressure was 180/90. That, okay, as an aside, 180/90 is hypertension. It is the point at which a medical professional is supposed to, according to the American Heart Association, is supposed to use medication to bring your blood pressure down. But doctors think they're smarter than the researchers. Clinicians think that their on-the-ground experience overwhelms the statistical truths of research. And so they see people walking around at 220/100 and it's in the ER while they're doing their and so they just dismiss the, science. Basically, medical clinicians, doctors, MDs, DOs, are not scientists. Not in the slightest. They are butchers. They've memorized some Latin. They're morons. They are egotistical assholes who have too much education and ignore a lot of it based on their own gut feelings and shit like that. They are theologians. Medical clinicians are doctors, MDs, DOs. They're useless. To someone with an internet connection and a high general intelligence. According to the records, my BP was 180/90, and here's where it goes sideways. We were put in a rear waiting room where they send you when you'd freak other people out if they left you up front. And no one so much as checked in on us for 2 hours. I was in hypertensive crisis, according to the American Heart Association, and they just put us in a room and said, he's probably having a panic attack. The girl at the check-in thinks he's having a panic attack. He's in hypertensive crisis, so fuck it, just shove him over there and we won't even look at him for 2 hours. Henry Ford in Detroit, ladies and gentlemen. There's no such thing as just a panic attack when you have ME/CFS. The energy that I consumed, unable to sit down, hyperventilating, feeling like I was about to pass out and die at any moment, was devastating. For the majority of these 2 hours, I was not present. I couldn't think. I couldn't talk. There were posters on the walls of the waiting area, and I couldn't read them. When my eyes caught sight of the letters and tried to turn them into words, and those words into concepts and ideas, it was a physical pain to me. That was a hell of an experience, by the way. After 2 hours, I came back into existence. I suddenly had a personality again. I could speak again, and the staff of the ER who had let me suffer through absolute hell, having failed to help when they could have, were not going to be of any help after. So we left without being seen. It vexes me to this day to think that had the people who confidently declared I was having a panic attack, who left me in hypertensive crisis and horrific pain and neurological distress, had they just given me a Xanax to end the panic attack, my entire life would be different right now. And honestly, I should probably sue the shit out of Henry Ford for the 2 years of lost fucking life, especially since we've lost the SSDI claim now. I probably wouldn't be filing for SSDI today if not for Henry Ford, not taking care of me. But because they left me to suffer, the color and shape of my ME/CFS immediately spiked to severe. My symptoms, which had been primarily physical before, became horribly, terribly neurological in a way I couldn't have imagined. Over the next 3 months, I experienced depersonalization and daily suicidal ideation far more severe than the pokes of it I'd had in 2018. I became so hypersensitive to light and sound that I purchased a pair of construction-grade earmuffs to wear indoors so that I could be spoken to without my eyes starting to water. The windows of my room had to be blacked out, and I spent the months of July, August, and September lying on a fold-out floor mattress, unable to do anything. I couldn't read, I couldn't listen to music, I couldn't watch YouTube, I couldn't have a conversation, I couldn't be spoken to for long or about anything significant, and the slightest emotional content was unbearable for me. 3 months, I was a vegetable on the floor. On the physical end of things, I would now come to expect a multitude of new symptoms and to have them every single day. Trouble breathing, difficulty swallowing, tingling in my hands and feet that sometimes crept into my chest, and during future crashes, that same tingling would envelop my entire body, tongue included. My fatigue and weakness became so bad that my fiancé had to regularly shoulder me into the bathroom. I couldn't sit upright for more than a few minutes at a time, and the list goes on and on. I honestly don't want to try to recall any more of what that time was like, is what I wrote here. I will, if I can remember this, we were during a good stretch, which still meant that I was very fucked up. We tried to act like a couple again, and we tried to go and visit my friend Brandon. Me in the cane, not driving, keep my legs, parallel. He was with a new woman, and we were going to have like a couple. We were going to go over to their house and hang out like a couple of couples. And on the ride over, I remember specifically, there was like a distortion of time where I felt behind what was going on. I remember looking out the window, and we were driving past like a truck, big old semi-truck, and the spinning of the wheel somehow made me feel like I was several seconds behind reality. It felt like I was doing things and saying things, and then a couple of seconds later, I would catch up to them. So I was taking actions that I wasn't involved in, and then 3 to 5 seconds later, I would catch up to them and find out what it was that I had thought or said or done. That was the kind of weird shit that was going on neurologically at that time. Have you tried walking on your hands, says Penguin. I used to walk on my hands all the time. Everybody joking until the blood decides to avoid your brain for real. Sounds like you only met bad actors, which isn't surprising because there are a lot of them, probably the majority. The doctors? Yeah, I have no faith in modern medicine anymore. Doctors are more ego than they are intelligence, and they are unscientific fuckers. They have been trained at some point. I feel like MDs, DOs, they get a training that makes them think that psychogenic disease is like so fucking widespread that it's just that they're going to see it 3 times a day in their career. That people are going to walk in off the street all the time and be having physical symptoms that have no, physical basis, that are just being made from past childhood trauma. Like whatever it is that they're being trained, these people are they so want to jump to like psychologizing something when they don't know it by name. I say, have you ever heard of myalgic encephalomyelitis or ME or chronic fatigue syndrome, CFS? And the answer has almost always been, no, I haven't. And then I tell them about it. I've even brought like printouts with me from, prepared by international committees who recognize this as a problem, that doctors don't know about the disease. And so it's prepared by doctors for doctors. And I hand it to them, and I can see in their eyes that they're never going to fucking read it. And then the next time that I come by, they haven't read it, and they're just like, yeah, I want to send you to a psychiatrist. My experience with MDs and DOs is that they are useless fucking people. You know what the use of an MD is? If you are having flu-like symptoms, you can go to your PCP, to your MD, and then you can describe your flu-like symptoms, and your doctor will go, sounds like the flu. Let's spend $1,200 in tests finding out if it's the flu. And then they'll spend $1,200 in tests, and it'll come back and they'll tell you it's the flu. And then they'll tell you what you can do to get through the flu. So if you have, a general intelligence level and an internet connection, you can save yourself $1,200, and you can save yourself 2 visits to the doctor, and you can go, seems like I've got the flu. Think I'll just go ahead and treat myself for the flu. And, yeah. Doctors are useful for triage, is basically all that they're useful for. MDs and DOs, your average practitioner, your PCP. And honestly, even the specialists, the neurologists, are fucking useless. They're idiots. They don't know anything about my disease, and it's like, how many neurological conditions are there that have been established? Like, I just have to believe that there's like, it's a low 3-digit number, and most of them group into certain categories. How do you not know about one of them? Your specialty is the brain, and you just don't know about one of them? The fuck is wrong with you? Do you not have an interest in the area you went into? Penguin God felt like you were sort of behind time, but it wasn't 3 to 5 seconds. It was more like half a second to a second. In Russia, problems with doctors are different, but they come from the same place. Inability to learn after finishing their degree. It's ego, man. It's ego. Fucking doctors. Alright, where were we in this thing? I didn't want to recall any more of what that time was like. You have the medical records. I'm talking to the SSA in this letter, along with some of the daily health logs I've kept at different times. What you'll find is that ever since that day in April at the Henry Ford ER, I've come to look more and more like the ME/CFS patients in the documentaries about this disease. My curtain has a blanket over it to keep the light out. I'm wearing sunglasses indoors at night to type this up right now. I have a special shelf next to me that stores my blood pressure cuff to track my hypotension, my pulse oximeter for when the dyspnea gets bad, a can of oxygen for emergencies, my earmuffs for hypersensitivity, a second pair of sunglasses that fits over the first pair when I need more light dampening, a box of tissues, a water bottle, 4 prescription pills my doctors have me on, and a veritable jug of over-the-counter ibuprofen that I'm now taking 4 to 5 pills a day from at my fiance's demand, because I haven't drank beer since 2022. I prefer to take as little of anything as I can, but she doesn't want to see me in constant pain. I have been to the emergency room 4 times since that awful day at the Henry Ford ER, and while this letter may seem evidence to the contrary, I am frequently unable to even lie here and think. When I'm in a flare, using my mind at all is too much. And as a result of all of this, it seems ridiculous to even bother typing this, I am completely, absolutely, and categorically unhireable. After almost a decade of solving these problems by working for myself, when and as I felt good enough to, I can't even work for me anymore. Thanks to Emmy. But I should start wrapping this up. Thank you for reading all this, presuming you have, and it turns out they didn't, and in fact deleted it from their records before they submitted it to the court. I want to end by saying ME/CFS is a proven neurological disease affecting the autoimmune and endocrine systems, depleting energy at a cellular mitochondrial level, inhibiting oxygen distribution and calcium uptake, and causing inflammation in the pons region of the brainstem. It is not Munchausen's, hypochondria, or somatic. These matters of science are fucking settled. This disease I have, like lupus, does not, the fact that this disease I have, like lupus, does not show up as an obvious mass on an MRI or a measurement out of range on the usual set of blood workups is the only reason for its chronic misdiagnosis as psychogenic, and it needs to stop. May 12th, which was 4 days ago, when I was writing this letter, was International ME/CFS Awareness Day, and for the past 3 years, the governor of Michigan has made it our state's official ME/CFS Awareness Day by legislative declaration, too. If you are reading this, and you haven't heard of ME/CFS, you need to take 8 minutes and watch this video on YouTube, and I gave them a link to a video on YouTube called Severe and Very Severe ME/CFS. And in fact, I'll drop that link in chat. I haven't looked. I don't know what it is. It's been ages, but there's that link. Part of it, anyway. My final plea to you will be purely pragmatic. As you'll see in my financial records, my fiance and I have 2, maybe 3 months worth of money left in savings and no income source with me lying in this bed. If she went to work, someone else would need to be paid to be here and care for me. So that just shifts the problem around. And if my SSDI approval waits on the courts for 10 months, for the 10 months that the courts are backlogged, let's be real, I'll just lose my home. And so this was my ending, wrapping up like, hey, like, you guys can't keep doing this to people who are disabled. Like, people 10,000 people end up on the streets with a disability that was killing them every year because the SSA prioritizes fraud prevention over the lives of the disabled. And I'm just going to go ahead and state that and put it in your face here. And like the ultimate, this was drafted on May 16th, 2023, and I mailed it in. And today, on March 27th, 2025, which, by the way, I began this filing in August of 2022. On March 27th, 2025, I have finally and fully been denied, not only by the SSA, but by the SSA's kangaroo court judge, who literally chose to overlook the findings of the SSA's own doctor, who, had her evaluation of me, and, in addition to the medical records, and chose to recontextualize the findings of the SSA's employment advisor, who, when asked, is there any work that he can do, simply said no. She simply said no in the hearing. And it was an awkward silence because she had nothing to follow it up with. And then, after the awkward silence, she came back in and said, it's a problem that he can't stand upright, that he can't get around without a cane. There's no hiring, working environment that's going to be OSHA safe for him in that situation. So no, there's no work he can do. And then the judge, demanded that the judge changed the terms and said, okay, well, what if he could sit upright? What if he could sit upright for more than 10 minutes at a time? And then she was like, oh, well, if he could, then he could do bench work. And now in the fucking, final draft of what the judge writes up here, she cites bench work as though that was what the employment advisor recommended. She only recommended that after the terms of my reality were changed by the judge in order to match her fucking attempt to there is an ageism, there is a discrimination, at the SSA. There's absolutely disability discrimination up and down, but there's also an ageism where if you're young, below 45 or something like that, and you're filing for SSDI, it's almost impossible to get SSDI. They just won't give it to you because of your age, because they don't want to give it out to people who have, potentially a long life ahead of them. They want to, so you can be disabled and just not, the government will say you're not disabled, not because they have a justifiable reason for it, but because they don't want to have to, give you, authorize you to receive disability payments for the rest of your life when you might have 30, 40 years of life ahead of you that they'll have to be paying out. This is the level of fucking eugenics and of disability discrimination and ageism and fucking murder the weak in order to keep our money that the American government operates on. And yeah, welcome to my reality now, which is that thankfully I have gotten good enough to start taking these 3D courses that I've been doing, 3D modeling, and I'm hoping that I can, increase, I can use that as a secondary source of income, keep doing these live streams twice a week, which is a little trickle. You guys support me on Patreon and here with the subscriptions and the bits and stuff, and also, sometimes you send me direct donations through PayPal and YouTube. I got over 1,000 videos on YouTube from when I was healthy enough to be producing videos. And so YouTube, every couple of months, I make over $100 in a trickle from there, and they send me a check. And so, it adds up to where I maybe have $350 to $400, really $300 to $400 worth of income in any month that I can, well, 200, I keep lowering it if I'm being honest with myself. 250 I can depend on, 200 to 250. But it averages over the course of the year with a good month and a bad month to probably being around $300 a month of income right now. And if I could get a couple $100 more from doing a little bit of 3D work here or there or something like that, then, I'll only be $1,100 underneath the federal poverty level in terms of my single individual income. So that's cool. I definitely don't need any assistance from the Social Security Disability, from the Social Security Administration, because I'm not disabled according to them. I'm housebound. I'm mostly bedridden. I haven't left my property line since 2023. Over a year I have spent in this house. The furthest I've gone is maybe on 3 or 4 days I stepped out onto the porch. I was feeling good, sniffed the outside air. Maybe I just stepped out because there was something coming in the mail I wanted to see, and I went out and grabbed it. That kind of thing. I have not left the 1,200 square feet that surrounds my home since 2023. And I'm not disabled according to your American government, if you live in this shithole of a country. I'm not disabled. I'm just spending 23 of every 24 hours in a bed and haven't left my home, and I actually can't access medical care at this point. I don't have a primary care provider, practitioner, no PCP, no primary care right now, and haven't had it for over a year at this point. No, almost a year, coming up on a year, because I'm so housebound. I can't get care. As a poverty-stricken, disabled person, I can't get care in my own home in the United States of America. With all of our supposed social welfare safety net systems, I can't get somebody to come out to my home and be my PCP. I have to come into them. They will not come to see me. Like, and I'm just trying to get them to come out once. Just come out once and fulfill your obligations for, your practice insurer, whatever the fuck it is you got to do. Come out once. My insurance company that is providing state-provided Medicaid that I have right now, they won't help me. I spent so many hours on the phone with them trying to get them to help, and here's the way that you deny people help without being, trying to avoid being sued. You just don't reply. I have sat on the phone with an agent of Meridian Medicaid. Meridian is the insurance company. For 40 minutes as this person tried to get a hold of a supervisor to answer the question why it was that no caseworker had been assigned to my situation, even though I had been trying to get access to a PCP for over a year, or for 6 months, I think, at that point. And they are required by Medicaid to provide me with a PCP, but I have a special need, and they don't have a function for filling what I need. And they're just not going to make an exception, and they're not going to step outside of their box. And so I sat on the phone for 40 minutes with a guy who for 40 minutes could say nothing more than, I'm really sorry that this is, I'm waiting for one of my bosses to reply or something. Because it says here that you were supposed to get a call back, but it also says that they just denied you, that they're not going to call. So I'm just trying to get an answer for you. And then eventually we both just had to hang up. If you just sit there and you don't respond, then at some point when the lawsuit starts, you can claim that you never denied me. You just, it was a failure of your infrastructure, or, the phones didn't ring, so I didn't get the message off. You can always, you've got plausible deniability. And that's how our fucking government works. It's how our private industry works. Everything in this country is shit, and so it's time to burn the fields, everybody. Maffycraft said some time ago, your experience with modern medicine makes me really appreciate where I am right now, having found a doctor that seems to listen to me and that has actual medication and advice for me that works, and having to spend $20 a quarter for medicine as a fixed maximum. That is great, Maffy. I'll tell you where I am right now. Is the other thing that I received today, in addition to my denial for Social Security disability insurance, is I received low-dose naltrexone from the website agelessrx.com, because since I can't get access to an actual medical provider who could write the prescription and refill it, I've now just gone to fucking websites that shill this shit. Like, low-dose naltrexone is a prescription drug. You need a prescription for it. But it's so safe, and it's so not like a controlled substance, that very much the way that marijuana was, you would like go onto a website and then they'd have a doctor like call you and, you know, spend 15 minutes on the phone and say, why do you need this prescription? And then they'd write you the prescription and then the website could sell it to you. They've got that for low-dose naltrexone and for, oh shit, what's that other, the thing with the M that's been good for like, it's supposed to be for diabetes, but it actually, metformin. Metformin has been found to reduce the onset of long COVID. If you take metformin within the first, I think like 48 hours of contracting COVID, or of your symptoms starting or something like that, metformin reduces the odds of developing long COVID by almost, by like 65%. But try and get fucking metformin if you don't have diabetes in this country, so now you can just order it online. And they will send you fucking syringes to inject yourself with metformin from an online company who just gets a doctor to look at look at what you write to them or give you a call and ask you some questions, and that doctor says, okay, here's some metformin. This is how our world works. This is how America works. I have to buy my prescription from a website that jumps around like the usual restrictions, does a little dance and a jig around them in order to get me what I need. Penguin God says, I hang out with AIDS volunteer people and I met a bunch of good doctors there who are happy to learn. Basically, they're not morons. Maybe there's just some pockets, you know, certain, I could imagine like certain disciplines where people are, you know, they give a damn. You know, if you're an AIDS doctor, you see what's going on, and you also see that there's like progress being made, that if you keep your ear to the ground, you might learn something, you might find out something that can help your patients and all that kind of stuff. And so I can imagine there are certain disciplines that work. Neurology in general has sucked. The PCPs I went through, there was Jadwiga Malachinsky. She was useless. There was Dr. Dickhead, Fuad Bata, that was his name, Fuad Bata. We called him Dr. Dickhead. Who else? There was another one in there. Eventually, I had a good PCP who I would have stayed with if she wouldn't have she left, she changed practitioners. She wasn't a doctor. She was a nurse practitioner. Yeah. So, as soon as I managed to get out of the room with the MD, the DO, the ego, as soon as I found somebody who was like willing to just listen and acknowledge, yeah, I don't actually know about that, but you've got a specialist you're working with, okay, I can work with you guys, that kind of thing. Someone who was willing to acknowledge that she didn't know everything and that was okay, and that she was willing to learn and willing to like just be a part of a larger process. Then I got decent treatment. But an actual MD, an actual DO, these people have their egos is so far up their own asses, 95% of them, 99% of them, that they're useless to you. A surgeon, okay? If you need to be cut, then you're going to need a surgeon. You need the butcher. You know, if you need a bone set, then you need some triage. Don't really need an MD or a DO for that. My experience is most doctors are a waste of fucking skin. Most of them. It's your own fault for having a long life remaining, says Maffey Craft. Yeah, that's why I don't get SSDI. I'm too young. I got too much life. They don't want to pay the money out. Luckily for you, Trump is ruining your country right now, so it just might burn. Burn the fields! And kill the president. Kill the president. Kill the president. We're doing that today. I got 1,000 milligrams of pills of MET, of metformin, for type 2 diabetes, Sister Mason. Yeah. And you know what? It's also like metformin, I think, has a like weight loss benefit for people who don't. I think probably for women in particular. I feel like I've read something. that's like, if you don't have diabetes, metformin, like, in general, women's medicine, again, because doctors are all ego, it sucks in comparison to men's medicine. Like, we got pills for your dick and for your balding and for all that kind of shit. But in terms of, like, women balancing, like, a woman's hormone system correctly so that she doesn't, like, she's not suffering from unnatural hormonal weight gain and shit like that because of changes to her biology over the course of life and shit like that, it's as though no one has bothered caring for thousands of years. It's as though, you know, since Aristotle, a woman has only been recognized as a man, but with tits. And that's because, you know, doctors suck. It's because that is exactly how it's been. Women are men with tits. By most of the men who have dominated the medical industry with their big fucking egos and their tiny little fucking penises. Make sure you eat when taking metformin. It will give you the shits sometimes. Oh, well, I'm not getting metformin, but it was just very interesting to me to see this website, agelessrx.com. I just got what will be a 2-month supply of LDN for me from them for, I think, $45, which is crazy because I was paying my own compounding pharmacy to make 4.5 milligram pills, which is what I take. And I think I was paying them more like $110 for, well, I was paying them $110 for what was probably a 4-month supply. It was probably double, because I've managed to get down to just taking one every other day. I used to need 2 a day. Not 2 a day. I used to take 1 a day. I started out actually at 3 milligrams, and then over the course of 6 months, I developed some, you know, it stopped working at 3 milligrams as good. I had actually lost some of the function that I had regained on 3 milligrams. So we went up to 4.5, and it came back, and it's been steady since then. So I take 4.5. And since the beginning of 2024, February 2024, I started getting better. Started making some real gains, and the reason I've started getting better is because I stopped going to the doctors. I stopped, like, wasting my time on these jackasses. I stopped being, like, when I say going to the doctors, the physical energy and the lack of blood flow to the brain that is associated with moving me to the doctors, putting me in a car. I have to sit upright to some degree for an extended period of time. My legs will not be at heart level like they are right now while I'm doing these live streams. I'm flat in this bed. You know, I don't get that level of horizontalness when you're transferring me. So the blood doesn't flow to my brain. The energy that I use, you know, physically in moving and being moved and everything like that, it has a fucking consequence that lasts for quite a while. And when I stopped wasting my time going to these yahoos who had no fucking idea, who weren't helpful, who, you know, that they were meaningless to me, I stopped doing, like, the specialist I was seeing was just, like, throwing test after test after test at me, for which I had to be carted down to Henry Ford, to their lab, to have more and more blood drawn, and the blood being drawn also is something that my mitochondria don't work, and so, like, my red blood cell production is going to take longer than everybody else's, and so you're taking blood away from me, and they're just, like, everybody's trying to, like, prove something, and it's like, I don't need anything proved. I know what's going on. I'm living it, you fucks. I've been living it for over 10 fucking years. I'm not here to prove that I've got a fucking disease. I'm here to be treated for the fucking disease I have. You fucking dipshits. And they were all causing me more harm than good by, you know, by going through their motions and doing all of the things without any education what this fucking disease is. When I stopped doing that, and I had protected my own energy for a long time. You know, when I figured out how to protect my own energy, I started to build back. And since February of 2024, I had started to get better. By the middle of 2024, I started doing live stream again, like, figured out a pace for live streams that I could keep up with. Managed to get enough breath back to now I can rant like I've been ranting on these live streams. Reduced my medications to 2 ibuprofen a day and 1 LDN and 1 Tylenol, and some L-carnitine, and I got my supplements, L-carnitine, taurine, and vitamin D. But reduced all of my medications down, and here we are. And I'm just still housebound and bedridden, and another thing with this 3D course, I wanted to mention this. This is me trying to create opportunities, trying to make some other cash, some other way to make money, and also I'm pursuing something that I was always interested in. I've been doing 3D stuff hobbyist for since I was a kid. So now I'm learning about it for real. But when I started doing the 3D stuff, the first 2 weeks that I was doing these programs, I could feel it at the end of the day. Just the neurological engagement with the 3D, and I also think like a big thing for me has been like the mouse hand control, the small movements, very, that kind of thing. That fine motor control, that's what it is. I feel like fine motor control exacerbates sort of the symptoms of ME/CFS. And so for the first 2 weeks I was doing the 3D thing, end of the day, I was having symptoms. I was having flares. I was having problems. And, thankfully, with all of the things that I've figured out to do, including I've got these leg compression boots that squeeze the legs and push the blood up into the brain and stuff like that, with all of these tricks and tools of the trade that I've come up with, the first 2 weeks of doing the 3D, I'd end every day feeling fucked up. And now I do 3D for, I did like 3D for 10 hours yesterday or something like that, and I'm fine. I'm able to build up a tolerance for activities, for neurological activities. When I first started playing chess, first started playing chess, and I got interested in chess this year, it would fuck me up after like 2 or 3 games. And then I slowly built up a tolerance for it, like neurologically. So I am still building back my brain, but at this point I'm feeling like it's incredible. It's amazing to have been in the hole that I've been in and where I am right now, and that I can, spend 8 hours, 10 hours now, but only in the past month or two, because I built the tolerance for it. I can now spend time doing these neurological activities that used to cause me episodes, and I can actually push through it and build a tolerance. It's so touchy with ME, because you can't push. Don't push. You have to learn how to push without pushing. It's fucking very zen. It's a very zen disease. When I say that, you have to learn how to push without pushing. Because if you push, you try and push through, you're going to cause yourself you're going to have a crash, you're going to have a flare, you're going to have a problem. But if you don't, you have to figure out ways to like get better without pushing. And that's what I mean when I say you have to push without pushing. And you need to get the right medication. You have to create a solid bed underneath you of the right medication, of your chemical structure in your body has to be perfect. You can no longer have like, I haven't had any alcohol since 2022. I can't smoke a cigarette, anything like that. Like, I've got to have a perfect bloodstream, basically. And then once you've got the basis of all of your micronutrients are covered, all of your hormones are in balance, everything like that. And the hormones is actually, this is an endocrine disease, so your hormones is something that you have to wait for them to come back online and hope that they do, with fingers crossed. But you have to build perfection underneath you, and then you have to wait like 2 months after you think you could start trying something. That's how I've gotten success. Is first perfect your body, perfect your medications, and then when you think you're strong enough, in February of 2024, I thought that I was strong enough to start live streaming. I didn't start live streaming until June or something of 2024. I waited 2 to 3 months after I started to feel like I could probably do that again. And by lagging 2 months behind what it feels like you can do, you can build back, is my message of hope to anyone with ME/CFS. However, when you do build back, be aware that the Social Security Administration will use the fact that you build back as a reason to deny that you ever needed their help, and that you need any help, and that you're even disabled at all. You will continue to be discriminated against on the basis of your disability because your disability has been, for 40 years treated as though it's a thing in your head, and they will somehow claim that even though they're denying you, that you're disabled, that they're not actually doing that anymore because they're saying it differently, even though you're still the effect is the same. We're not being racist against you by not letting you buy a house, because we're not letting you buy a house because you're black. We're not letting you buy a house because you don't have the money in your bank account, which we didn't allow you to get because you're black. So that's so it's not racism anymore. We're not going to give you a loan, not because you're black, but because you don't own any property that we could leverage against. And the reason you don't own any property is because you didn't get any property from your family because you're black. So, but it's not racist anymore. It's not, because we're not doing it while burning crosses in your lawn. So we're not discriminating against you on the basis of your disability, because we're saying it differently now. We've changed the words. The outcome is the same, and you're still fucked. AegisRx.com goes hard. Yeah, on their whole, their target market is pretty... They're trying to sell to, people who are aging who want to live forever. But if you know the drug that you want, having received the first batch of pills, it looks like they just use local compounding pharmacies. So it's not like they've got their own weird supply or anything like that. The LDN they sent me came from someplace here in Michigan, and it, as a compounding pharmacy. So it's just, you're just going to get the shit. It's basically, Uber for certain types of medication. They're a middleman. Do you think you got some permanent brain damage from these medical escapades? I think that, well, actually, there is one part that is still problematic. I was going to say that I think because of the trauma that my brain has been through, in order to build back from those 3 most horrific months of 2022, I felt like my brain, the reason why I was having suicidal ideation and couldn't tell, felt like I was out of time and shit like that, the way that I contextualize that is I say my brain was actually having to form new pathways to do the things that it was used to doing. That's how I think about it. And I actually feel like, because this is an energy disease, I feel like when it rebuilt those pathways, it found more efficient ways to tie everything together. Because ever since, I came back, I feel like I'm a fucking genius. Things that I couldn't work out mathematically before, stuff like that, just, not that I couldn't do them, but that it was a struggle, and I would feel it, and it's I notice sometimes that things are just easier, and it feels like my brain has actually gotten stronger because of the trauma, and because it had to rebuild. But, okay, that's the good side. The downside is, I was saying, there is still something, and in general, when I run up against something that I can't, crack now, it's an experience. When I'm doing something in Blender, and the program is fucking up on me, or I gotta, when there's a frustration that goes along with trying to do a thing, and I just can't like crack through it. There's a problem that either I can't solve or that there's no solution to it. More frequently, it's like there's no solution to that. This is just not working right. When I run into that, it's an experience I've never had in my life before. I immediately start to have the ME symptoms again, come like up out of nowhere, and so there's like a trigger in my head now where there's an incredibly weak spot for like conflict. And it's not even like interpersonal conflict and stuff like that, because like Lady Pawn and I are a couple. We're very happy, we're very we don't have arguments, kind of things, except for like 2 or 3 times a year we will have a major blowout, and we just had one. But we have these things, and it's like when we there's yelling in the house and stuff like that, things are being thrown around, like that doesn't. I have the strength for that, and it doesn't hit me that way. But when there's like some little futzy technical thing that I'm like, and I can't do, my brain, it hurts. It hurts in this very weird neurological way that I've never had before CFS. And I just have to walk away from it. I just have to kind of, okay, that's too much. I have to get some space from that situation. So there is some damage. There is something that's wrong in there. Everything else, 3 years of being a vegetable and having to slowly rebuild and everything, I feel like I'm stronger now mentally than I was then, which is fucking weird. And it's not even necessarily desirable. Because, like I say, it's so nice when you don't, when you're not aware of everything that's going on, when you don't see all of the moving parts, and you can just kind of walk around with your mouth hanging open, mouth breathing, and just, the world's a wonderful place. Like, I was already a cynic and an angry guy, just from whatever, level of intellect that I had before my brain rebuilt. And now it's cybernetic or whatever the fuck is going on here. Now that I'm smarter, I'm just really having to like find new spiritual, anchors. It's really important that I had all those years of Zen, because like the more that your eyes are open, the wider that your eyes are, the wider your awareness is, the more there is to lament if you're going to take it that direction. And it's really hard to just like to remind yourself that these problems that you see you can't do anything about them. And I recently posted in our Discord server at discord.roninpawn.com. Should get you the link to the Discord server. I recently posted a thing in like the Pawn Shares where it was just like a little mantra that I came up with that like helped me on a certain day, that was like, these questions don't have answers. And that's not even what it means, like that mantra. It's not what I meant. I meant that the questions, the things in your life, they're not even really questions. The things that you are worrying about will not be made better by thinking about them. That's the thing. Incredibly hard to remember this important wisdom, this important truth. The things that you are worrying about will not be made better by worrying about them. They will not be made better by thinking them through. You're not going to logic your way out of the problems that you have right now. And so every moment that you spend kind of torturing yourself with the thinking, with the worrying, you're accomplishing nothing but torturing yourself. You're not doing anything. Eventually, when it's time to like fix it, if this is something that needs to be fixed, when it's time to fix it, it's going to come down to doing something. And, I'm not saying that there's never a time to think about your situation, but I think we all know that 90% of our thinking when we're, up against a problem, or when we're frustrated, we're struggling with something, we're angry at someone or the world at large, or the systems of the world, 95% of that thinking is unnecessary. It's not going to get you anywhere. You're not going to fucking solve a problem and then, call up the United Nations and be like, hey, I figured out the whole Israel-Palestine thing. Guys! Like, it's not going to be solved by thinking. And so all this thinking is just you hurting yourself. You're just stabbing yourself in the eye. And so, like, one, recognizing that, and then two, and it's important that, you know, I've got all this Zen training, is then doing something about it and stopping yourself from thinking about it, which is a really hard thing to do. And that's Zen trains you over and over and over again how to let go. How to, like, your brain starts kicking off on thinking about that thing again, and you just, the moment that you notice it, you let it go. And then you walk on. And your brain starts to think about it again. And you notice that you're kind of like staring at something, but you're not reading it because you're thinking about that thing again, and you go, oh, let go. And you do that a certain number of times, and eventually you actually do let it go. You actually, by repeating over and over again, letting go, you will stop thinking about it. You will stop being tormented by it. You won't be lying awake, rolling over and thinking about the thing all night long and having an argument with someone who isn't there anymore to have the argument with, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. You just gotta, like, there's really important, you know, they should make you do Zen training in fucking school. Because I feel like the world would be such a better place if people just had the ability to stop thinking. If you knew how to do it. If it had been trained to you the way that it's been trained to me. So you're basically actively training your brain so it can work properly. That's definitely been a part of the process. Intrapersonal conflict intolerance. Intrapersonal. Like interior. Yes. When it's like me against me. But yeah, it's like me against finicky shit. There's something finicky. I know what you mean. I hate being smart. I often wish I was an 80 IQ midwit. And I have been now. Like, with the places that I've been with this disease, I wouldn't have been able to survive. If I couldn't, like, sustain myself spiritually and emotionally and all that kind of stuff, from a place of, like, a far lower IQ kind of a place, where you just look out on the world with wide eyes, bright, you're not worrying about anything, you're not trying to hold everything in your head, you're not trying to fight and solve and all that kind of shit. None of that is going on. You're just present. You know, when I was lying flat on my back for 3 months, just trying to breathe and suffering neurological pain at the slightest sound or movement, and unable to physically lift my arms because I was so weak and shit like that. Like, I had to just lie there and breathe. And a big part of why it's so hard to recover from ME/CFS for the people who, you know, get hit with it, is that most people will lie there and it hurts to think. You can't, it's painful. You're doing yourself a harm to be sitting there thinking, but your whole life you've spent thinking about the shitty things that are going on, and so now you're in this shitty situation, and so now, like, how do you let go? How do you accept what is here right now, when what is here right now sucks so fucking bad? Because you have to. You're never going to get well again if you're sitting there thinking about the life that you could have had, that you're not going to have now. Thinking about how, you know, what a bad shake you got, and other people get a better shake, stuff like that. You have to be able to accept everything that is going on when you've got ME/CFS. And not fight against it, not struggle against it. And that's why it's so hard to, like, recover from this disease, and why, like, so many people, like, in the social media avenues around ME/CFS who have this disease are, like, unreachable. They are angry, and they want to share that anger. And they're not getting better. They're only getting worse. Every day is getting worse, but it's because they're spending so much of their fucking energy. Hey, a full court back here. They don't have the energy to spend, but they're spending it on lamenting how things are. It's hard shit. But when your intellect is sort of degraded when your IQ is taken down, and when you accept that, and you're just like, I've only got so much time to live, and whatever this experience is, I'm gonna have it fully. If you can do that, if you can get really zen about it, and it may require some training by some Buddhist masters, then, you can survive it, and you can come back from it. But you gotta start by, accepting absolutely everything. So today, the Social Security Administration has told me, a housebound, bedridden man, that I am in fact not disabled, and that I wasn't disabled from 2022 until today, and that what would have been probably $50,000 if I had gotten my SSDI determination today. Here's what I just lost. I lost 3 years of my life where the only thing, I didn't have strength to be doing anything, and when I had a little bit of strength to spend on something, I had to spend it on the fucking Social Security Administration's bullshit to jump through their flaming hoops for the SSDI appeal. Their whole process is disability unfriendly. It's ableist. It's fucked up. I spent what little energy I had trying to push that SSA thing whenever it came up. And what I lost was probably $50,000, $60,000 as of today. Because, of course, I filed in August of 2022, and my filing would go back to August of 2022 if I was approved. And they would owe me about $20,000 for every year that I should have had Social Security disability insurance. And so by denying me without good cause today, the Social Security Administration has saved itself $60,000. However, the state of Michigan continues to absorb the burden that the Social Security Administration has just refused to acknowledge. Because, the SSA, according to information gathered by the DHHS, says today that I am not meaningfully disabled. The state of Michigan, who acquires information by the DHHS, the same organization, has determined that I am so disabled that I need a in-home care, which my fiance now provides and is paid by the state of Michigan every month to provide. I need in-home care. I need Medicaid provided to me for completely free, and not shitty Medicaid either. The good shit. I get everything covered. So, two organizations that have to make determinations using information that is collected by the Department of Health and Human Services have reviewed the information collected by the Department of Health and Human Services, and the one that's on high, that's at the federal government, that's far, far away, and can look down and say, oh, way over there, you're not disabled. That one has decided I'm not disabled. The one that's standing right next to me, the one that I'm living with, the state that I'm in, that if they don't provide me with the things that a disabled person needs, then they will have disabled people dying on the streets, on the news cameras and shit like that. That organization of government has determined that I am significantly and severely disabled. We've got handicapped license plates. I've got Medicaid provided by the state. I've got an in-home caregiver that is paid for by the state of Michigan every month. Interesting that two organizations using the same information from the same source can come to two different fucking determinations, isn't it? Isn't it interesting? Let's see. Penguin God said, it works on all mental tricks. If you repeat actions in your mind, the mind learns. In Zen, I was taught, yes. In Zen, though, we focused on, at least first, most importantly, we focused on the way to learn is to train the mind by doing, right? You train the mind by doing, which means you use your physical body to train the mind what you want it to do. You can't think your mind into being trained, is what we would say in Zen, is how we would approach it. If you're trying to, if you're using the brain to think itself into maybe you can work or something like that, but Zen is all about, listen, the path of least resistance, the shortest path, is use your physical form to train your mind. Don't try and think yourself into being a different person. Don't try and think yourself into changing your behaviors. You change your behaviors by controlling your actions. And if you continue to control your actions over and over and over again, eventually your brain will fall into line. So you have to do a thing that is against your own grain enough times until it's been ingrained, until it's part of your grain. Because your brain is going to feel uncomfortable. Oh, I usually respond to this situation by doing this! And you have to be in that situation over and over and over again and just not do that. And feel bad and feel, feel shitty because you're not doing the thing that would make you feel good in this moment that you usually do, in order to train yourself to not do that anymore. You can't think yourself into change. You have to do yourself into change, is the Zen perspective on it. Mephistopheles is here. Go get some products from the store to use as a ball. I hate this fucking country. Yeah, we're burning it down today. Kill the president! Kill the president! Kill the president! I'm just, trying to get on some watch lists. I thought my mind into training several times. It's the easiest way to do that for me, says Penguin God. Well, hey, I won't contradict an individual's first-hand experience. And honestly, the longer that you have, like, Zen training and stuff like that, then, you can do things with your mind. But I guess I kind of even think of when you're having that moment where you're like having the argument in your head over and over and over again with the person who's not here anymore, you need to stop and break that chain. When I think of breaking that chain, the moment where I stop thinking about it, I think of that as a behavior, as an action, as a physical action. I went from thinking to not thinking. So even though I'm using my mind to stop my mind, I think of that as a physical thing. I think I'm changing my mind by changing my behavior. And I just went through that with, the argument. I said that Lady Pawn and I just had a major blowout, one of our 2 or 3 per year that we have. And, in that moment, on that day, felt awful, felt horrible for all the reasons, for, the situation itself, for being angry at her, for being angry at myself, for how I reacted to being angry at her, and then you're thinking about whether or not you're right, she's right, is there a right in this situation, all that kind of stuff. Like, everybody's got a perspective, and, sometimes it doesn't matter who's right as much as it matters, like, what's the emotional context, and, like, there's all this shit to think about, and you just, like, start stopping yourself. And from the moment of the argument to the end of that night, I managed to just continue to stop myself, to the point where I stopped feeling toxic and sick and angry and all that kind of stuff, and I was over it by the next day. Like, in the half an hour after the fight, I texted my friend Brandon. I said, hey, if you want to ruin your day, I'd really like to vent about an argument that I just had with Lady Pawn. And by the time he got back with me in text, my response was, never mind, I'm over it. And it's just like, the difference between feeling like shit for, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, a week, a fucking month, having arguments that you had 3 years ago coming up on you in the shower. You're just trying to shower, and you're arguing with that guy in that fucking convenience store who, if you'd only said, you could have really gotten him if you would have said that. And you're like living that life, and you're having these ancient moments are still like floating around you and shit. When you can get to the point where, like, you could have an argument with someone in that day, and by the end of that day, you're just done with it. You don't care. It's not about who's right, who's wrong. Did I figure it out? Did I solve the fucking equation? Am I okay now? I'm not harboring ill will toward the person I was arguing with. I don't feel the need to think about it anymore. Like, it's a complex situation. Like, can I just let it go? Can I just let it go? When you can do that within 6 hours of the moment that you had the major, argument, life just gets so much better. having that level of control over your own experience, over your own happiness, is really fucking important. And it took me, 3 decades of my life without knowing that that was a thing that you could even do, just sort of suffering at the hands of OCD brain kind of thing, to find a Zen master, and go get trained by him to have the fucking freedom and the independence as an individual, to be able to, like, let go of all that shit, not carry around trauma. The fact that I, went through everything that I went through with this disease 3 years ago, and 2 years ago, and 1 year ago, and then I'm here now playing, this GTFO Mart. I couldn't have gotten here if I didn't know how to let go. If I didn't know how to let go of those experiences and move on to the next day. Every day was a new day. And maybe today had the same fucked up shit as yesterday, but yesterday never happened. There is no past. Today is today. What is this experience? Oh, pain. Okay. Well, is there anything that I can do about that? If there is, I'll do it. If there isn't, then I'll just sit here in the pain. Don't struggle. Don't resist. You know what the root of all evil is? What is the root of all evil? I asked a question, and I'll read chat. Last thought pattern I've changed were extremely violent impulses. I did that by thinking of nice things about the people I had impulses towards. So maybe it counts as action in your framework. Yeah, you know what? That's Penguin God. That's very Zen as well, or very Buddhist even. I wouldn't even say Zen. I would say it's very Buddhist. Buddhist, like, training goes through, you kind of build up from being a selfish, self-centered person who thinks about themselves selfishly, you build up from that to the point where, like, you train yourself to be happy for other people. You train yourself to recognize when someone who you care about or know or something like that has had something good happen to them, and then you celebrate that, like physically, mentally, physically, whatever. You start celebrating that on their behalf, even before you give a shit, right? Because you're a selfish, self-centered, egotistical little fuck, right? And so you're trying to train yourself to, like, be open to experiencing other people's joy, with them, that kind of thing. And so, like, Buddhism will train themselves to sort of respond to selfish thoughts by trying to think the opposite. They're trying to catch themselves and do that. And so, yeah, that's very familiar too. The idea of changing your thought patterns by, like, recognizing. Step one is always recognizing, like, catching yourself in whatever it is that you want to change. You catch yourself doing it, and then you change the behavior. And then you just do the opposite. You do something else other than that, and you continually respond to that situation, and to that moment, that impulse, with something else that isn't that, so that you untrain what you've trained. Mephistopheles enjoys the violent impulses. Yeah. Hey, if it isn't a problem for you, then it isn't a problem for anybody. If the chef likes the food, then who gives a damn about the customers? What is the root of all evil, I asked, and nobody responded in chat. The root of all evil, surprisingly, isn't money, it's resistance. That's what my Zen master taught me, anyway. We were at a sushi bar after a meditation retreat. We would go out and we would have, like, big, extravagant things. After you sit in meditation for, like, 7 days straight, the 8th day would usually be actually, it would usually be, we'd say 7 days, but the 7th day would be the day that we ended on. So it'd be like 6 days, 6.5 days, and then the 7th day would usually be, and now we're going to go blow out the lines. We've sat here doing this stoic, monastic, we don't speak, we don't look each other in the eye, we're completely focused on our meditation for all these days straight. 7th day is when the Lord rested. And the way that he usually rested is with tequila in Mexico Town in Detroit. But we were at a sushi bar after one of our little meditation retreats, eating meat and all the things that we don't usually eat, and drinking sake and all the things we don't usually drink, and breaking all of the rules is kind of a, It's a thing that you do. It's a tradition in Zen. You can't get attached to anything, including the training, including Zen. But we were at a sushi bar, and Zen Master looked around the table. There were like 4 or 5 of us, bright-eyed, young, new students, relatively new students. Maybe some of them had been around for a year or two, but I was very new. And he looked around the table, and he asked, "What is the root of all evil?" And he just like pointed to each of us that was sitting around the table, and everybody gave a little bit of an answer. Just because it's part of Zen is spontaneity too. So if he puts you on the spot and asks you for an answer, just give an answer. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter if it's right. It's like the point was to give an answer. And so he points his finger around. I don't remember what anybody else said, but when it came to me, I went for the most obvious answer. What is the root of all evil? And I said, money. And I just like smiled because I wasn't trying to give the right answer. I knew that it was my turn in the script, to say a thing, and then that gets me out of the way so he can tell us what the answer is. That's we're interested. We want to know. So I give the answer. Money. Money is the root of all evil. And that's when he leans in and he says, resistance. Resistance is the root of all evil. And he said that as in response to, there was a guy with us who was vegan, okay, and we were Zen monks. We were vegan. We were vegan and nutritarian, and we were all of the things. We ate fucking rice and salad and kimchi and like it was all vegetables. It was all living food for us. We would only eat something that was alive. Nothing could be cooked. We were raw, natural, nutritionalists kind of thing. But this guy was vegan, and he wouldn't go in for, I think it was ice cream. We were like ordering some ice cream or something because we were breaking all the rules, because you can't be attached to anything. We're all vegan. Everybody here is vegan. What are you talking about? We're going to have some ice cream now as vegans. That's what we're doing. And he refused to. He was like, no, I'm vegan. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to. And that's a big no-no in Zen. Like that amount of resistance. Like what are you attached to that you can't break your rule right now? You get attached to anything. You set a set of rules to live by. You're not alive. If you're just going through the motions, following a set of, if A, then B, then C, you're not free. Zen is about discovering your freedom, and we discover our freedom by training ourselves out of a lot of bad habits, but ultimately, like, if all of the vows that you take can't be broken, then you're not free. So this guy was refusing to, I think it was also he was refusing to have any of the alcohol. He was not going to participate in the ice cream when we ordered it, and that's when Sunam asked the question, what is the root of all evil? And resistance. Resistance. What's going on right now at this table? We're all eating ice cream. Unless you have a dietary problem, why aren't you eating ice cream? Everyone else is eating ice cream. Why are you resisting? You're only causing a problem for yourself and others. You're only making a scene, making an issue out of something that's nothing. We're all having a little alcohol. Unless you have a medical reason, why aren't you having a little alcohol with us? You're going to end up being the sober guy amongst a bunch of drunk people, and then what's that going to be like? Is that going to be a fun time for you? Being sober while everybody else is being goofy and silly and wacky, and the Zen Master's acting kind of, you're going to be looking at the Zen Master like, I can't believe this guy's a Zen Master, because you're not willing to like join us in what's going on right now. Why are you, what's this resistance about? What do you have to lose? What is it that you're trying to protect? And because the answer is self, and it's identity. You've got an idea about yourself. You've got an idea about your identity. You've got an idea of who you are and what you do and what you don't do. And you're trapped by that. You are not free. You are a slave to your concept of yourself. So long as you're carrying that kind of shit around. So yeah, Sunam pulled out the what is the root of all evil thing, and it's resistance. And the more you think about it, the truer it gets. You think about why do we fight wars and stuff like that. And where does hate come from? You know where hate comes from? Hate comes from love. Hate comes from love. Where does hate come from? Where does the hate that starts wars come from? The hate that turns into genocides and murders people. Where does that start? It starts with love. Hate is love. Hate is an expression of love. Hate comes out of, I love this thing, and you're threatening this thing, and you're ruining this thing. And so now I hate you, and I'm going to kill you. I'm going to murder all of your people. And we're going to go to war over this. Because I hate, because I love. I love this. I'm attached to this. I'm obsessed with this exactly the way that it is right now. I want this to always be exactly the way that it's supposed to be. And so anyone who comes to try and change that, anyone who I perceive as being a threat to that, now I hate this because I love that. I hate you because I love you. Ah! Resistance is the root of all evil. Why can't you just go with the flow? Things are changing. Eventually, things are going to change in such an extreme way that you're going to be dead. That's the biggest change that's going to come along for you. The biggest change. So I used to say, we'd be, once in a while, the head nun and I, we were both like musical people and had the same sort of musical tastes and stuff like that. And we'd be like talking about musicians and songs and stuff. And very rarely, it would come up when we were after a Zen retreat or something. We'd just be sort of reminiscing on music, and Sunam would lean in and be like, you have to let go of all of that. You're going to have to let go all of that shit. Because he was trying to help us with our training, our Zen training. But, what I took him as saying is, like, all of your memories of, and the things that you've attached to that you like, and the things that you don't like, and all that identity stuff, you're going to have to let go of it. One, to experience enlightenment, you're going to have to just clear your mind of all this shit that you identify with. Oh, you really like Nirvana, but you don't like so-and-so so much. You're going to have to clear your mind of all of that shit that you identify with as an individual to experience enlightenment. But more importantly, regardless of whether or not you make it to any kind of enlightenment, if that's what your goal is in this training, you are going to die. And in the moment that you die, you will have to let go of everything, whether you want to or not. That's when all of your identity and all of it becomes apparent to you in that moment that it was not real, that it doesn't exist, that it was that you have been merely the shape that a wave on the surface of the ocean happened to take, but you were nothing more than the water. And you identified by this momentary, transitory, illusory shape. Oh, no, I'm this wave. I'm not that wave next to me, or that wave behind me. I'm me, and that's this wave. Oh, this wave seems to be getting lower and lower and lower over time and now this wave is gone, and now what am I? Now that I'm not this wave, I guess I'm just the water again, which I always was. And the water has no opinion on whether Kurt Cobain's voice was the water is just here. It's just doing, it's just being, it's just existing. It's moving freely from one thing to the next. Which isn't to, say that you can't have your opinions and have fun with them. You got to put them in the right place, and you got to know that they're all, you're going to have to let go of them sooner or later. They will all be let go of for you at the moment of your demise, whether you are ready for it or not. So, Zen and Buddhism seeks to get you ready for it. Let's see. Imagine feeling forced to rip apart a random woman with your bare hands that was just walking beside you. That happened to me, and I almost had a panic attack because of how hard it was to resist this penguin god. Wow. Vegans walk into a sushi bar, Sister Macy. Yeah, it was the beginning of a joke, the way that I told that story, huh? Punk culture is surprisingly zen, huh? Is that, I actually had a thing. I reminisced on that while I was in the Zen Center. I wanted to do there was some kind of music video I wanted to film in Hamtramck there that involved oh, right. I wanted to do a short film, actually. It wasn't a music video, it was a short film, and the idea was, it was somebody in a white button-down shirt walking past a phone booth, a phone, an actual, not a phone booth, it would just be a phone hanging on the wall like they used to do, right there. Public payphone kind of thing. and I feel like just every day there's a guy who's walking to work in his white button-down shirt. I think this was the idea, and there's a phone over there that he's walking past, and every day he kind of looks at it, and the receiver is just like hanging down. Nobody uses these things anymore, cell phone, all that kind of stuff. It's probably broken, doesn't work anyway, but every day he walks past it. He's looking at his shoes most of the time, but he always looks up and looks over at that phone, and then he keeps walking. And every day, and then he's walking home, and he looks over at that phone, and he keeps walking. He looks over at that phone, and he keeps walking. He looks over at that phone, and he keeps walking. And then, one day, he's walking home, and he sees, like, some punk rock people. Maybe just one punk rock dude with the mohawk and, dyed hair and the nose rings and all the crazy shit. And he's walking past on the other side of the road. Or on the other side of the sidewalk, nearer to the phone, and he looks over at the phone, and then he just stops. And then he looks over at the phone, and he walks over, and he grabs the receiver that's been hanging there, and he hangs it up. And then he keeps on walking. And then we cut to beginning of the next day, and we're like looking at like leather boots with spikes on them and all that kind of shit, and then we pan up and it's the guy who's been in the white button-down shirt walking to work every day. He's wearing the punk rock shit, and he's walking past that phone. Something like that. It wasn't, I don't think it was exactly that, but that was me rebuilding it from like the overarching concept of it, which was that, punk rock, like just chaos kind of stuff. Like there's an order to the chaos that's being sought. There is a mentality within punk that is like, we're letting go by going with the flow. We're letting go by, both resisting the flow and going with the flow simultaneously. And it's like, there's no single sentence, there's no amount of words that can express the truth of oneness. Because all language is dualistic, all language is built on the concept of I, me, and you, over there. So there's me over here, and there's you over there. And so the dualism of language does not allow truth to be conveyed. You can't say anything that is truly true when it comes to these ideas of enlightenment, awakening, or unity. Oneness can't be conveyed, really, by dualistic language. But there is something in everything that tells us about oneness. And I feel like there's a big connection in punk. Kind of like we break the rules as we keep the rules. By breaking the rules, we're keeping the rules. By keeping the rules, we're breaking the rules. There's a if you're truly punk and you're just breaking the rules all the time and break rules, like, that's not true. That's not punk. You're just fucking rebellious youth. You're just angsty. Punk is something else when you're really deep into it. And I think a punk rocker, like, picks up the phone and hangs it up because it's like, it's out of order. So let's put it in order so that it can be taken out of order. But I don't know, that's a weird recollection, and it comes from a place of like, I was deep in Zen there at the time, and if you're not going through the training and you're hearing me say that stuff, it might just be like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, man. even I, I'm sitting here going, yeah, I don't know either. It's fine. Punk isn't about being an asshole, right? You spit on the audience because the audience is there to be spit on. It's spitting on the audience like, fuck you! You're yelling fuck you at the audience because the audience wants you to fuck them. They want... It's BDSM, It's a participatory destruction. It's creation through destruction. It's... We're all in this together. And we're all alone in our togetherness. We should take a live stream break. 2.5 hours. We did one whole day of this. I read you my CFS thing. That's how I wanted to sort of process the getting the final like letter here. This bitch, by the way, this is Judge. It was in December of 2024 that we had the final hearing, and you know, it's basically April of 2025 now. A couple of minutes off of April of 2025. This is how this process works. I started in 2022, August of 2022. I was denied by like, I don't know, late 2024 to 23, maybe early 2024 or something like that. And then you begin the waiting to see a judge process, and then you see the judge, and then you have the hearing, and then it's another 3-4 fucking months after you have the fucking hearing. It's another quarter of a year before you get a decision from these people, and then the decision, you know, objectively doesn't make sense and ignores half of the fucking evidence. And you know, I don't see that there's anything that says that he really needs a cane to ambulate. Because, you know, most of the time it's saying that he was wheeled in a wheelchair. So where does it say that he needs a cane? Like, okay, lady. And all you had to do was ignore the testimony of the SSA's own doctor, and the testimony of the SSA's own, you know, employment advisor, and recontextualize anything and everything that was said, and have absolutely no, like, awareness or compassion, even though it's been talked about constantly throughout the pursuit, throughout all of the documentation, throughout all of my communication with the SSA, that this disease has been, MECFS has been minimized, and that medical practitioners in general don't know about the fucking disease, and they psychologize it. And so when you look at the medical records created by the average medical practitioner, what you're going to see is that they're psychologizing shit. They're, you know, you don't, the fucking nature of the disease is that it's an invisible disease. It doesn't show up on blood work. You don't see it on the blood panel. If it showed up on the blood panels, it'd be something that we could fix, and then we'd have a fucking cure. So you have to, like, come at it with the awareness that this is the nature of the disease. She completely ignores the nature of the disease, completely ignores half the fucking evidence, and comes to a determination where she has, you know, sort of handpicked which pieces of evidence that she's going to consider persuasive and which pieces she's going to consider non-persuasive. And it all just so happens to come together to, oh, you're a relatively young person who has a disability? Well, I'm going to pretend like you don't have a disability so we don't have to pay you for it. Have a nice day. Have a good time. We're gonna have a live stream break now. And you know, lament how much of my time has been wasted, how much of my limited energy as a person with an energy disease, mitochondrial dysfunction disease, has been wasted by the U.S. government, who would primarily just prefer it if I would die. They just want you to die. You're disabled? Would you mind dying? We're going to put you through a process that takes 3 years. 3-4 years. And, you know, if you actually needed the help that you're asking for across those 3 years, then you'll die by the time you need that help. And if you don't die across those 3 years, then we will take that as evidence that you didn't actually need the help. It's a fucking literal catch-22. It's a Joseph Heller situation right there. It's I would never marry a man who would marry a woman such as myself. If you hadn't asked me to marry you, then, you know, I would have considered marrying you. But the fact that you're willing to marry someone like me means I'll never marry you. You're not good enough for me because you want me. That's the first, or the second catch-22 in Joseph Heller's Catch-22 novel, which is a brilliant comedic novel. I recommend it. Just a bit of a, you know, warning on how, bit of a trigger warning on, like, how in this comedy the horrors of war really do come in pretty hard and heavy, and they bash you over the head, so watch out for that. Being a true punk is very hard to explain. One needs to experience it to understand it. It's very freeing if done right. I guess it's similar to Zen in at least that way. Everything is. The judge is retarded and or evil. We get it, bro. Yes, definitely. Definitely. And a cunt. She is a cunt. She is just recontextualizing, discriminating against disability, discriminating against age. Cunt. There we go. Meet me back here in 7 minutes for more. Well, for actually playing the game. We've done our thing now. About the SSA. It was always coming. It finally got here. We had to, you go with the flow. And the flow was, rant about the bitch, the cunt, the system, burn it all down, kill the president, kill the president, kill the president, go TEAL Team 6, meet me back here in 7 minutes, don't go anywhere, pawn that out. I'm pressing the fucking buttons. I swear I am. Goddamn fucking. Kill the president. Hello, I am the Ronin Bond, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronin Bond live stream. On twitch.tv/Ronin Bond, we're in the supermarket simulator today. Shut up. Call him Jazz. And wow, how did that happen where we went from like 7 minutes to friggin' 8? It was supposed to be a 7-minute live stream break. I was sitting here, I look at the timer, I'm like, okay, 2 minutes left. And I sat here, I'm eating a little piece of dark chocolate that I broke off of a bar, and I look up again, and it's like, 1 minute over. You've been here for 3. What the hell? How did the time pass? So you were asking about whether or not there's some brain problems or anything? Maybe that's one of them. I don't know. But welcome back to GTFO, Mark. You can get the fuck out. We're going to do our ordering. We're going to actually start playing the game today. First segment of this live stream was all about that I got denied after 3 years or so, waiting on Social Security Administration to decide whether or not being bedridden, housebound, suffering seizures and shit for 2-3 years, not being able to lift my own arms, made me disabled enough to need assistance. And no, apparently not. Nope. I'm fine. Should be doing bench work. You know, never mind the fact I can't sit upright with my legs below my fucking heart. It's you know, you get out there and just fucking figure it out, you know? Just listen. If you can't manage to something if you... we'd just prefer it if you die off, is what the federal government told me today, so 3 years of my limited energy spent fighting them to try and get, you know, the money that we needed to survive for all of those years that emptied a bank account, drained my inheritance from my grandmother. My grandmother had to die while I was sick in order for me to not die, you know, just by getting, like, not having money and getting kicked out, getting thrown out onto the street. Just thankfully, my government is there to care for the poor and the sick and the downtrodden in their moments of need. Oh, wait, no, they're not. Here in this Christian nation, you know, this is like how they like to throw that shit around, right? Still pretend, right? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, says Penguin God. That's what I've done. That's why we're here today, live streaming, make the big bucks here on Twitch, get to mansion, raise an army, burn the fucking Capitol building to the ground along with everybody inside it. Both parties, you can all fucking die. You didn't care, so now we don't either. We're kill the president, kill the president, kill the president. I'm getting on some lists today. That's my goal. I want the NSA to notice, and then maybe they can get me some Social Security disability insurance, huh? It's an interesting tactic, isn't it? See if you can't get the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, somebody pick up this notice. What the fuck? He's just saying kill the president a bunch here. What's this about? Oh, he's been denied Social Security disability insurance by he's just another disabled person who has been told that they're not disabled by us in order to save money. Okay, it's just another one of those. No, you don't need to file this one, Jim. Just another disabled person who's realized that the United States of America practices eugenics and just wants them to. Okay, we can move on. No, nothing to see here, folks. I like that. I like the idea that I'm not even like, I'm just one of many. We just keep all of those full. One of many. They see it every day. It's another person on some form of social media just saying kill the president because they didn't. Yep, never mind. I also love the idea that somebody like hears my rant in the NSA and is like, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna change some files here. So we're just gonna move some numbers around here and now he is receiving SSDI. Now just as long as he keeps his mouth shut, as long as he realizes. Just don't say anything. Don't correct the error that I've corrected. Then you know, I'm gonna do my good deed for the day. You know, and now I'll switch over to the drones and murder some Afghanis without repercussions. You know, over here at the NSA. Stephen Hawking did it. So can you. Oh, he was English. Never mind. Really? Was Stephen Hawking's English? No, if you never hear the accent, why didn't his chair have the accent? You know, that's every time I get a Twitch donation here, we get a British voice. Why couldn't the Stephen Hawking have a? How good do you think healthcare is at black sites? Maybe that's not an option. Black sites. I mean, yeah, I guess the reports from the burn pits, you know, definitely would suggest that they didn't really care too much about about what the soldiers were breathing. So, but you know, somebody's just as a flex. Somebody at the NSA, they have to review all the things that I've been saying on this live stream. And so they're like, you know what? Just as a flex, fuck it. I'm just gonna change things. Not even because I give a shit. It's just I'm gonna be like, look, I can break into the SSA's system here, flip a bit, and suddenly, you know, you're getting health coverage. You're suddenly you can get, you know, you and your fiance can get married. That was the big thing that was kind of hanging in the balance here of SSDI filing, is whether or not Lady Pawn and I ever get to get married, because again, you're gonna be like, that can't possibly be true, but no, it is. In the state of Michigan, if Lady Pawn and I were married, then the state of Michigan would no longer pay her as my caregiver. I'll just go ahead and let that sink in for you. Right now, Lady Pawn, my fiance, is being paid she's being paid, I'm going to tell you the number even, about $800 to $850 a month, and she recently got a raise. $800 to $850 per fucking month she's being paid to be a live-in, on-call caregiver for a disabled person, myself. Prepare my meals, you know, be here at any moment that I should need, you know, something kind of thing. I've been doing okay for a while now, but for a while there, she was lifting me and carrying me to the bathroom and stuff. And at those times, she wasn't even getting paid because we hadn't signed up to, you know, she was just doing it because somebody had to be here or else I would be dead. She's being paid to do this work, and they think it's worth less than a part-time job for her to be on-call, live-in healthcare. So, like, in that sense, it seems as though they want to play on the idea that, you know, you're a family member, you're taking care of somebody who you care for, so we're not going to pay you like a real living wage, right? In that sense, they want to, like, lean on that idea. But, turn it around, opposite, we also want to take advantage of the idea that if you were married, well then you should take care of them without being paid for it. You should do the same labor that we acknowledge needs to be done right now before you're married, and someone needs to be paid for having done it. The moment that you're married, well then you, as the wife, should now somehow manage to both continue to do the labor that needs to be done, the caretaking, but also work a full-time job to pay the bills of two people, who, you know, one of whom has additional expenses because of, you know, being disabled and medical needs and stuff like that. How do you like that one? We get you coming and we get you going. Okay? We're not going to pay you a real living wage. All right? But because, you know, we're going to kind of just insinuate that, you'd be doing this, you're taking care of somebody that you love, we're not going to pay you for, you know, real living. Somebody, it needs to be paid, but we're not going to pay. But if you get married, so we can't be married. We can't be married, or else she wouldn't get paid for doing the work that she has to do to take care of me. It suddenly wouldn't matter that someone needs to do the work. She'd just be expected to do it, as though, you know, I don't know, there's some kind of amount of misogyny, and or as though just everything is just comes back to money, and if we can come up with a reason to not not open the fucking wallet, and we'll use it. So we can't get married unless we have like a stable income, one of us, that, you know, is outside of our situation, outside of our, of this, the state pays her for taking care of me, and that's the only way that we pay our bills thing. And it's a very, you know, sticky little situation too, because, you know, maybe you'd say the idea is we get married, and then she gets a job outside the house, and then the state will pay for somebody else to come in and take care of me. And that's, the problem with that is that my disease is immune in nature. It's an autoimmune, well, it's an immune-compromised, you know, disease. Immune, endocrine, and neurological are the main facets of the disease, very widespread in its effects. But it being an immune thing, it's just 1,000 times more dangerous to have a stranger coming and going from the house, to, you know, do the caregiving, preparing meals, and, you know, being around in case I need to be doing all of the things that Lady Pawn does. It's 1,000% more dangerous to me to have a stranger who comes and goes without particular concern on their days off with who they're interacting with or how they're interacting and stuff like that, even when they're masking. Like, if you're not taking basic precautions in your own life because you live with someone and continuously interact with someone who has an immune-compromised condition, then it's just like, okay, you know, I'm gonna catch something from you at some point, and then we'll just see what happens, won't we? And death is not the worst thing, because I've you know, suffered worse with this disease, suffered things that at this point, like, I got through them, and I know that I could get through them again, but it would be a lot. Having been there once before, it's kind of a lot to think of, like, would I be willing to spend another 3 years in those states having to build back, with only just my fingers crossed that it's even possible to build back, to be in that amount of pain, to be that completely disabled, that completely immobile, that completely, like, just, I can do nothing but just be a vegetable, who's just a little bit too sentient, a little bit too aware of the state. Would I be willing to do that all again? Like, that would be worse, potentially, than just dying. The types of pain that I've known in this disease. And so, like, it's the best situation if Lady Pawn, who cares about me, and gives a damn, is the one who's doing the caregiving, because she's going to be taking general precautions in her daily life, to ensure that, the threats against my health are minimal. Whereas someone who's just coming in and doing it as a job, not so much. And I say all that, and that's actually, like, why, that was the reason why we didn't have a live stream, last Sunday, and why I'm wearing a mask right now, as we do this live stream. And I said at the beginning, if it sounds a little bit muffled, the audio, it's because I'm wearing an N95 mask, is because Lady Pawn slipped and didn't take the minimal precautions that we have always taken. She had a friend over, and they spent a considerable amount of time unmasked in the same room together, and probably traded air, you know, for a good long time. And so it's like, if her guest had been exposed to COVID or the flu, something like that, and was carrying it, which, by, you know, in case you don't know these statistics, more than 50% of COVID-19 cases are asymptomatic. So you're carrying it, you are spreading it, you are transmitting it, but you're not experiencing any of the major symptoms yourself. So if the person that visited with her was carrying COVID-19 or was carrying the flu and they were asymptomatic, then they spent enough time in the same room together unmasked that now Lady Pawn is definitely carrying and transmitting those things. So we had to wait 5 days. Tomorrow will be like 5 days or 6 days or something like that before we can even really test to see. But so for the past 5-6 days, we've had to take the precaution of distancing, separating ourselves from each other. She's staying in her side of the house, I'm staying in my side of the house, and I've been wearing a mask every single day, all day long, in my own bed here, in my own room, very uncomfortable, pinching nose thing, just as trying to take the, minimum precaution of the minor inconvenience of masking for all this period until we can do what I will want to do is 2 tests. Have Lady Pawn take 2 tests, home tests, home kit tests for COVID-19 and maybe the flu. We'll see. It's like I'm more concerned with COVID-19 than the flu. I haven't been immunized or vaccinated against C-19 since 2022, since the government vaccinations. Again, because of my difficulties in accessing medical care. I would have liked it. Would have liked to have the vaccine or have boosters and stuff like that since I started feeling better. When I was doing worse, the risk of a booster is that the booster itself causes enough harm that you lose function to it. For people who have this condition, it's definitely a thing. There's a percentage, and it's not like a single digit or even it's a significant percentage of us who have a very negative reaction to vaccines, to vaccination. So you've got to weigh your exposure and your risk and decide what's more risky, to not be vaccinated or to be vaccinated. And for a while there, it made more sense to me, as bad as my condition was, to not be vaccinated but be taking all of these other precautions, and I don't appear in public and all that kind of stuff. It's just we weren't going in public. It wasn't like we were avoiding public. I wasn't fit to leave the house anyway, so it made more sense to not be vaccinated. At a certain turning point, it was like, okay, now I'm doing well enough. I feel like I'm healthy enough that I would probably be okay taking the vaccine. At this point, I would like to get a booster. But by that time, I didn't have access to medical care because I'm housebound and bedridden, and I can't get the fucking doctors to come to me. So yeah, I haven't been vaccinated against it since the original government distributed 2022 vaccinations, and I'm pretty sure I haven't had it either, because I've been housebound, bedridden, and all that kind of stuff. If I have had it, then it would be, I picked it up at that Henry Ford thing, and it's what actually fucked me up for the past 3 years, and it was long COVID. But no, I've been having the symptoms of ME/CFS for 10 years coming on, and it's a weird thing because long COVID is actually basically ME/CFS. ME/CFS is a condition brought on in the wake of a viral infection that causes a deficiency in the mitochondria to produce energy, and then that deficiency to produce energy has fallouts all across the body in a million different ways that end up being neurological, endocrine, and autoimmune primarily. But that's basically how this disease works out. It's called the itaconate shunt, and it can be triggered without a viral, infection, but it's usually a viral infection. In the wake of a viral infection, your cells switch into the itaconate shunt state, and they can no longer use sugar and fat to produce energy at reasonable rates, so all they can do is convert protein into energy, the mitochondria, and so in the brain, that causes your brain to consume its own neurotransmitters for cellular energy, because your neurotransmitters are proteins, and so it breaks down your dopamine and your serotonin and stuff like that in order to just have the energy to function. And throughout the body, it has, various other effects. Just think of basically running your whole body, every cell, every individual cell of your body, at 42%, I think, efficiency of what it's expected all of its life. Every cell is running at 40. It's, 60% deficient of the usual access to energy. And now think of what effect that's going to have throughout the body, in your immune system, in your endocrine system, your hormone production, in your brain. Like, how does that affect? And it affects it weirdly in every different system. Very, very specific ways. Definitely, death is definitely not the worst thing that can happen to a person. Far from the worst, yeah. And now with RFK, there won't be a vaccine for you. Oh, really? Something with that fake Kennedy dude. Wish that worm finished its job. He's got a brain-eating parasite, doesn't he? I didn't follow RFK. Like, I saw that. I was like, I saw that from a million miles away. I heard a couple of things and said, I don't want to know anything about RFK. I don't want to know anything about it. He's just a distraction. He's another fucking loon. He's fucking, all the Democrats are fake, leftists in the first place. But to be a fake Democrat is like, it's just multiple levels of fake. So I don't know what the hell's going on with no RFKs. But I have heard these little things about he's got a brain worm parasite thing, or he had one. Or something. Have you, by any chance, been following Physics Girl ME/CFS progression? She's also gotten better from what I've seen. I haven't followed the progression. I was at they had a live stream, maybe 6 months ago, I feel like just 6 months ago. They had a live stream on YouTube. I watched a little bit of that, a couple hours maybe, of them having a live stream where it was just her in bed. It was just a webcam pointed at her to show like what her life is, which is just in bed all day. Almost no access to digital stuff. This was the experience that I had for for about 6 months probably in total in 2022 going into 2023. I was in that state. 3 months where I was just completely bedridden, couldn't stand the presence of another human being, and then there were, more months where it was like my exposure to any kind of digital device, anything that emitted light, anything that produced sound, even a book. I couldn't read a book because the emotional context of a book, if it got me like emotional at all, and the language processing was very hard for me at that time. So she was, I've followed her progression to that state, but I didn't know if she had gotten better from that. That was the last I heard, was that live stream. But yeah, they were, and during that live stream, I was a little bit disappointed with, representation of the thing. It wasn't necessarily being said that ME/CFS is what she was suffering from. It was long COVID. There was talk about ME/CFS and about how closely related they are, and maybe there was a lot of non-committal language, and it wasn't bad. It just wasn't the best it could have been in terms of like representing what the truth and the seriousness of this disease is. I feel it was very respectful to the lies. Is I guess my problem with it is that the false representations of the disease have gotten mixed in with the true science, and there's a lot of there's too much respect for accommodating the lies, or for accommodating the misinformation, or for not being willing to just say, listen, the research points this direction, so I'm going to start saying that instead of saying the thing that you can Google search. It's not been 1,000% shaken out, by research, but it's not been 1,000% shaken out by research because it doesn't get the fucking funding, which is a governmental choice as well as, you know, individual choice, and like the lack of funding should not inhibit, once you've read a significant amount of research, the reality that there's like 1,600 papers published on MECFS and they all point in one fucking direction. And so, like, the fact that you can't get a phase 3 trial to fucking prove it to the standards doesn't mean that we should, like, respect that when we're talking about it. Like, that we should avoid being decisive in our language. The fact that we're not being decisive in our language leaves the room for us to be, for our disease to be recontextualized and to be, you know, shaped back in the, pointed back in the direction where, oh, maybe it's psychological, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's the other. No, we know what it is, okay? It's the whole, we don't exactly know where it comes from thing is more of a lie than it is the truth. It's not a complete lie. We don't know absolutely everything about it, but we know a whole fucking bunch. You want to hear about WASF3? You want to hear about, tell you about a little thing called fibronectin and the connection between fibronectin and being depleted, or no, being in excess amounts in plasma and serum, okay? You find excess fibronectin in people who have severe cases of ME/CFS and in people who have severe cases of long COVID, because it's pretty much the same fucking disease. And the reason why you find that is because the natural IgM antibodies that are supposed to break down excess fibronectin are depleted. They're missing, which is really fucking weird, because those antibodies are produced by the bone marrow, which is really fucking weird. Why isn't the bone marrow producing these IgM antibodies? Because this shit is attached to viral infections. And when you test people for the virus, it's like a lot of times you don't find the virus, but we don't test for the virus in the bone marrow because the common wisdom is that viruses don't penetrate the bone marrow. Except for that is just the common wisdom. And the more you look into it, the more there's a lot of fucking, like, serious people out there in the research community who seem to think that that assumption that viruses don't penetrate the bone marrow is just fucking wrong. There's so much, like, that we do know about this disease, and we do know how it functions, and we have the fucking research, we have the data, and we know what works, and we've got, like, genetic markers. We've got, like, 12 different biomarkers that I'm aware of, that I have found, in looking at research, that you could just, if you just took this test, if you just looked at these numbers, like, is there enough of this in somebody's blood, or is there enough of that? If you looked at that, we have biomarkers, we have enough indicators to where you could accurately diagnose this disease, no problem. But none of those biomarkers can get, like, a real round of funding to do the large-scale test that needs to happen before. It's like a 3-year process from the moment that you have a biomarker and you know that it's real. It's like 3 years of money and time and research developing toward, okay, and now we've proven it, and now we can actually distribute that, and now they can actually start testing for it, and now there's a test that you could just take, and now we'll know. There's like 3 years from the moment that you know that you've got it to the point where you could actually, like, distribute it. And someone has to want to do that and have the money to do that. And nobody has the money or wants to do it. Nobody wants to invest in it. But there's mRNA markers. There's the nanoneedle blood assay. There's the fibronectin connection I mentioned. There is the orthostatic intolerance. If you just test somebody with a tilt table test while you're doing Doppler imaging, is that? Like, I can only ever, like, recall about 6 of them off the top of my head. There's a dozen fucking things that prove this is a real disease and prove that you've got it. There's a test, I think it's the mRNA test, that can actually distinguish between whether or not you have ME/CFS, or you have rheumatoid arthritis, or you have ME/CFS and rheumatoid arthritis. there is a set of markers that you can just look at, and it will tell you whether or not this person has one or the other or both. Like, holy fucking shit. And we're still living in a world... The rack is full, isn't it? We're still living in a world where, you know, people get to pretend like, oh, we don't know much about this disease, where it comes from, and there's some questions about whether or not it's physical, it's biological, or it's neurological, or it's mental, or it's like, no, there are no questions as such. There's some bullshit lies that have been circulated for the past 40 years, and then there's 1,600 fucking research papers. Read one of them, not the first one. I when I was, you know, recovering from ME/CFS, didn't have the breath, but had started to get my ability to read stuff, which took a long time. Took a long time, especially like technical papers like that. That was, but that was what I was doing with my time. I was following the research as closely as possible to see if there were any developments. I was looking at, you know, I could name fucking doctors for you that were doing the research. I want to say Paul Huang, H-W-A-N-G, Paul Huang, Dr. Paul Huang got a write-up in the Washington Post for what he was finding with one of his patients. He was able to create lab mice that are ME/CFS lab mice by affecting like a gene mutation or something like that. So he like managed to create ME/CFS lab mice, which is a pretty big step toward like understanding why and how. And the way that what he was causing was it was something to do with the WASF3 gene, which produces a certain chemical or something. That's been so long, I can't remember. But the WASF3 gene, and there is a drug that actually already exists. That's like an experimental drug that's used in cancer or something like that, that inhibits the WASF3 or something like that. And so basically there's a potential fucking treatment for what this doctor at the NIH, Paul Huang, this researcher, happened to find. And that's the kind of thing that's like, is there any movement being done on that? Why is there money being spent on that? Is there a second round of fucking, what's going on? Man created ME/CFS lab mice. What's that? Anything? So I was watching all that stuff. I have an incredibly rich depth of knowledge in terms of the, you know, ME/CFS and an understanding of it that doctors don't. That your MDs and your DOs are just too fucking idiots. You know, I don't expect you to read all of the stuff that I've read, but I do expect you to do a little bit better than, you know, Googling it. You're saying that... Alright, I'm trying to play the game and read at the same time. You're saying that Physics Girl posted a short where she stands up for the first time in 2 years. No need for earmuffs or sunglasses. Wow. I will bet anything that, that she put some glasses on, shortly thereafter. The earmuffs come off, that's, you know, a thing. As long as, you know, that's the first thing to go. The light sensitivity, I'm still wearing, like, my green glasses indoors. I can take them off and go for, you know, an hour, 90 minutes kind of thing, but, boy, it will eventually start to back up on me. But that's great that she's standing, not fully bedridden anymore, and not so hypersensitive. That was a long run. That was a long stretch of being that bad. And that's sort of like ME/CFS prior to COVID. You know, it came on differently for everybody, but there was just, there were more stories of ME/CFS where it comes on slow. You have these crashes, these weird things that happen to you, but like for a while, you don't just crash and you're in bed forever. You know, you did. Certainly people did. I'm saying less. Most of the stories were of people who had like weird issues when they turned 18, and usually women. It's a woman's disease, 80%. of the patient base is women. So you'd around 18 to 21 is when it onsets for women, in the 30s for men, early 30s. But so usually a woman would have an experience where 18, 21, she like had a collapsing kind of event during physical strenuous, and it took her a couple of days or a week to get back to feeling a little bit normal, and then she went on with her life, and then she had another one, and then she tried to get back on with her life, and then she had another one, and it kept getting worse and worse and worse, and that's usually the story with ME/CFS. It comes on in bursts over time, and it slowly overtakes you. When COVID became a thing, the ME/CFS numbers spiked, and the way that it hit, the way that long COVID hits is it just fucking takes a baseball bat to your knees. Boom, you are down. And so the ME/CFS that comes on from COVID, from that post-viral situation, is all at once, and it's horrific and traumatizing. And a lot of us in the ME/CFS community were actually kind of like hoping, it sucks to be in the situation where you're hoping that someone else's trauma will help you out, but we were hoping that the severity, the increase, it would draw a bunch of attention to ME/CFS, and then there would be actual real-world movement on the disease, on treatments, on a cure, on all that kind of stuff, and that we would have to, we would get to stop being psychologized by so many motherfuckers out there. Unfortunately, that's just not really how it went. 58? Couldn't find the Kiwi-O. That's just because they didn't shelf it fast enough. Unfortunately, some people in the long COVID community have worked hard to keep ME/CFS from being, interchangeable with long COVID, primarily because they don't want to have the same psychologizing bullshit that's happened to us happen to them. And also because there are a few distinct characteristics. There's not much. There are a few. There's just a couple of symptoms that I think at this point have been, boiled down to, yeah, that's the virus, that's viral persistence, but it doesn't have relation to the disease, like the loss of taste and smell and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that has been boiled down to, that is, you literally have the virus persisting in your tongue and in your nose. Like, it's when you have to cut flesh and do a biopsy in order to find it, which is why they didn't see it. But the virus is actually persisting in muscle tissue in the face, and that's why you don't have that. That's why you lose your sense of smell. But everything else just lines up perfectly with ME/CFS because it is ME/CFS. Because ME/CFS has always been a post-viral condition that doesn't distinguish between viruses necessarily. Like, there's a number of different viruses that will trigger it, and some cases even come about without necessarily virus being involved. Like, there's definite overlap with fungus, like if you're exposed to certain funguses, because it's clear at this point in the history of ME/CFS that it comes about as an immune response to something. It's an immune response to something, and the immune response is, I certainly believe, the itaconate shunt. And the itaconate shunt is a immune response, olive oil and large sushi. Let's change this. And then I'll explain the itaconate shunt to you. $7, and then the big sushis. Back here, $27.50. The itaconate shunt, we'll take a walk while my boys do some shelving. The itaconate shunt is an immune response that exists from in the, like, fossil record in terms of, like, evolution on this planet, all the way back in invertebrates, all the way back for worms, before there was anything that could be considered an advanced immune response, where you've got multiple different, like, independent life forms within you that are communicating with one another to coordinate an attack or anything. Before there was any sort of sophisticated immune system, there was the itaconate shunt. The itaconate shunt is simply that your mitochondria have a state where when they are exposed, there's a certain chemical, there's itaconate. When itaconate is produced and injected into the Krebs cycle, which is what the mitochondria go through in order to produce energy, the mitochondria takes in, at a cellular level, each cell has a mitochondria. When it takes in fat, sugar, or protein, is how that can break down for you. Fat, sugar, or protein, it goes through a certain chemical process in order to convert those into ATP, which is the fuel. It's basically making rocket fuel, and you use that fuel in order to power your body. So that's how the mitochondria work. Krebs cycle, which is just a chemical process that produces, depending on what comes in, whether it's a fat, a sugar, or a protein, breaks it down into something so that it can make it into ATP so that your cell can use it to create energy, to push ions across the cell wall and shit like that. It's how the cell operates. So when you get itaconate in there, the itaconate shunt, it makes it so that the chemical process for breaking down fats and sugars can no longer take place. And it's not 100% that it can't take place, but it's 99% that it just can't take place now. It's going to be so hard for it to take place, it's just not going to happen. So you're only going to be making energy from protein. So each individual cell is now only making energy from protein. And protein, in fact, is it's the worst form of energy for your cell to be making energy from. The cell prefers to make energy from sugar, and then it prefers to make energy from fat, and then if it has to, it'll make energy from protein. Now you have to rely on the worst form of energy production. It's the least efficient. It costs the most energy to produce energy from protein, and that's all you can do now. That's all your cell can do. So the idea behind ME/CFS, that is about 90% just proven at this point as far as you ask me, is that you get exposed to a virus, you get exposed to a fungus, you get even in an accident where maybe you had an open wound and something happened and maybe you couldn't detect what it was, but your immune system responded to it. And your immune system responds in this old school way, this itaconate shunt way, where, as I was saying at the beginning of the fossil record, all the way back to worms and stuff, it was a response to an invader, to something coming in that's trying to suck your energy away, something to eat the energy out of your cells. Your cells developed a way to shut themselves down into low power mode so that they only produced enough energy to keep themselves going. So that if you've got a parasite, you got something that's trying to, consume the cell itself, it makes itself, at the very least, an undesirable target, or it makes itself just not a meal at all for an invader. That's the concept evolutionally to the itaconate shunt. So the idea in ME/CFS is that you get hit with a virus, you get hit with something, and your body decides, I'm going to switch the cell into the itaconate shunt state, and then it gets stuck. The cells get stuck there. And, I think of it as like it's a grouping. There's the itaconate shunt starts in a certain area in your body, and it kind of spreads out like a cancer, that it's the itaconate shunt starts affecting more and more of your body over time. More and more of your cells are being shut down and not producing the amount of energy that they need. So you're producing your energy exclusively from protein, which means that in certain situations the body has to sort of cannibalize itself to get the protein. There's no protein in your brain except for your neurotransmitters, so your brain starts eating its own dopamine and serotonin, which causes the brain fog and inflammation and all kinds of neurological issues that you get. In the immune system, the fact that you're running on low power, it means that certain parts of your immune system just aren't working, and so they're leaving more and more of your own biological waste material is not being consumed and gotten rid of, and so you're making an immunological mess inside yourself until your body starts to recognize its own discarded waste cells as an enemy that needs to be taken care of. And the problem is the enemy is you. Those are your cells that should have been taken care of by a functioning immune system, but they're not being cleaned up, and so now you're getting like your immune system starts pulling out the big guns to get rid of these things that it's decided are hostile, but it's you. And so the big guns it's pulling out, it's aiming at you. And in order to get rid of the waste cells, it starts, you get friendly fire, ostensibly. So that's your, immune compromise section there. And then the effect that this itaconate shunt has on the endocrine system is, I think, actually just caused by the problems in the brain. I think the endocrine effect is caused by the pons region of the brainstem it being inflamed in ME/CFS. And the pons region of the brainstem is, again, like old evolutional stuff. So it controls hormone distribution, regulation, temperature, that kind of thing. And so you get, your hormones start going way out of whack, which everybody with this disease can attest to. The hot flashes and weird bursts of like adrenaline and also like anxiety and all the things that if the chemicals of your body are out of whack, and you get all of these things. But it all comes out of just this one problem. All of these various effects, these wild various effects that are across the body, that medical science is like, I can't understand why it would span the neurological and the endocrine and the autoimmune. Why would it be like that? It's one simple solution. It's one simple reality. And that simple reality is the itaconate shunt. That's all that's going on here. When your cells don't have the energy that they need, these are the effects that roll out across the body. And that's ME/CFS. I've just described to you everything that you need to know about ME/CFS to understand why it works, how it functions, and to develop treatments and cures. The reason why L-carnitine as a supplement is hugely important to ME/CFS patients is because L-carnitine helps the mitochondria produce energy. L-carnitine has that effect of it helps the energy production of the mitochondria. It's a mitochondrial benefit. That's why that works. You know why LDN works for all of us? Because it reduces the inflammation in the brain. LDN, low-dose naltrexone, which has been known since the early 80s, late 70s, naltrexone in a low dose helps as an anti-inflammatory. So in the brain, in particular, LDN gets in there and helps to reduce the inflammation in the pons region of the brainstem and starts to get things under control. That's why low-dose naltrexone works. Even though naltrexone, if you know anything about that, it's supposed to be an anti-opioid drug. You take naltrexone to, interrupt a overdose, bring you down from a high, or to make it so that you can't get high. That's how naltrexone has been used historically, which makes it actually very dangerous. Because people who want to, break their addictions and things will sometimes, get on naltrexone without supervision. You'll sell, and what? What? Okay, I'm buying them cheap. I get it. Took me a minute. Sure, I will do that. I'm happy for that. People will try and use naltrexone without supervision. The problem is naltrexone, if you're taking it and you're addicted to something, then it's going to take that much more of the something before you get high, and so people will they will overdose in very weird ways. Like they'll go to incredible dosages trying to get high because they've been taking naltrexone, and they'll just destroy their fucking bodies. So if you're on naltrexone, you can't get high, which means you might just go right past high to overdose really easily. But it was found in the patients who were on naltrexone for drug treatment that those who had like neurological issues that had to do with inflammation in the brain were receiving, like, they were getting some kind of a benefit, an unintended benefit from being on naltrexone at the usual dose for drug treatment. And so researchers got in there and did their thing and said why and what's the necessary dosage, and they found out that you can go all the way down to, you know, just a few milligrams of naltrexone and get the effect of reduced inflammation in the brain. Ping God says, I've only been partly listening to you because I was trying to find info about HIV infecting bone marrow. I thought I heard something about that from my AIDS volunteer people, and I found some. From my understanding, HIV can eventually infect bone marrow. Yeah, research that I've read has also identified, you know, like, if you do look in the bone marrow for viral, you know, infection, you will find like 2-3 dozen viruses, usually in most people's bone marrow. But it's trace, you know, viral material. It's not active. It's not living. And so the assumption has always been that it eventually gets in there, like just traces, but the virus itself, living virus, never penetrates the bone marrow. And I think yes, it does sometimes do that. I think you just don't usually check the bone marrow. And I think you don't want to know. Like, if you did find it in there, you'd probably assume that it's a bad test, that something went wrong in the lab or something like that. I think it has been found, and the people who are operating on a certain conventional wisdom have dismissed it whenever they have seen it there. But otherwise, like, who draws bone marrow to check for viral persistence, you know? It's just not done. And then Pingon says, I came up with a genius comparison for the autoimmune aspect of MECFS. It's as if the National Guard started clearing out the homeless people camps with F-35s. Yeah, it's definitely, you're attacking the part of you that you don't want to admit is part of you. Yeah. It works. Is that something that happened in the news? That sounds like very much like I didn't hear about the National Guard started with You know, I do remember the 60s songs for Dead in Ohio. I do remember, you know, Kent State, but I didn't. If something happened recently, then I have been blissfully ignorant. But so I've just explained MECFS very clearly, very cogently, and the thing is, like, not all of this is 1000% proven by science, because you need a lot of fucking money and you need a lot of researchers and all that to prove something 100% in genuine 100% like science. And the problem is the clinicians are happily ignorant. Oh, it's 83. And ready to, like, demand that the proof be 1000% in one direction, while ignoring, like, the predominance of the truth and dismissing the idea that, you know, we live in a world where you need to have funding and backing and public support in order to get anything fucking done. You know, here's a little factoid, like, I think to this day, HIV and AIDS still receives like $40 billion of funding, research funding every year. You know, correct me with more accurate numbers, but I feel like that's real. I think $40 billion per year worldwide ends up getting donated to research efforts around HIV and AIDS to this day. Now, if you know anything about HIV and AIDS, at this point, if you have HIV, your life expectancy is the exact same as if you don't have HIV. your life expectancy, so long as you're in a country where you have access to the medication. Okay, I should say that, I should stipulate that. So long as you have access to the medication that has been developed, because $40 billion a year bought the kind of medical advancement that you wanted. That's why you invested that money, and you got what you paid for. Everybody, you got it. And so there are treatments. There is medication, and a person who has HIV has a life that is exactly the same as a person who does not have HIV at this point in time. You can, participate. You can go on a fun run, and you can, you're exactly as physically able, and your life expectancy is like 81 years old or something like that. Meanwhile, while there is still $40 billion a year going to a disease that has all of the treatments that it needs, that the average life expectancy is the same as if you didn't have it, if you didn't have the disease, well, they're still receiving $40 billion a year. MECFS, the life expectancy is 58. And the funding, instead of being $40 billion, is $15 million a year? 15 million, not billion, 15 million a year from the NIH is how I recall these numbers working out. Something very close to that. So there are the numbers, when you look it up via Google, are like ancient. So you'll see like 875,000 people are known to have MECFS, or estimated to have, and it's like those numbers are fucking ancient. The CDC estimated in 2023 or 2024, after COVID, in the wake of COVID, that over 3 million Americans, which is 1%, by the way, had been diagnosed by a doctor with chronic fatigue. And that's not exactly saying that you have chronic fatigue syndrome, but when you are spending months of your life after a virus, after a viral infection, you have 6 months of your life or more where you don't have the energy, and you don't have the strength, and you can't work, and you can't, all of these things. It's a much bigger problem than what the old 875,000 estimate used to say. But yeah, far more people with MECFS, a disease that shortens your expected lifespan by like 25 years. And we can't get anything. We can't get any funding for this one. Meanwhile, HIV is still being funded at a ridiculous fucking rate. All these years after, like, it has been meaningfully solved. At this point, like, it would be nice to have a cure, obviously. That would be great. But, like, number one, they don't want you to have a cure. They want to sell you HIV treatment all your life. That's just capitalism, friends. So, unlikely to get a cure. You would think that they could maybe spare a couple of those billions of dollars that HIV gets every year for all of the other things. Like, you know what a number one killer in this country is? Alzheimer's. Like, a significant number of people die with Alzheimer's anyway, and the numbers end up making it look like Alzheimer's is the 4th or 5th leading cause of death in the United States of America. How many billions does Alzheimer's get per year? Not enough, considering that until recently they were trying to get rid of the plaque in the brain that people with Alzheimer's seem to have, and last I heard, they were starting to think that maybe that plaque was a good thing. Maybe the plaque they've been trying to remove was actually the brain's way of kind of patching over holes from something else. Although the most primitive HPCs, we'll say, hematopoietic. They're not poetic. I've never seen this blood word, this hematopoietic, but hematopoietic progenitor cells. Although the most HPCs are resistant to HIV-1 infection, Once these cells begin to differentiate and become committed HPCs, they become increasingly susceptible to HIV-1 infection and permissive to viral gene expression and infectious virus production. That's a quote from the abstract for the paper. I can link it if you want. Not exactly the same, but it's really close for something as serious as HIV. It's incredible. Like there's a guy who has HIV and ME/CFS, and he said, when I had just had HIV, I ran in marathons in order to support, the cure for HIV and for AIDS and stuff like that. My life did not change in a substantive way, except that like I was maybe even more active because I was doing things to try and fight for people who had my problem. When I got ME/CFS, I became unable to interact with the world in a basic way. And so if you have a choice, if somebody comes to you and says, I can either give you HIV or I can give you, oh Jesus, sorry, I hit the mic. I can either give you HIV or I can give you ME/CFS. You take that HIV. That was his perspective. I can link it to the YouTube video of him saying that HIV is something you want to live with a lot more than you want to try and live with ME/CFS. And yet, each year, where does the funding go? And it all comes down to like the ridiculousness of our culture, of our global culture, that HIV is just that kind of thing, man. It's just like people know if you want to give money to charity, and get some, like, in order to get yourself a nice tax dodge, but you also want to get like some credit, some street cred for having done some good for the world. Basically, if you're a California yuppie, you got too much money, and you're trying to save some, make sure that the government doesn't get it, or whatever the fuck it is that you people do with your California money. If you're one of these people and you got all this money, and you're looking for somewhere to give it away so that you don't have to pay all your taxes, HIV/AIDS is something that everybody recognizes. And if you ever say, oh yeah, last year we gave $12,000 to HIV research, that sounds really good on a fucking sofa with your shallow friends in San Francisco, with your dumbass fucking sounds great. Sounds great. And so because of that, because you've got shit, who is it that does your it's another word that I've just dropped. Who is it that does your money affairs for you, does your finances and whatnot? What's that job called? Another word that's just escaped my... I don't have an issue here. I'm not disabled according to the SSA. You're, and maybe he wears like a little green, green colored visor, and he does your budgetary matters, he files your taxes for you. Your economic assistant man. If you've got... When he sits down, somebody else does your shit for you. When he sits down and he's looking for, okay, they want me, I got to save the money, I got to donate, they want that kind of a thing. It's just easiest for that guy to say, okay, HIV. Because HIV is just a thing. It's just people know HIV, will do HIV. Accountant, thank you, Jamasian, and for the 100-bit cheer. When your accountant sits down to file your taxes and is looking for a tax write-off and they're going to donate to something, donating to HIV/AIDS research is just, it's a no-brainer. It's a given. It's just, you just do it, and then nobody's going to question it. Nobody's going to ask, is this a real charity? Is this a real anything like that? And so between the accountants and the individuals who are ignorant and just are like, I'm just gonna give my money. I'm gonna, I want street cred. I want to be able to say we gave $12,000 to HIV research last year. Between those two, all the money ends up going to the same place over and over again, long past when the money is needed there, and it's being denied to the places where it is needed, including ME/CFS, also Alzheimer's, also a lot of other things, a lot of other like invisible diseases. My mother has Sjogren's. which is probably part of whatever genetic hell she passed on to me that made me susceptible to this shit. You know, she ends up with Sjogren's, I end up with ME/CFS. It's another disease that, you know, but it's less common and people don't know about it. They haven't heard of it. And it was only in one episode of House, and whereas ME/CFS, okay, Sjogren's didn't even get an episode of the Golden Girls, whereas ME/CFS, chronic fatigue syndrome, got an episode of Golden Girls all the way back. Dorothy had ME/CFS. They decided to give Dorothy because one of the writers or somebody, producer, somebody on the show had, or their family member had CFS, and they experienced all of the gaslighting, psychologizing bullshit. And so they wrote an episode of the Golden Girls, you can go and watch, where they gave Dorothy chronic fatigue syndrome, and they gave her a doctor who gaslit her and told her that she doesn't really have a problem, she just needs to have a better attitude and, you know, see a psychiatrist and get some exercise and shit like that. And at the end of that episode, that doctor is lambasted and set on fire and drawn and quartered by, like, his wife at the dinner table when Dorothy, you know, notices him across the room and walks over, having spoken to a real doctor who knows about it, and tells him, you know, what all went on, and he tries to blow her off, and then his wife is like, "Oh, no, you don't, motherfucker. You treated this woman like shit, and now she's got you by the short hairs," you know, something like that. So yeah, ME/CFS in the 80s, maybe the early 90s, but I think the late 80s, got an episode of Golden Girls, and it's still fucking psychological. It's still psychologized. It's still fucking psychologized, and I just got denied by the Social Security Administration for Social Security disability insurance. As a bed-bound, house-ridden man, they say I can work. And should have been working while I was lying on a floor staring at a ceiling, hoping, you know, that nobody walked in the room, because the slightest sound was a neurological pain that I can't describe to you, because we don't have words to describe it. HIV needs to be diagnosed more. ME/CFS needs to be researched. And I need to pee. How long have we haven't been here long enough for another live stream break? Ordering. Do your ordering. Hold on. Your ordering. But that is sort of my next video for YouTube. In my, you know, in my somewhat problematic attempt to be like a representative of this disease in a public way on YouTube. It's problematic because I have the disease, and so there's only so much I can ever do. Like, I can't consistently represent it. I can't, if I produce a video for it and it takes me 2-3 months to produce a 20-minute video like the last one I did, then I need, like, until the next year, the second quarter of the next year, in order to, you know, even start thinking about producing another one. Need recovery time. But that would be my next video for YouTube, would be what is ME/CFS, and it would be the real version. Because right now, if you go trying to look that up, what is ME/CFS, if you just Google that shit, you're going to get a mixture of ignorance and lies. And that's it, just ignorance and lies. And a whole bunch of, like, tiptoeing, afraid to make a commitment statement because it's not 100% certain. And the problem is, most people just, you know, you haven't read the research, you don't know what the state of, like, where it's been left, that kind of a thing. And so you're just being, like, the people in the media, they're just being cautious about making a statement that they don't know the truth about, that, you know, because it's hard to know. You have to do you have to be incredibly well versed in the subject matter to know. So if you don't know, then you just don't make a hard statement about it. But that becomes the problem. And it has become the problem, and it enables the psychologizing of this disease, because we know all the things. We know it's not, we have biomarkers, it's real, it's physical, I can tell you why it happens, I can tell you where to look for the evidence. The fact that you can look at a 7 Tesla MRI reading of a brain of someone with ME/CFS and see the inflammation in the pons region of the brainstem, okay? but you do need a 7 Tesla MRI machine. You need the strongest MRI machine in the world, and you need to be looking for it. And you need to be able to compare it to something from before and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's hard to see, but it's there. And what has really just disgusted me about modern medicine, about MDs, and about DOs is that they are idiots. They're not scientists. If they can't see it with their own 2 eyes, if they weren't taught about it as common basic fucking knowledge, then it just doesn't exist. It's as though it's like you know how washing your hands when you're giving birth it's like obvious, right? You should wash your hands if you're going to give birth to you're going to have a woman who's pregnant. She's going to come in, and you're going to be the doctor, and you're going to give birth. Wash your hands and glove up. You know how obvious that is? How just, you don't even have to, like, have research about that. Like, we don't need to know anything to know that that's probably a good idea. Just right? So, when that was discovered, that it would be a good idea, that you could cut down on the number of children who were dying, and mothers who were dying in labor, if you just washed your fucking hands. When that was discovered, the guy who discovered it, and who tried to publish and popularize it and get it around, was kind of, by all the other incredibly intelligent DOs and MDs, was shunned, and he was made fun of, and I think it went another 150 years before anybody actually started doing that. Maybe it wasn't that long, but it was a ridiculous amount of time after somebody simply noticed in their maternity ward, hey, when we wash our hands, people don't die as much. That was an unpopular opinion in medicine for a long time because of the egos of the male ego of your MD and your DO who think they fucking know everything. And it took decades, if not like half a century or a century. I feel like it was a ridiculously long time for the truth to become the thing that medical practitioners who are supposedly scientists and supposedly truth seekers and who supposedly are only interested in data. It took a ridiculous amount of time for them to start washing their hands going into the maternity ward and going into surgery and shit like that, because it was about their dick-waving fucking egos and about whether or not they, then they would have to acknowledge how many, like, surgeries they've done and how many people who have died under their scalpel or under their care, and it was their fault because they were ignorant of something. So instead of acknowledging that, they put their flags in the denial camp and said, you know what? It's better for me to just keep causing harm while living in ignorance than to learn something that tells me that I've been causing harm and correct it. Basic fucking human ego, like fucking 7-year-old child fucking ego, and whole industry of medicine. Whole industry. And people like to think, oh, we've come so far since then. We have not come anywhere since then because it's about psychology. It's about your mind. Those men were men of science too. Those men thought that they were, they were persuaded by the evidence and not by and the same thing is true today about the MDs and the DOs that you interact with, about your primary care provider as well. Their first and foremost is their egos. They have spent way too much time on their fucking education. They've put way too much money into that education. And they feel entitled to a certain position within society, and they don't expect anyone to come to them and tell them something about medicine that they don't already know. And they don't appreciate it, and they're just not going to fucking listen to it. And so they just won't learn. And they will continue killing mothers and their babies, and, infecting people that they operate on because they refuse to wash their hands because they just don't want to know. They don't want to know. So they're going to pretend like they don't know. Pee your pants now. Good news is the midwives were washing their hands, not even living in ignorance, living in denial. That's right. That's right. They'd rather live in denial. Now they know, but they're gonna pretend like they don't know. Pretend like there's no soundness. I'm the doctor over here. I'm the man. I've got the dick. I did all the research. I study. I memorized a lot of Latin. That's how I think of doctors at this point. These are people who memorized Latin. And the fact that they took so much time memorizing Latin instead of doing something worthwhile with their life says a lot of stuff. Says a lot, doesn't it? You took an incredible amount of time to memorize how to say the names of, like, I always bring it back to the big muscle in the back. What's the big muscle in the back called? Let's find out together, kids. Let's find out together after I check this man out. Okay. You just hang in there. Coming back. I swear I am. Okay, chess.com. What's the big muscle in the back called? And well, maybe I'll say Latin. The latissimus dorsi muscle. So, hang on. Large flat muscle on the back, stretches both sides. Comes from the Latin, it means broadest muscle of the back. It literally translates to latissimus, broadest, dorsum, back. So, you memorize the term latissimus dorsi so that you could say the big one in the back in a different language. Congratulations. What a waste of fucking time. Huh? So that you could make it harder for people to, like, penetrate what you were talking about, so that you could create an artificial barrier between you and the common man when you're actually talking, so that you could speak in a special little internal language that only you and other doctors would understand, because only you losers took the time to memorize how to say the big one in the back in a dead fucking language. What is the goal of this? What is the point of communicating in a dead language in medicine? What is the purpose of that in the modern world? And there is no purpose besides making it an insular field of knowledge that makes it feel like it's harder to penetrate, and like you really gotta commit. If you're gonna learn this stuff, then you're gonna spend a lot of time learning a lot of shit that's like kind of stupid that you're wasting your fucking time in order to latissimus dorsi, shit like that. This is the world of medicine, and this is how I think of these men. These are the people who were willing to waste their fucking time learning inside trade language. How can I say words in a more complicated way? In Latin, like, it's telling that in Latin they didn't, like, reach for some other language in order to make it sound like more more complicated than it is, right? You know? That they weren't speaking of it in some even deader language, like Aramaic, you know? The original language of medicine is Aramaic because the Latin people decided that they wanted to insulate the knowledge from other people. No, they actually, when the people who created this art of medicine started describing the body and the physics and all that kind of stuff, what did they call it? They called the big muscle in the back the big muscle in the back. To a Latin native speaker, latissimus dorsi is just saying the big muscle in the back. It was incredibly direct and forthright, and it didn't confuse anybody, and it didn't obfuscate and put it behind put a paywall between you and understanding what the fuck's going on in the world. That's how I like to look at it, and it's probably not 1,000% valid, because, you know, look at the history of, like, the use of Latin in medicine and whatnot, but there's something there to be said. Like, this is a lot of effort that's being put in to maintain, you know, like, awareness for a version of language that at this point has no particular usage other than to further complicate communication, to further, like, to make medical knowledge seem that much more out of reach for the average person. Latin for medicine is stupid and unnecessary, but you do need to learn a lot. I've tried to become a doctor and know from experience. Yeah, there's a lot of things to, like, learn, and it'd just be, you know, we could say, the memorizing a bunch of Latin terms and learning how all of that comes together is absolutely just, like, elitist, aristocratic bullshit that is hanging around from ancient times, and the fact that you have to go through all that, and you have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in the modern world for the privilege of this, like, hazing ritual of memorization for obfuscating language. It says a lot about the people who are willing to hang in there to do that. It says a lot about you if you were someone who was less interested in substance than in form, who was willing to invest so much of your own time and money into something that is being done kind of backwards and upside down and in a ridiculous manner. I considered going into the law at some point in my life. As you can see, I'm a very provocative argumentator. You know, I'm argumentative. I'm logical. I can string together a series of concepts, thoughts. I can present in an eloquent way. I can present in a way that moves you emotionally. I'm a speaker. I have all of the skills, including, you know, the broad general intelligence to be able to go into law and to success and get a law degree and all that kind of stuff. I considered it. And then I pretty quickly dismissed it because I looked at it realistically. I was too smart to become a lawyer, is how I look at it. I was smart enough that I could have gone into the law, but I was too smart to actually go into the law because I realized, in observing the law, and observing the actual real practice of it, not just getting caught up in, like, oh, the beauty of the Magna Carta and the ideas of justice and all that kind of stuff, I realized that the actual practice of the law is a fucking shit show hellscape of bullshit that has nothing to do with any seeking of the truth or seeking of justice or trying to come to, you know, what is right and good and should, you know, the world that we should live in, and holding people accountable and setting rules that everyone has to live by no matter who you are. I realized it's not about any of those beautiful, wonderful, noble, glorious sounding things in the modern world. It has nothing to do with that shit. It's a bunch of fucking fraudsters running around trying to manipulate interpretations of language in order to get what they want for the person who's paying them. Somebody's got a bunch of money, you pay a lawyer a bunch of money to use a bunch of big fancy words and research a bunch of big fancy words that somebody else used a long time ago in order to come up with an argument that supports what you want to happen. That's all the fucking law is at this point. Prosecutors do not make a decision in this country about whether or not to prosecute someone. That's pretty fucked up, huh? What the fuck's the point of the prosecutor? Just to stand there and fucking fill the... Like, you don't make the decision. You don't look at the roster and say, okay, well, I got... This person is just... They ran a fucking red light, and this guy's a drug dealer, and I need to put more time... I need, like, I can't do all of this at once, and I'm going to be taking something away from my argument over here if I don't... So, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to let the guy who ran the red light off here. I'm not going to pursue that. And instead, I'm going to put some more of my time into this. I'm going to look at look at the situation and say, is this really something that's worth my time? That doesn't happen. None of that happens. Prosecutors prosecute whatever. The clerk of the court files the fucking court order, files the prosecution for the prosecutor at this point. The prosecutor doesn't even file with the court. The clerk just does it automatically. Like the police state hands the filings. Oh yeah, this is overflow. We had an overflow rack at some point. Over here. The clerk of the court basically hands the police basically hand their charges to the clerk of the court. The clerk of the court files on behalf of the state, and then the prosecutor shows up and goes, okay, what did I file? That's how modern law is practiced, criminal law in the United States of America. And some people have made very convincing arguments that the clerk of the court does not have the authority to enter a criminal charge onto the record without the prosecutors, being involved. And so all criminal conduct in these courts is invalid. Because the clerk of the court, if the clerk of the court is filing on behalf of the prosecution, is making the prosecution's argument, having accepted testimony from the police, then the clerk of the court is now acting on behalf of the state against the individual, and the court is no longer impartial. How can the court be impartial if a member of the court is filing the charges against someone who it's going to... This doesn't make sense. If there is, some of those noble sentiments about, the law, well, here they are, and they don't apply. Because the practice of the law has, like everything else in this despicable fucking world, been turned into a McNugget experience. It's about volume. The prosecutor doesn't, the police don't slow down, the prosecutor doesn't slow down, the court doesn't slow down, the judge doesn't slow down. Nobody ever does a full and complete job or analysis. And the clerk has been turned into just like, the fucking drive-through window guy. Police pull up and say, we caught this guy doing this. Okay, I'll file that for you, and then the prosecutor will find out what they've charged someone with when I'm done doing this work on behalf of the prosecutor as the clerk of the court. What? That's not how the law works. It is now. I thought that the feds choose who to prosecute. Is that not the case? Or is it different for the states? Yeah, I don't actually know about, like, federal prosecution. Like federal attorneys general and stuff like that, maybe. I would almost hope that at that level. But in the general day-to-day operations of your local court, of my local court, of county courts, and all that kind of stuff, including the criminal courts of your local operations, the clerk is the one who files on behalf of the police, on behalf of the prosecutor, and it's like, how can this, this is, no. Which is just the beginning of, how fucked up fundamentally the practice of law is. So, like I say, I considered getting into the law because I've got that mind, I've got that interest, I like that stuff. Every time that I have like a legal issue, I go to the fucking MCL, I go to Michigan Compiled Law, and I'm reading through there, and I'm always disappointed because what I frequently find is that there's like there's a law in the MCL that's from like 1967 where I'm like, there you go, boom, right there. This is what I'm saying. You can't do that because of this, because obviously that makes sense. Like, I didn't know that was the law, but I came to the MCL because that has to be the law. That we couldn't possibly live in a civilized society unless that was the law, and here I found it, boom, 1967, right there, in the MCL, ha, bitch! And then I look again, and I find out that in 1979, the law from 1967 was repealed, overturned, and then in 1990 it was amended, and then right now, the law that makes sense that's back in 1967 is completely dead, it's been burned, it's been shat on, and nobody gives a fuck about it anymore. And if you just read that part of the law, then you'll think that the world, like, makes sense. But no, actually, the 1996 Clinton-era fucking, governor of some place, like, managed to flip things around, so now the law doesn't make any fucking sense, but it serves a certain class of people. That's been my experience every fucking time that I go looking, for a legal issue. Go to the MCL and like, oh yeah, pre-1970, the law made sense. And then the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. My local court here is here in Moscow, but I get what you mean. Yeah. Our little local courts in the United States of America are just fucking ridiculous, too. At the very least, the one thing that's, like, barely functional about them is just the fact that we have traffic court is an interesting concept, too, because it's a kangaroo court in and of itself. It's like the police are writing all of these tickets because they fund the fucking police with the tickets, which is just not how you should do that, because now you've got a police force that has an incentive to manufacture and make issues out of things that aren't necessarily issues and stuff like that. But so police write the ticket, and And then you've got traffic court, which is like a magistrate that's not even a judge, and they've got authority, and you have to like consent to it though. So whenever you get like a traffic fine, or whenever you get, something like that, you have to consent to do it in traffic court. And I got like a, wasn't wearing my seatbelt ticket. I got a seatbelt ticket at some point, and I just refused to consent to it in traffic court, which meant that we went to real court. And that at least is a cool thing, that they haven't, or at least they hadn't at that point, McDonald's-ified the fucking courtroom so much that you can't, get actual jurisprudence out of the system. So I ended up having to, like, write a position paper, or like some kind of document for the court that I had to look up what the formatting is and how you're supposed to be presenting things and how you make references and whatnot. And it was a very interesting experience when I fought my seatbelt ticket. I was very theoretically principled young man at the time, and I was my argument against the general concept of seatbelt laws was that when you force someone to wear a seatbelt, if you like this idea, when the law forces someone to wear a seatbelt, okay, there is a percentage of people, and it's a very small number, but it is a meaningful number. It's not nothing, and it's not like infinitesimal either. There is a significant number of people who are then killed and injured by the seatbelt. When you make a law requiring people to wear a seatbelt, then there are now a number of people, just logically, without even looking at the statistics, there are now a number of people who will be both injured and killed by the seatbelt, who, in a lot of other circumstances, would have sustained no injury and would not have died had they not been wearing the seatbelt. You can easily imagine just a situation where there's a car fire or the car goes into a lake or something like that, and then you're struggling in the seatbelt and you can't get it undone, and then we've all seen that circumstance in a movie even. But the seatbelts will kill people occasionally when you're forcing people to wear seatbelts. So my argument was very simply that the state cannot compel someone to put themselves at risk of death. That in order for the state, according to the Constitution of the United States of America, to put someone to death, for the state to have the authority to do so, you have to go through a whole bunch of procedures. Well, you have to go through a whole bunch of procedures first. You have to give them the right to this and that and the habeas corpus. They got to be able to, rebut and rebut again, and just all these sort of filings have to go before the state earns the right to put a man to death for crimes that they've committed. And so my premise was, if you're going to tell the public that they have to do something that puts their life in jeopardy in any way, then you would have to provide all of these processes first. And of course, the counter-argument to that is that simply by, and this is a horrible counter-argument, but it is the truth. It is actually how it works. But this is just awful when you think about it for 3 seconds. The counter-argument to that is that when you put a private vehicle on the public road, you need to have a license, you need to have a license plate, you need to have a tag, and in the process of getting all of those things, you agree to the terms of, you will abide the laws of the road regardless of how those laws may impact your life. You agree that you will put your life at harm by wearing a seatbelt if we tell you that you will put your life at harm by wearing a seatbelt, that kind of a thing. That's the idea behind the defense against this otherwise incredibly rational argument. That you can't force someone to do something if you're forcing them to put their own life in jeopardy. The counter-argument is you aren't being forced to do anything because you don't have to drive, you don't have to have a car, you don't have to be on the public roads. Which is, utterly ridiculous in modern America, where we have no meaningful public infrastructure between cities and stuff like that. But so that was my argument, was that, it's unjust. It's not civilly, it's not correct according to the law. Like, you can't, even if, my argument was, even if doing this, forcing people to do this thing, will save 100 people for every one that it kills, you are still killing one person. That was my moral argument there. And my legal argument there. Like, if it saves 1,000 people, but the law's enforcement actively kills one person. I didn't realize at the time I was making the argument of the short story, The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas. That was the moral argument I was making there. The 70s man only lap belts in cars and not required to... Oh, the 70s man only lap belts required in cars and not required to wear them. Since then, I think my opinion on seatbelts has just changed in general. I don't necessarily have an opinion on it in the law, because I think my opinion is still kind of solid. The state should not be able to compel a human being to put their own life in jeopardy for the right to interact with what is basically a necessary requirement. But in terms of, like, whether you should be wearing them or not, yeah, you should be wearing a seatbelt. You should be wearing a seatbelt. I don't know. Like I said, I was a young hothead, and I knew that I had the moral, like, high ground to say, if it costs, like, what's the ratio is the question, then. What is the ratio? How many lives does it have to save before you're allowed to compel someone to kill themselves? The state. Before the state can meaningfully condemn a person to die, how many lives does it have to save for the state to have the right to kill one of its citizens? That's the question that arises there. And the defense is to take it away from that and say the state isn't compelling anyone to kill themselves. The state is compelling you to take a precautionary measure that has been shown to blah, 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 blah. But as a moral question, as a moral reality, when you force people to wear seatbelts to drive, some people will die because they wore their seatbelts. If they hadn't been wearing their seatbelts, they would live. So, what's the ratio? How many lives do you have to save in order to kill someone else? That question still exists. And every, like, argument that you do to get around it in the seatbelt thing is just an argument that you do to get around it. Well, we're not really telling you that you have to. You volunteer in order to da-da-da-da-da. But the moral element is still there. The moral element is still there. If you compel someone to do something that in certain situations puts their lives or their health at jeopardy, for the sake of the lives and well-being of a majority, of more people. More people will benefit by this, but one person will suffer. A minority will suffer, but a majority will benefit. And it's like, wow, isn't that just the whole history of the United States of America? A minority will suffer, but a majority will benefit. Yeah, black people won't be able to get loans for their homes, but white people will have wealth for decades. Isn't that just a history of America? And so the moral component still remains, the logic is still there, it's still solid, it's not really defendable. It really does point out that some of these laws that we have are a ratio, but it's just a conversation we avoid. It's just nobody wants to actually put the number on it. Nobody wants to say 10,000. Like, what's the number? How many people do you have to save in order to kill someone? And the answer is probably like 10,000. But nobody wants to say it. So we'll just sort of twist our words around, and we'll tie things together in a way that we feel like we don't have to answer the question, and we'll claim that... And then we end up with the laws that we have. I always shudder when I remember how non-existent your public transportation is, says Pinwheel. Yeah. At least here in Detroit, we're a big city, we've got local bus system, and it is there. However, it is not on time ever. You will arrive to the stop, and you will wait anywhere between 25 minutes and an hour for it to come. You will be there at the time that it's supposed to be there, and it will just not be there. You can just go online right now, actually, and look at the Detroit bus system, and you can see they've got like a GPS, like you can see where the bus is on its line, and so you can just open up You open up an internet browser and go look and randomly select a bus line in Detroit, click on it, and then see where it's supposed to be, what junction it's supposed to be at what time, and then look at where it actually is and go, oh, that's 20 minutes behind or ahead or whatever it is. It's either 20 minutes behind or now it's an hour behind. So we have at least a shitty local transportation system that is here. We also do tie into Amtrak, technically. There is a local train, I believe the Wolverine goes out of Pontiac, but I mean, you can connect to it from here, or maybe you can just leave from here on it. I'm not sure. But the Wolverine goes to Chicago. So you can get on Amtrak and go to Chicago. You can get on the Amtrak and go to Pontiac from Detroit, I guess. And we do have what's called the Smart Bus system that many people have fought against in the suburbs because they don't want the poor black population of Detroit and of Wayne County to have access to Oakland County. The Smart Bus system actually, in theory, transports people from one city to the other. None of these things run on time. They're all pretty awful. They're not reliable. You couldn't really work outside the city and rely on a bus system. I'm sure people do, but they do that, and then every day they have to leave an hour and a half early to cover for the possibility that the bus will just have already come to the stop 10 minutes before you got there and not waited and not given a shit, and it's gone. Amtrak could be so good if only the government actually wanted to make it function even a little. Yeah, I've seen some documentaries and some talk about that, about how we've actually already have a system where Amtrak functions in America, where the laws, if they were upheld, already make it so that Amtrak would be good. It would work, but they just aren't upheld because of the rail barons who run the freight shipping operations, the capitalists, and they're allowed to build these trains that block the public rail that Amtrak is on, even though the law says that they can't do that, and they have to make way. Law says you have to make, if you're a freight train and there's an Amtrak coming, you have to pull off to the side on a pass by rail and let the Amtrak go ahead of you. So that they can keep schedules so that we can have a viable system of public transit in the United States of America. But it's just not enforced because the freight trains have been allowed to be made so much longer than they're supposed to be. So they make the freight trains longer than the bypass rails that they would need to pull off to let an Amtrak go past it, and then they can claim that it's impossible for them to, oblige the law, and apparently that's just allowed. And nobody's fining them at a level that makes it unprofitable, which would be a really hard thing to do, considering the last I heard, the freight rail industry was making 40 cents of profit on every fucking dollar. The last I heard anyway, when they, dropped that load of 40 years of cancer on Palestine, Ohio, East Palestine, Ohio, in the United States of America. That's a fucking, that's a thing. It happened, and then people moved on and forgot about it and everything, but it's the kind of thing that, you look at, it's on the level of the use of depleted uranium rounds in Vietnam. That's the level of the tragedy of the horror of the East Palestine, Ohio disaster. That's the level of disaster that it was, is that it's depleted uranium rounds used in Vietnam, because the measurable impact of that is going to last for the next 3 or 5 generations. You're going to see increased levels of birth defects and, mortality in, preterm babies and cancers and all that for the next 80 to 120 years. everybody who lived in East Palestine, Ohio, and everybody who lived to the east of East Palestine, Ohio, the way that the wind was blowing, you're just going to see that the cancer and the birth complications and the mutations and the in utero deaths and like all that shit, when you look back 40 years from now and do some math on the population of East Palestine, Ohio, it's going to be a fucking tragedy. And that's the same way that depleted uranium, the use of depleted uranium rounds in war, has always gone as well. Where it's like, you use these shells, and then 40 years later you do some math and you go, huh, that's weird. This local population that was subjected to, this radiation, seems to lose their children a lot younger and have a whole bunch more birth defects, and there's way higher rates of cancer for everybody here, and the local lifespan is like 10 years shorter. Wonder where that came from. And do you think at all that the train barons who caused that fucking thing are going to actually be held accountable for like 80 years of tragedy and disaster that they caused? Subway in Moscow is amazing. One of the few good things commies did here. I've seen over here in the States, we occasionally get that, they show us the fucking, it looks like a mosque. It looks like a beautiful it's like a they show us some Russian subway somewhere that's just like, it's ordained in gold. It's like beautiful. We literally have a better system for braking the trains that would prevent these derailings, and we don't require the freight railways to update to them. They're using the same braking technology from the 1800s, really. You're going to have to wait for a Netflix documentary for people to care about Palestine, Ohio. Yeah. It's very weird for me to call it Palestine, but apparently that's what they call it. I remember, during the event when it was all on the news, everybody was saying East Palestine, and I'm like, Palestine? That's weird. Why would it be Palestine? It's not Palestine? Oh, okay. Palestine, then. Feels weird to say it, though. Feels like you're an idiot no matter which way you say it. If I say East Palestine, Ohio, then I'd be like, the locals don't say it that way. And then if I say East Palestine, Ohio, it's like, what do you mean East Palestine? It's pronounced Palestine. You don't know Israel and Palestine? Fucking morons. Mephistopheles says they use pneumatic brakes when electric ones would be much safer. Hell, yeah, after that disaster there, like, the things that we learned about the train system that people who are into this stuff had known for years, pretty shocking. Including, like, how often trains just fall off the tracks, and that's just, like, part of the cost of doing business, and they just come out and they pick everything up and put it in a new train and keep it moving. How often they jump tracks, how often they run into, how often like a truck just parks on the tracks or gets stuck on one or something like that, and they just fucking blast right through it with the train. It's crazy. Penguin God says the subway is beautiful and it's always on time. A train comes every couple of minutes on every lane. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying, I want to put America above Russia, and I'm saying, what's worse? That we don't have a functioning system of transit, but also, like, what's worse? That you like living under an historically oppressive regime that a lot of the populace is kind of in fear of, appraisals if they were to make, like, in physical fear of your life, if they were to make a push against it? Or is it worse to live in America where every 2 to 4 years, everybody comes out and votes to be fucked? You vote to fuck yourself over and over again. Is it better to be subjected to kind of a shitty world by powers and principalities that are beyond your control, or is it better to every 2 to 4 years come out and choose the means of your own fucking destruction? Like, which one of these is more desirable? Wait a couple of years, Trump might get there where people are in fear of their lives. I mean, here's the thing. I don't think that can happen in the United States. I don't think that can happen in the United States because the party that would want to threaten it, the conservatives, the Republicans, the Trump people, are the gun-toting Second Amendment motherfuckers. And so, here's the thing. Liberals have guns too. Socialists also hoard weapons and form little groups and create their own little militias. And, you know, like the Black Panthers, like, we have organizations in this country that are left-wing and radically weaponized. And so, like, in order to create a meaningful threat upon the civilianry of America, you would need to, like, limit their access. I would think you would need to limit their access to weaponry. And so the people who would actually might want to be able to create that threat in order to get the world that they want, they can't do it because their whole base of people who support them are all about the God-given right to have a fucking AK-47. And so long as there's a God-given right to have an AK-47, it's really hard for, like, the down south southern hick hillbilly two-tooth backwood racist motherfuckers to come walking into Detroit thinking they're gonna do something without getting gunned down by the... We have like between 300 and 400 homicides per year in the city of Detroit. We're all strapped too, bitches. So come on in. Like, you're gonna walk in here in your fucking, you know, ghillie suit and your waders and think that you're a badass, and we're just gonna pull out the fucking gats and sling them to the side and start putting 44 rounds through your chest. What, you know, you're gonna be rolling through with spinning rims gunning you motherfuckers down while you think you're doing something. Like, everybody's strapped. So it's like the only real threat that you can make against the populace is to bring the Abrams tanks and the drones and the Apache helicopters. You got to bring the military in. And then it's a matter of whether or not, like, Republican, conservative, Trump people could rally the military to overthrow the government that the military protects. And I think you'll find pockets. You might even find, like, a majority of military command structures that are willing to, like, go down that road. I don't know. I don't know if you could find a majority, but if you were willing to find a majority, the problem is that even a minority of active military servicemen who also can get a hold of the F-16s is a pretty big problem. So the United States internally is kind of a mutually assured destruction routine. You know, what America has between it and Russia and the nuclear thing and mutually assured destruction, so lie the liberal and the conservative, so lie the right and left wing of this country. Is, you know, as long as the right wing won't let the left wing get rid of the small arms use of the civilianry, then the left wing also has the small arms and some of the big arms, and it's an arms race. And it's like, if you want to walk into my neighborhood shooting, all I got to do is run to Walmart and I can have a shotgun by the end of the... No licensing necessary. I just walk down, grab a thing, nobody asks too many questions. $179 later, I'm pumping double-aught buckshot into your fucking chest as you thought you were going to cause a trouble on my street. Like, it's a... I don't know. Not an AK-47. No red-blooded American would use a combi rifle. Sorry, an AR-15 or a Desert Eagle. You know, in America, what we really like is rally weaponry. We really like big dick substitute pistols. That's what we like. We need to take a live stream break because I needed to pee about a half an hour ago, and then I didn't. So I have still to pee. So another live stream break, everybody. It's a real nuisance getting in and out of Supermarket Simulator because it won't minimize, which I guess is just a Unity thing. shocking that modern Unity is still, like, you build a game and publish it and you can't just, like, click on it in the taskbar and cause it to minimize, like almost every other, like any Unreal Engine game I'm pretty sure does. Real hassle, because I gotta get back into OBS, and then I've gotta, like, re-minimize OBS in order to access my stream music, and then I gotta double click on something, and then I gotta say, I am the Ronin Pawn, I'll be back in 7 minutes, grab a drink, grab a snack, meet me back here in 7, don't go anywhere, Pawn not out. And it's just really annoying that I have to do all that. Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn. We are playing Supermarket Simulator today, and I'm just snacking on a slice of Swiss cheese. Very waxy cheese. And I grabbed from the refrigerator on the live stream break there, threw a little bit of it to Paws, our cat, see if he liked it, because he's very interested in cheeses. He was immediately like, hey, is that a cheese? I usually give him string cheese from my mozzarella string cheese whenever I have one of those. And to my surprise, he did go for the Swiss cheese. I really didn't expect that. It's such a hard, waxy thing, but he had a bite, and then he was like, yeah, more of that, please, thank you. Anyway, welcome back to the live stream. I promise we'll be getting into it. I just have to click on a bunch of buttons. Because Supermarket Simulator doesn't minimize. Damn it. Okay. Let's do another order. Just to keep pretending as though we're actually playing the game. Well, we discuss anything and everything about anything and everything. Because the big news today is that I have finally, after 3 and some years of filing paperwork and being given the runaround by the Social Security Administration, which is a disability discriminating organization, I have finally and fully been denied access to my basic rights as an American citizen, as a disabled American citizen. They've finally managed to do it. They denied me out of hand, like they do most of their disabled applicants, which just blows my mind that there's not like more fear of like what that like that'll be a thing in the media, that people will talk about how frequently you're sending disabled Americans, you're turning them away. But yeah, they denied me out of hand, relatively quickly in the first year and a half or so of the application process, and that's relatively quickly. But then began the another year and a half long process of appealing the wrong decision that they make more than half the time. And today the SSA judge managed to determine that I was lying on the ground, unable to lift my head, my arms, having to be carried to the bathroom and stuff like that, and while I was going off and on through seizures and all of the other horrific things that come along with this disease, myalgic encephalomyelitis, that I've got. Apparently I was the entire time not actually disabled and fully able to work, and so there's no remuneration is coming for having drained all of my bank accounts and having spent a generational wealth, the inheritance of my grandmother, in order to just survive those years. That's just the cost of doing business in the United States of America. This wonderful, caring, Christian, greatest nation on earth that we live in. So we've been ranting on anything and everything about the government today, which is no new practice around these parts in Ronin Pawn territory. I love to take the piss out of the state of this forsaken hellscape of a country that we live in. This shithole country, as our American president has previously deemed others. Another thing that our American president has deemed others, this grab 'em by the pussy country, this Mexico doesn't send us their best country. They're murderers and rapists, and some of them are fine people. I presume. Country, and that was, and he got elected twice. This guy. But so in other news. In other news, well, I did share with you guys that Lady Pawn and I had one of our bi-yearly blowouts, a big argument, and it was about that she didn't quite meet sort of minimum standards when she had a guest over, and so we've been going through the past 5 days. I've been masked in my bed here, just on as a basic precaution against COVID-19. Because we had a visitor to the house who may or may not, there's no reason to think that the guest had anything. There's no sign of anything. But as someone who has a disability that is an autoimmune condition, we have to take precautions beyond what you would take in your own home. We have to kind of assume the worst. We have to be preventative, because if we take the risk, if we just guess that, she probably didn't have anything, the consequences that for, other people might be, it turns out that she did have something and she passed it along, and now we got sick for a couple of days. It really sucked, and God, I hate having COVID. Those would be the consequences for you. For me, it could be death or worse, which we've already talked about. But so, Lady Pawn's been staying in her room, I've been staying in mine, and I've been wearing a 9205 3M 9205 Plus mask. And these masks, every single day I've been wearing one, which I should probably be wearing 2 per day if we wanted them to be, super effective. Because a big part of, the way that these masks work is sort of electromagnetic kind of the conductivity. They kind of sponge the virus from the air onto the mask, and keep it from hitting you, keep it from going into your air pipe. So the longer that you wear one for 16 hours, you go from at the beginning of it will be working as a filter that is pretty good at stopping virus-sized material from getting through. It's not perfect, because the virus is around the same size as the holes in the mask on a sort of particulate molecular kind of level. But it still functions. It still does a thing. It's still better than not. So at the beginning of the day, you'll have that function, but you'll also have a guy beating you in the head. You'll also have the static electrical kind of benefit, and then after probably 4 or 5 hours, I would guess, I don't know these numbers for real, but I would guess about 4 or 5 hours of that, it'll get weaker, significantly weaker, and then at a certain point, it's just acting as a mask. It's not doing anything actively, other than being a particle filter, but without any extra bonus benefit. So these masks, these 9205 plus 3M masks, which are N95 certified, they're not KN95, but they are N95. They've got 2 straps, and they are 3M, and they are out of the box. That's the important part for these masks. These are the good masks. We also stock not so great masks sometimes for visitors, and for because these are expensive. So these N95 9205 pluses that come in a retail package, they are definitely the real deal. They are not fake, because you can end up with fake masks. These cost between $1.50 and $2.50, $2 a piece. Probably around $1.80 per mask. Get 20 of them in a box, and costs about $35, and then with shipping, and then but if you order 2 at once, and so it's somewhere around, it's a little bit under $2 a mask. every time that I pop one of these on. Because these are the good ones. So we also have, in the past, bought like either KN95s for guests, or I have actually purchased 3M masks on Amazon. I don't buy the good masks from Amazon because Amazon is it's an unreliable source of medical grade equipment. It's an unreliable source for these masks. Because what you are almost certain to get when you buy from Amazon is a much better price, and what you will also get is masks that are loose in a fucking baggie. Loose in a baggie masks, no retail packaging, no security measure that could give you an indication that the masks are real. What's going on here? I guess I hit numpad off at some point there. They will come loose in a baggie, just the way that they would come if they had been made by a Chinese manufacturer that makes fake masks and sells them as 3Ms for more money. Now, the thing about like fake masks, the fake mask market, is the counterfeit mask market. It's very real. It's very real. You can go to 3M's own website and they'll tell you that they have personally collected like millions of counterfeit masks. They've personally like found and confiscated and intervened in situations where millions of counterfeit masks, and that's just the ones they've caught. So, you know, these people are making a business when they're not getting caught, and so whatever has been taken off of the streets by 3M themselves is a pittance in comparison to what actually gets produced and is out there circulating with the 3M branding on it. So counterfeit masks are very real, and very much a thing that you could run into, and it's important that that you recognize that counterfeiting on this scale is it's not, you know, a guy in an alleyway opening his trench coat and saying, "Hey, Rolex, COVID mask, what are you interested in?" These things are counterfeited to be sold in bulk. They are counterfeited so that you can fill a giant 3-foot tall, 3-foot wide box with loose counterfeit masks, and you can sell them not to individuals, but to stores and people who resell them. That is the point of the counterfeiting. Like, you're counterfeiting the masks so that you can sell them not directly, but indirectly to resellers who will not know that they are buying counterfeit masks, but who will go, "Oh, well, that's a really good price on these masks. You know what? It's probably because there were so many of these masks produced during COVID, and some places bought them, and they overbought them, and so now people are trying to empty their warehouses." They come up with their little justifications for why it is that they just bought a massive box full of these masks that they know usually cost a lot more than this, and they tell themselves whatever they need to tell themselves so that they can happily carry on making the savings and making a lot more money selling this mask than the ones from direct from the manufacturer that cost so much more. That's how counterfeiting works. And so you can't assume that just because you bought it from a seemingly reputable seller on Amazon, when it comes loose in a bag, and the reseller assures you, "No, they're legit. They're the real thing." The reseller does not know that. The reseller wants that to be true, but you have no reason to believe that the reseller actually knows for a fact that what they've sold you is authentic. And so I don't buy our good masks from Amazon, because what Amazon will ship you is a loose bag of masks, and maybe they're real and maybe they're not. So what I buy our 9205s from Blick Art Supplies. because Dick Blick Art Supplies sells masks, sells these masks as 20s, in 20s, in the carton. It comes with the 3M packaging. And as little as that seems to be in terms of, a reason to believe that they're authentic, it's a big improvement over loose masks in a bag. Because the market has accepted that. People think that that's fine. Loose masks in a bag are fine for the most part. And so there's no reason for anybody to up their counterfeit game and, produce counterfeited 3M retail packaging at this point. You can sell them on Amazon. You can sell the fakes on Amazon. And Mephistopheles says Amazon should be burned to the ground. That's another reason I don't buy them on Amazon, is because I try to avoid buying anything on Amazon, because fuck those guys. But in terms of masks in general, I have sometimes bought the cheap masks. I have bought our masks for guests from Amazon, because I can get like 20 to 50 even, for like $18.75. And so another thing to know about the counterfeit mask market is that counterfeit masks are, and I don't want to say that this is universally true, but I'm pretty sure it's most of the time true. Counterfeit masks are not nothing. Ketchup, chicken legs, and yogurt. Counterfeit masks. Are you hot sauce? No, that's ketchup. Oh, it is a little bit cheaper. Okay. Ketchup, something, and yogurt. Where do I keep yogurt now? Okay. 75. I don't remember what the third thing was. I feel like it had chicken in the name. But I don't remember, so I'm checking over here. Counterfeit. It is chicken legs. I could have just changed it there. Why did I run over here? Because it's more fun. You're right. No, those are chicken legs. $4.75. Counterfeit masks are usually masks. Okay? People don't gear up to produce masks that just look like, masks to sell them. Like, the people who go into counterfeiting 3M masks were already set up to make masks, and then they realized they could sell the masks that they were making, which they consider to be equal quality as the ones that are being, that have the 3M logo on it. If they just, faked the 3M logo onto it. Like, you can't make a convincing mask without actually making a mask that has all of the qualities of the original mask. So, what I'm saying is the counterfeit masks are not nothing. They are not useless, and they may even have, like, the efficacy rating similarly as the authentic mask. Also, counterfeit masks are sometimes masks that are just seconds, and they're counterfeit, but they're not counterfeit. They're just masks that were supposed to be destroyed because they didn't meet certain standards. They came from a batch, and you know how batch testing goes for 3M and stuff like that, is they take, one out of a batch or maybe multiples out of a batch, and they test them to see if they've got if they came out of the manufacturing process the way that they expect them to. And if those couple didn't make it, then the whole batch that was produced gets thrown away, and they go in and they retool the machines to make sure that the manufacturing is being done right for the next batch, and then they fire up a new batch. And so the ones that were, supposed to be thrown out get set out on the back of the loading bay, and somebody calls a friend who comes over with a truck and picks them up instead of getting them thrown out, and now you've got quote-unquote counterfeit masks out on the market, but the counterfeits are actually just what's called seconds in the industry, because they were marked for destruction. They're not up to standard, but they are made by the original manufacturer, and they are, you know, they have all of those qualities. They just, something about them didn't meet the full standard. So that's out there as well. Where the fuck does this soda go? Water, soda, you, another kind of soda, another kind of soda. Where are all the... Oh, the new sodas are over here. I needed to reorganize. Yep. Why am I even doing this? I should make those guys do it. Place your order, Paul. So, what I'm saying is, when I take the when I go the extra mile to get real masks and I pay a premium to make sure that my 3M masks are real masks, it is overkill. I am going overkill to make sure that I'm getting the real deal, the best thing that I can get, but I recognize that my overkill is overkill. Even the fake masks are still probably pretty good masks. If they're good enough to look like they're a 3M 9205 N95 rated mask, then they've got good straps that hold on 2 points of the head, and the filter material is going to be, you know, it's going to be just as good as the 3M mask filter material would be. Their electrostatic charge may or may not be a little bit less effective, kind of a thing. So, like, getting fake masks is not the worst thing in the world. It's not a horror. But, in our situation, we are the ones who have to take the extra precaution. We are the ones who have to actually care, and who still have to treat COVID like it's the middle of the pandemic. And so we do go out of our way for that. And since we had a person in the house who was unmasked for a significant amount of time, and could have passed something along to my fiance and caregiver, we have had to spend the past week isolating from each other, and with me wearing masks constantly to preventing its transmission. Now, come tomorrow, Friday, it will have been at least 5 days. It might have even been 6. I maybe lost count, but it will have been at least 5 days since the guest was here, and since they potentially, exposed, etc., and so on and so forth. So, we have waited the 5 days because COVID testing for home kits is unlikely to be accurate until or unless the 5th day. It is most accurate if you have symptoms already, which is kind of a ridiculous thing. And doesn't that sound kind of like, if you're having symptoms and you take the test, and the test is 99% accurate when it tells you that you have the thing that you probably already, because you have the symptoms, so. But that is how, like, advertising works. 99% accurate when you've already got symptoms and you've standing on one leg, hopping, patting your stomach. The truth of home test efficacy, from what I've read in retroactive cumulative research, is that home tests, most of them, are between 70 and 80% accurate. The ones that you can get at, like, a local drugstore, local whatever, are about 70 to 80%.
We are many, you are but one.
80's really good, in fact. 80's pretty bad. Velicero, thank you for the follow. Velicero! Hey, mamma mia, sorry. But what was I saying? Something about with the mask. I've been ranting about masks for 20 fucking minutes. the home test, about 70 to 75% accurate on average. Some of the good ones are like 80% accurate. So here's what you do with that, okay? If it's about 70% accurate, and they sell them in packs of 2, and you're not having symptoms, you just need to test to see if somebody, you know, might have been exposed and is asymptomatic, then you take both tests for one person. The same person takes both tests. Each test having an accuracy of 70 to 80% means that there's an inaccuracy of, you know, 20% of 20 to 25%. And so you take 2 of them and you reduce the likelihood of error, you know, by half. You get down to something like 12.5% in your likelihood of error. So it's a 1 in 10 chance that you took 2 tests and both of them were wrong. Both of them told you something that was wrong. That's what we're planning to do tomorrow on the 5th day after, you know, the potential exposure. And then if Lady Pawn is clear, then I'll be able to, you know, come up out this mask and we can start watching Breaking Bad together again. Which is why we had a big argument and a throwdown there, and it was in part because I was, you know, it was going to be such a major disturbance to our life that our agreed upon basic precautions had not been followed to a reasonable level, and so it's like, God damn it, now we're going to stop. We can't be in the same room together. We have to stop, and just a lot of fucking things that are like, God, why? After all this time, we're gonna. So we had our big argument, our big blowout argument for the year, and I'm over it. Hopefully she's over it. We've been, you know, very distanced. Communicated via text message and email and stuff like that. But as long as we're both still on the same page, you know, in terms of what needs to happen when somebody comes in the house. Honestly, it's also made me realize that... go ahead and open the store. It's also made me realize that I could probably be better about when my friend Brandon comes over and stuff like that. About the way that the precautions that I take. That's the word I was looking for. Precautions. I'd probably be better about the precautions that I take when Brandon comes over. I mean, I crank my air filtration systems up. I wear a mask. I have him wear a mask. But there, in the past, we have, like, sat here next to each other and ate together. Lady Pawn makes something nice when Brandon comes out, usually, to try and be like, hey, thanks for coming out. You know, nice to see you. We're going to make something nice. And then we'll sit here and both take our masks off. The air filtration is sitting right between us to try and create a bubble kind of thing. But that's kind of stupid. I think if that happens from, you know, again, then I'll probably ask whoever the guest is that's over and that's eating to, like, eat in the doorway, or just, you know, create a larger gap than sitting with, you know, 4 feet between us or something like that. Try and create a 8-foot, 10-foot gap kind of a deal at least. I also run a fan that's blowing on me pretty much all the time because I run hot with this disease. So I'm always running a fan that's blowing across the room away from, you know, away from me, pushing things that they're nearby away. However, I also do have some understanding of how things move in the air and how a fan is really a filter and a suction. And yeah, you know, sure, it's blowing that direction, but it's also pulling from everywhere. And so is it a good thing that the fan is there? Is it a bad thing that the fan is there? But yeah, it's definitely made me consider that we can probably do things a little bit better and be a little bit more cautious. And it's just, you know, when you go through this level of inconvenience for this amount of time, due to one little thing, due to 90 minutes or so where, you know, masking precautions weren't being taken, then it really makes you think a little bit more critical about, listen, it's not that big of a deal to take these minor precautions. It's way less of an inconvenience than what you end up having to do if you don't take the fucking precautions. And so I think we can do them better. My store is very red. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Yeah, it is red, isn't it? Yeah. Alright, what do we want? You'll sell me moussaka for $1,000. 7 boxes. I certainly have the money. I think that comes in a kind of a big box. Yeah, that's fine. If you're gonna sell me something. Oh no, a lot of those will fit on the racks. Oh, okay, no, they won't. No, they won't. Alright, this is our overflow rack. Uh-oh. Well, it's not overflow for something, right? Well, we didn't need it there anymore. Yeah. Gonna... 2 of those when we buy something. Bunch of moussaka now. But yeah, that's the whole masking thing. A lot of people have just moved on from the idea that you know, there's anything going on with like COVID and all that kind of stuff, and those of us who are living with disabilities and autoimmune conditions and everything, no, we're still living in a world where it has to be thought about. We have to take these precautions. We have to have a constant supply of masks. I just bought another, like, 40 of the high-quality masks are coming in. Because I got a good deal from Blick. Dick Blick Art Supply. Lots of chicken and hummus. I think it's a hell of a party you're having later, bud. Thank you, Mr. Bond. Yeah, so the only other thing that really I have to talk about at this point is my 3D stuff, which I always have been bringing up. I'm doing this 3D course. It's an 8-week course, learning Blender, which I've been using for years as a hobbyist, and I'm just trying to get myself to the point where I feel confident to do it professionally, and you know, start making assets for the stores, or make it possible for me to develop my own game kind of thing, because I also know Unreal, and I'm also a programmer, and I'm also... I do everything. What do you need? Your shingles? I can repair your house. But so I'm taking this course, and I have finally given up on trying to keep pace with the course. It's 8 weeks long, we're into week 6, and by the end of week 5, I was only a little bit behind. And while I was a little bit behind, I was only one of 14 people who had actually kept pace with the course. There's 260 of us, I think, in this class, this online class environment. 260 of us. I was one of 14 who had managed to start the assignment only 2 days late for the next week. So it's the pace of this course is wrong. It's just wrong for the audience that it's being sold to. It's adults, we have responsibilities, limited time, and I'm a guy who all I have to do most of the time is like 2 live streams a week, and then I can give you the whole day every other day of the week, and that's how I have been living while I've been taking this thing, and I still can't keep up. So the pace is wrong. Game Dev TV. You've got it wrong. Okay? Are we clear? Good, thanks. That said...
How much was this course?
For 100 bits of a cheer, Jamasian, thank you very much, the course was $299. $299 for an 8-week course, and what you get for that $299 is access to, this is on gamedev.tv, that's the name of the website that does these courses. You get access to a bunch of their existing courses for Blender. Like the number is, I feel like there's 7, maybe, existing Blender courses that you get access to. And then you also get access to a drawing course as a bonus that's been developed by the same guy who's like leading these courses. So first off, you spend $299 and you get access to probably like $400 or $500 worth of courses if you bought them individually. On top of that, they run a live component of this course, which is that they have a Discord forum where the the administrator and the teacher who's in all the videos, because that's what the course is. There's no like live instruction component. It's recorded video instruction. The live component of it is that the instructor reviews your work, gives you feedback, and you're part of a class of people, in my case 260 other people, who are all taking the course at the same time, and so you can give each other feedback, and you can give each other help and complain to each other. And apparently I'm the only one who thinks that, being able to commiserate with people is a valuable thing. Everybody else thinks networking is the big thing, so...
$299 by 260 people equals $77,740. Cash cow.
Wait a second. 300... was there supposed to be an extra 0 on that, or am I... It's 77,740, is that... I gotta... 299 times 260, 77,740. Oh wow, that's a lot less than I thought they had made on this course. For a 8-week course, and I feel like we're probably a beta testing group, because, as I said, the course is very wrong at this point. The pace is wrong. And they were figuring out a lot of things that were not great. They were just not executed well in this first thing. But, yeah, for $77,000 for 2 months' worth of work, that's, it's basically... You're not getting the best of these instructors either. They're checking and they're giving you a certain number of hours every week, and an hour and a half of it is like an hour and a half long live stream that they do, that you can participate in. As a student, you're in the chat room kind of a thing with them while it's going on. If you can be there. The timing doesn't work out for us because we're here on Sundays, and they usually hold them on Sundays, so I've only attended one of them. But yeah, what you get is a lot of value in terms of Blender courses. And then you're running through those Blender courses each week as they give you additional assignments. They give you the assignment to run through that Blender course, or run through sections of these Blender courses. And then here are some other exercises that are specific to our Ultimate 3D Artist Live bundle kind of a thing. So there's a whole lot of content. One might argue too much content and not enough time. And considering how little money is being made there, like at $77,000, that's it's not bad, right? But like, how much of each individual's time does it pay for? Let's do it like this, actually. 77. Okay, and there's distribution costs and everything, and managing the website and whatnot. So let's say, off of this, let's just say 75 grand. Okay, 75 grand, and there's Grant, who is the teacher who has to be remunerated. There's, what's his name? Is it Mike? The guy who, runs Game Dev TV, who's been involved. And then there's at least 2 people who are paid. I think there's 3 people being paid to be administrators of the course and just be around and stuff like that. So if we say divided by 5, that's 15 grand per person, and I assure you the 3 aren't getting 15 grand. So actually, yeah, that's a pretty good deal for the 2 guys who are making the most money off of the thing there. They're probably, I mean, I don't know if Grant is getting a good deal out of it, but 20 grand or something like that for 2 months of your live involvement. Depends what he got for conducting all of the courses and recording everything, all that kind of thing. But, yeah, as I've said before, I can see how this course makes sense for them. Where are you going? Are you actually loading Musaka up from this stock? The new stock? You're crazy. We don't have any in the back? I can see how it makes sense for them with their time that's being spent and the money that they get to make, but, you know, a lot of students have agreed to the idea that if this course were twice as long, it might work. If it were 16 weeks, but you can't do that, because then the amount of time investment for the amount of money made doesn't work, so they got a long way to go. Some people might be getting like $10 an hour, or maybe 10 to 20 hours a week. Yeah, the three guys who are just doing administrator stuff are probably getting paid a flat wage, and then when I consider there's really just two people who are making the money off of it, then there's Grant and whatever the other guy's name is, Mike or something like that. Then yeah, Grant could be walking away with a big chunk, and Mike, being the owner of Game Dev TV, is walking away presumably with the biggest of the chunks. Do I need more room back there for this stuff? Looks like I do, actually, yeah. But anyway, this sixth week that we're into now is I have completely given up on trying to keep pace with the live aspect of the course. Okay, I need to pay my bills. Here you go. So we've just got like 2 more weeks worth of course to go. And we've finally gotten into detailed sculpting. I've had a lot of problems, a lot of buggy, glitchy shit that's happened with the multi-resolution operator, or multi-operator, what do they call them? Not module, not... Is it module? Multi-resolution module? In Blender. But, the quality of what I've produced is pretty friggin' epic. Like, kind of, wow. You know? This is your first high detail sculpt, and so you can't argue with the results of the course. You can argue with the way that it's been, you know, administered a little bit, but it's overall, like, there's an incredible amount of value in what's being taught here, and in fact, we're going to check that out right now. I've decided we're going to check that out right now. So I'm going to bring you over to the 3D workspace. I'm going to open Blender 4.3. Hang on to your butts, people. It could take a minute to get this open with all of the, like, memory that's taken up by OBS and everything like that. Get rid of that. And then we're going to get the window to full screen. Is that full screen via OBS now? Looks good. Okay. So, let me share with you what we've managed to do in my 3D course this last week. So, open recent, Orc 59. Don't save, and now this is where you have to hang on to your butt. Fucking computer could crash with this shit. There's a number, there's a few faces, few vertices here. So this is what we've made. If I click on him, see that this orc body has 1.2 million faces. There's a total of 3 million faces on screen right now. And here's the thing, this is the butt-holding moment. I'm going to click 6. This is the actual level of detail. Okay, we're looking right now at a lower detail. I can actually see levels struggling to animate, so I don't know if, like, the audio is breaking up for you. There we go. Alright, we have now drawn it. This is the actual level of detail. Oh my god. Yeah, this isn't... It runs a lot smoother when there's not OBS running in the background here. But this is my guy. Just zoom right in on that nipple. There you go. So now you see the number of faces on screen.
Danger, Will Robinson! Danger! No, Will Robinson! Danger!
There's 21.6 million faces being drawn here. Double that for triangles. So this is my guy. This is my high detail sculpt. The audio is having a seizure, says Mephistopheles. And yeah, it's very framey. It's just a lot of processing power in use right now, and especially memory. That's my guy. And now you can see why I had him on 4 before. And now he's back down to 4, and this is how, even with the live stream going, it works a lot better. So there's like, if you look at the skin here, you can see how there's kind of like some coloration, some high and low spots on the skin. That's what resolution level 6 brings out, is the details in the skin. Like up here you can kind of see some bumpiness to the skin and whatnot, but when you've got all 20 million faces, you can see all that stuff. But this is my high resolution sculpt. Hands are very tricky things. I wanted them to be big, mannish, horrific, blobby orc hands, so they're a bit monstrous. You can see that I've got some detail in here for like veins and like where the veins of the hand run up, and I've carved in some detail there where like there's a vein that runs across your finger and up your knuckle and whatnot. I've thrown some veins across here as well. You know, these are hand carved in veins there, and veins down here. Pretty happy with the inside of the hand. For this being my first hand, my first, you know, detailed sculpt of a hand, I ain't hating it. I'd say the pinky is a little bit too small. Something's wrong with the thumb in general, but for an overall first effort, I ain't angry. I also feel like this forearm kind of violates some of the realities of how a human forearm works, but the beauty of doing an orc is that you can't tell me that that's not how an orc's musculature is. You can't tell me that. You don't know what universe my orc is living in. But the shoulders and the biceps and this whole complex of muscles in the back there, really happy with all that. Tricep as well. The face is fucking incredible. This is... my face is better than the instructor's face. I put way more into it than Grant did in running through the course here. So, lots and lots of detail here in my face. The teeth will need to be, like, you know, honestly, just shade smoothed, probably. That's not... I didn't mean to do that. That's the wrong thing. Just gonna click on the teeth, shade smooth, and boom, there you go. Don't really need anything more than that. The ears. Look at these ears, huh? I put a little kind of a wart kind of a thing on one of the ears. Give him a twig and raisins? Well, I mean, we'll just slide past all of this musculature here. And then you can see he's got a bit of a bulge pushing through his whatever this is he's wearing. And look at them cakes. Look at them cakes. And then, you know, the legs are looking pretty good. The line here is a little bit overstrong. I think I want to come back and smooth out, like, there's a certain something there. But, this is all supposed to be, like, metal work. So, you know, a, blacksmith has pounded out this, this toe cap, this, what do you call them? Steel-toed boots. Just pounded that out. pounded this out as well. See that there's some scratches and some dents and some dings. More so here. This is also going to be like metal, supported by leather, so there's some scratches and some dents and some dings. And then up here, also metal that has seen some battle, and people have come down, boom, and kind of dented things in there. The bone, you know, the texture in the bone, that's carved texture, that's not fake texture yet. Eventually, I presume, where we're going with this is we will take the high detail sculpt here, and we will bake the details that have been sculpted in down to normals and cavity maps and stuff like that, and then we will put them onto a much lower face count model, because actually, if I take this down to its lowest spot, this is the model that this is the retopology that I made. So first I carved a basic version of this orc, which looked, you know, pretty. It was already like probably too high detail. I shouldn't have gone that high detail before I did the retopo. But I first carved it, and then we did this. We came back and did a retopology where you make all of the faces around all of the little areas here, one by one. You really do. And make a nice low poly version of this. So this is apparently about 5,000 faces for this, the body of this orc right here. Body and head, all of it. Everything that's orc, that isn't clothing or something, is just 5,000. And then you go up in level each time as a subdivision. So here's subdivision level number 1. And so at subdivision level number 1, 20,000 faces, we could bake all of the detail of level 6 onto the level 4 model and be able to see everything there. Wireframe mode? You want wireframe? This is the low poly wireframe. However, I could show you if I do. So I'll go back to solid. Get rid of this. Get rid of the wearables, and I'll bring in the high poly count here. So this guy is this is actual real. This isn't a multi-res thing. This is 5 million. 5 million faces on this fella. And so when I do wireframe here, that's the size of each face. That we've carved on. The only reason why I have this too, by the way, like here's my original, alright? This is the one that I carved first. Okay? And then I did my retopology over the top of this, but for some reason the retopology went crazy. And it was giving me wacky errors, and there were certain vertexes in like the neck that were popping out, and in the fingers and stuff that were just going crazy. They were creating huge spikes and going across the screen, and the once I put on the subdivider, or the multi-resolution mesh, it eventually started going crazy on me. So what I had to do was I had to bake out, or I had to apply all of the additional carving I'd done once we had the multi-resolution, and then bring this in and append an old version of my retopology, and then redo the multi-resolution thing over the top of it. So that's why I have like a fully sort of finished version of this as a mesh. But yeah, this is my guy, and those are his cakes, and yeah, he doesn't have a lot going on down there, but I'm pretty fucking happy with all the detail that's going on throughout this musculature. It's very realistic. I think it's more realistic than what the instructor does in the course too, just because the instructor may be more muscular maybe closer to being correct in terms of the positions of the muscles, but he also does like a 0% fat version because he's trying to teach the musculature in part. And I was like, it's an orc, man. He's got to have thickness to him. He's got to be thick, right? And so like I gave him a little bit around the middle here, a little bit of, pouring over kind of thing. Sure, he's ripped, he's shredded, but he's got thickness. He's got a lot of skin. There's enough fat in between everything that he's not some waifish skin. Like the one that Grant Abbott made is very. He's overtoned, and he has no volume to him. Arnold Schwarzenegger and Conan? Yeah, this was a late addition, too. Was, looking at some reference work and realizing, there's some musculature that goes in there. The butt-cheek musculature isn't necessarily accurate, but it looks good. So, fuck you. It looks good. I'm an artist. I've got an artist's eye. And, yeah. Yeah, so that's the real one. So if I get rid of the real one, hide the high poly, and then bring back in the retopology, this, without its wearables or anything, is basically the same guy with a little bit more work done in terms of like texturing and stuff. If I could get it up to a higher resolution, you'd be able to see that, but, everything crawls to a stop when we're doing the live stream when I'm at 20-some million faces. And saving these files is horrendous for how long it takes. It's not that bad. It's 10 seconds or something. It's been a long time since I've lived in the world where you would click save in any program and then like go grab a drink. But here we are again. Scarring, says Jermasian. I actually there was a part of the course that I decided just not to do, where Grant, did like some, now we're gonna make him interesting as an individual, we're gonna scar him up, we're gonna give him some warts and some bumps and stuff. I decided not to do that because I feel like I've got a really good sort of generic orc here, and I would rather end this segment with like a good generic orc that you can then modify to be distinct than ruin what I've got by making it into a singularly distinct thing first. Like, you could take this orc and put 50 of them in the background of a Lord of the Rings scene, and it would be fine, right? You just dress them up and put them back there. You could have this as a character in a game that you're playing as just the default orc, and there's 20 of them running around, and you'd be like, okay, that's just what the orcs are. If I make it too distinct, then they can't blend and they can't be reused. So maybe once we're completely done, I'll go back and give him some scars and some things that distinguish him. But right now, I wanted him to be kind of generic so that he could be every orc. And so I don't think we can render this during the live stream. I was going to hit F12 and show you a render, but I don't think we can do that. The computer will crash, the audio will be destroyed. So instead what I can do is I can pull up the previous render. The one that I did the other night. Even using Eevee, this takes a minute to render. It's just too many goddamn faces. It takes too much memory space, I think, is the main thing. So do I have a display? Yes, I do. Alright, here's the render that I did the other night. And this is just using Eevee. Cycles is the really good renderer. That's actual ray tracing. But this is just using Eevee. And, obviously no texture, just two lights, I think, I threw in here. Maybe I'm using an HDRI plus one light. I don't know, something like that. This is what it looks like when you rendered, and that line there is a little bit too distinct in this particular lighting, and it just tells me that I could probably come in and smooth that out, shade that out of the way a little bit. But maybe in this render you can see that there's some skin texture that's been, actually modeled into this. Like here, you can see kind of the the scaling of cellular, cellular skin texture. There's a lot of little, like, drawn details that in a harsh light come out like this. Once there's texture and color and stuff like that, it'll smooth some of this stuff out. But I'm really happy with everything that I've got here. Pretty incredible, honestly. But yeah, that's been the whole week, is getting to this point. And the last thing that we did was actually, like, every one of these is also multi-resed. So if we go down to 0, this is what this actually is. And then, it's been given many subdivisions to get it to the point where it's nice and round and smooth, and I was able to carve on it, to sculpt on it. Once you get to materials, you may make adjustments. Yeah, and our last section was about materials and, PBRs, physically based renders and stuff like that, so I'm hoping that the next section, which is what I'm on now, will be adding materials to it. I'm hoping that goes pretty quick, because I already know all the stuff from the last section. We've been working with nodes in shading and stuff like that for a while now, so if he's just covering that stuff again and looking at the different ways that you can render it, either PBR or via nodes and stuff like that, I'm just going to sort of push through that in a hurry. I love that you can kind of see his ass through the, it's just, you get these little hints of them cheeks, and it just, I love that he's sexualized. I love that big, ugly, monstrous orc, and, he's got enough of a bulge there up front that you're kind of trying to peek. You're like, what's under there? And then he turns past, and you see the cakes kind of peek through, and you're like, hey, that's a pretty nice head. I love that I've sexualized him. I think every character should be sexualized to a certain extent, because everybody, no matter what you think, and you're like, there's no sexual appeal to that, it's somebody's kink, so just treat it like it's your kink while you're making it. Right? Like, put that little effort in, somebody's gonna appreciate you. All right, let's close this thing down. No need to save it. Back over here. Well, you could sell these models to Book Talk. It's full of monster fuckers. There you go. Is it? I presume that's TikTok for books. What, for people who are into Book Talk? Book Talk. That's actually a Klingon ceremony. Sexual money to be made selling porno videos. God, and just those really cheap fucking 3D. Since we're going to talk about internet porn on the internet here, let's just say I appreciated back when, hentai and animated porn was actually animated. I didn't realize how important that was. How important it was to me that someone who made this cared about it and drew the individual frames and, connected with it in a human way while they were making it. Now, you come across any kind of internet animated porn, it's a 3D character it's 2 3D characters have been given an animation loop, and I know that a lot of 2D porn was also just an animation loop, a bunch of animation loops, obviously. Nobody's doing fucking Disney quality work on porn, or if there's somebody out there, you let me know the name, because I'd be interested to see that. It's not frame by frame kind of thing, but one nice animation loop that you drew is 1,000 billion million times more something meaningful. It has more of a essence to it than I took these 2 3D models and had them hump repeatedly, and now here's a minute and a half where I flip between 3 different views of them moving in this way, and it's, what are we doing? I had no idea how valuable and important hand-drawn animation was to the animated porn industry until it disappeared, because it's so much easier to rig some 3D models and push their pelvises back and forth. And welcome back to the live stream. That's what you showed up for, right? Yeah, it's a good conversation. Let's see, what do I need to order again today? We've just made money today. I haven't wanted to think about the game, and I still don't. I'm pretty happy to not. So I think today is just going to be a money-making kind of a day. And then the next time we come to the game, we will be in a great position to buy into licenses and think about expansion and stuff like that. The licenses now are, you know, up to like $20,000 for one license. So it's not as though we didn't need to do this. Could always take loans and stuff. I'm not saying that we couldn't have gone that route, but we still would have needed to make a whole bunch of money. And considering the news I got today and the need to rant, I think we made a great use of our time. And I'm happy with this live stream. It's not a downer at all. I feel completely resolved about the bullshit, about the SSA having wasted a sick, disabled, nearly dead man. Like, I was dying. It was touch and go. From 2022 and into 2023, it was touch and go. If I would have let go, if I would have not tried to stay, I think I probably could have just gone. And it's just, you know, good to know that when I had no strength, no energy, when I was fighting for my life, the government of the United States of America, through the Social Security Administration, was wasting my fucking time and my limited fucking energy, having me jump through bullshit hoops that at the end of the day, they summarily deny a clearly disabled man's disability and, you know, toss me back to the wolves and say, oh, you survived the first round, go fuck yourself. Always, you know, important to just reflect on the values of this Christian nation. They tell me that apparently the American people are very big on, you know, the teaching where when I was an hungered, ye gave me no meat. When I thirsted, ye brought me no drink. When I was naked, ye clothed me not. Homeless, ye sheltered me not. When I was sick and imprisoned, ye visited not, and ye ministered not unto me. And so go now into the fires prepared for the devil and his angels, for when I needed you, you weren't there. And then they turn to the Lord and say, but Lord, when did you ever need us? You're the Lord. And he says, inasmuch as ye did not do it unto one of these, the least of my children, you did not do it unto me. And so now you burn for eternity. These are the teachings of Jesus. Jesus, who is credited frequently with the idea of, like, God the Father instead of God the persecutor, instead of God the judger. Jesus brought about the idea of God the Father, the understander, you know, he loves us, and he wants the best for us, and that's what this is all about. And Jesus' teachings were, under certain circumstances... Did you just throw a box through my chest? Under certain circumstances, even God the Father will send you to burn for eternity in the fires prepared for the devil and his angels, and the circumstances are, if you didn't care for your fellow man, if you didn't care for the least amongst us, when they were down and you know, in the gutter, when they needed your help most, if the Samaritan just kept on walking by, that Samaritan gets to visit Dante in the seventh ring of hell for all of eternity, you know, is how Jesus told it, which is very interesting because, you know, again, a lot of modern Christians like to recontextualize, like to turn Jesus into, you know, there's no such thing as hell. He was about love and compassion, and it's like, really? Because there's this story Jesus tells about a rich guy and a beggar named Lazarus. And Lazarus is begging for the rich guy to just give him some food, just some crusts, just whatever you would give to the dogs off of your table. I need that. But the rich guy he doesn't really care. I don't know if he was even really aware of Lazarus in the story, but he just doesn't give a fuck. You know, it's like Lazarus is dying on my gates. I don't know, whatever. That's not my business. And so Lazarus dies, and Lazarus goes to heaven, according to Jesus. Lazarus goes to heaven and is cradled in the bosom of Father Abraham for the rest of eternity, for when Lazarus was on earth, he was persecuted and tormented, and nobody gave him anything, and you didn't care for him, and you let him die, and when he was lying on your gates dying, and all he needed was a little bit of food, you sent your dogs to lick his sores and his open wounds and torment him even more, and so now Lazarus will be cradled in the bosom of Father Abraham for the rest of eternity. Meanwhile, you, the rich man, will go to hell, and you will burn, and you will look up to the sky, and you will cry, Father Abraham, I'm so parched, please send Lazarus to bring me a drop of water that it might cool my brow, for I'm uncomfortable here in hell. And Father Abraham will tell you, go fuck yourself, you fucking rich fucking cunt. And she'll tell you, when you were on the earth, you lavished yourself with everything that you wanted and left Lazarus to suffer. And so now you will suffer for eternity as Lazarus is cared for and taken and rests in my bosom. And the rich man will then say, the story doesn't even end there, then he's just like, the rich man then says to Father Abraham, oh, but Father Abraham, at least then, send Lazarus unto my brothers who are still alive on the earth to let them know what fate awaits them, that they might not end up where I am. Trying to sort of prove to Father Abraham that he's a good guy and he should be released from hell. You know, like, I'm not just saying this for me, I want it for my family. Please send, if one risen from the dead should come unto my brothers, then they will listen, they will hear him, and they will change their ways. And Father Abraham looks him dead in the eye and says to this rich fucker burning in hell for all eternity, your brothers and sisters have Moses and the prophets. So he's talking about the teachings of the Bible, of the Torah, in fact, at that time. Your brothers and your father and everybody else who lives, they have the prophets. They have Moses, they have Abraham. Let them listen to them. He says, but Father Abraham, if one of them, if one returns from the dead and tells them what awaits them, they will listen, they will hear that. And he says, if they will not listen to the prophets, then they will not listen, even if one returns from the dead. And the reason why that is a big old fuck you, big old goddamn, like, taking the football and just spiking it to just be a dick about it thing, is that, of course, by the end of the story of Jesus, a man who, Jesus Christ himself, who returns from the dead, according to the stories, I'm not a Christian, but according to the story of Jesus, Jesus is returned from the dead. He dies and is entombed for 3 days and then rises from the dead, and yet, did they hear him? Did that change how people lived? Did that actually make a fucking difference? And the answer, look around the world that we live in, look around the supposedly Christian nation. Fuck no, it didn't. And that's just a brilliant story, one of many that Jesus tells, in which this spiritual teacher, what's a Jewish priest called? This guy here, he, one in which the dude that's attributed with, like, making for God the Father and the softer version of everything, and it's about love, John, the book of love and everything, and he tells so many stories about, yes, love for everybody, and recognizing that we are all sinners, and let, no one cast a stone unless he himself has not sinned, which means don't cast a stone, ever. You're a sinner. We've all made mistakes, and you should know that the people around you are just as, what does that say, 95? just as subject to the mistakes that you make as anybody else, and, you know, just have compassion for everybody around you. Even he is like, except for the rich people, those rich people, they burn.
Rabbi.
Thank you, Rabbi. There you go. You've cheered all of the words that my brain refuses to find during this thing. Thank you very much, Jermaine. This rabbi, whose ministry was about love, supposedly, and all that kind of stuff, he always had room to remind you that there's a certain group of people who just don't give a fuck. Who are just taking for themselves and don't care who has to live or die, who they're harming in the process, and these people, even in the loving kingdom, end up in the bad place. And then Jesus is like, you know, immediate, like, next generation of people who hear about Jesus and read the stories, read his teachings, and, you know, pick all that stuff up and then start writing their own books. Then you get the book of James in Revelation, where it says, "Go to now, ye rich men, weep and gnash your weep for the miseries that shall come upon you. Your gold and silver is cankered, and your garments are moth-eaten. And the rust of them shall be a witness against you, and shall burn your flesh as it were fire. Ye have heaped together treasure for the last days." And just, woof. Love that fucking rant. Love that rant. Just goes full, all out. No reservations, no holding back. Except that the whole thing ends by basically saying, therefore, it says, after he rants on how these are the evilest motherfuckers and these are the people to look out for, and, you know, he says, Be patient, therefore, my brethren, unto the coming of the Lord. So he does say, you know, vengeance is not yours to take, sadly. James does sort of conclude on the idea that vengeance is the Lord's, that be patient, therefore, my brethren, unto the coming of the Lord, for these rich motherfuckers gonna get theirs. It's kind of how he ends that whole thing. I just love that when you know, want to contextualize the messages that people had, and oh, but they were sweet and gentle and loving, and yeah, Jesus threw the fucking money changers' tables over in the temple and told them, get thee out of my Father's house. He condemned many people to hell in the teaching of his philosophy, you know, saying explicitly that these people are going to hell. If I have anything to say about it, these people are going to burn. You know, nobody is all peaches and cream and roses and sunshine, and neither were these characters, and I think they're all the more important and powerful when you acknowledge and admit that that they, you know, at the least, you know, in the most sort of puritanical interpretation, you admit that they too succumbed to, like, feelings of vengeance, if not actions of vengeance, if not actions of hatred, certainly feelings of them. Certainly like the Jesus Christ, somebody's got to do something about these motherfuckers, right? And
just
then,
when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
Vengeance is mine, and recompense, their foot shall slip in due time, for the day of their calamity is at hand, and the things to come hasten upon them.
That's some Old Testament, isn't it, Jermacian? Holy shit, Jermacian with a 15,000-bit cheer. Quoting the Lord our God, right? That's a quote from God. That's a Yahweh quote. That ain't Jesus. That ain't Moses. Right? That's somebody speaking on behalf of God, right? Somebody writing what God would say. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Tremacian. 150 bucks is what that is. It's 15,000 bit cheer. Good goddamn. And you've been doing that, too. You've been doing that last few live streams. I thank you so much. You're absolutely helping this house, considering what we just found out from the SSA today. I ostensibly lost $60,000 that I would have had if I would have gotten back pay for the past 3 years, and it's just not coming, so thank you so much, Tremacian. But also, vengeance is mine and recompense. Their foot shall slip in due time, for the day of their calamity is at hand, and the things to come hasten upon them. And yeah, that makes me wanna read the Book of James to you. It's just good. You don't gotta give a shit about no fucking religion. James 5, KJV. Always KJV. No New King James. Old school King James. Go to now, ye rich men. Weep and howl for your miseries that shall come upon you. Your riches are corrupted, and your garments are moth-eaten. Your gold and silver is cankered, and the rust of them shall be a witness against you, and shall eat your flesh as it were fire. Ye have heaped together treasure for the last days. Behold, the hire of the laborers who have reaped down your fields, which is of you kept back by fraud, crieth, and the cries of them which have reaped are entered into the ears of the Lord of Sabaoth. Ye have lived in pleasure on the earth, and been wanton. Ye have nourished your hearts as in a day of slaughter. Ye have condemned and killed the just, and he doth not resist you. Be patient, therefore, brethren, unto the coming of the Lord. Behold, the husbandman waiteth for the precious fruit of the earth, and hath long patience for it, until he receive the early and latter rain. Be ye also patient. Stablish your hearts, for the coming of the Lord draweth nigh. Grudge not one against another, brethren, lest ye be condemned. Fuck, I've already dropped it. But you get the point. Damn, that shit's good. I tried to give it a vocal performance there, too. I probably just blew out the fucking microphone is all I managed to do there. Tried to lean into it. Some good old... you know what? I should have put a southern twang on it. Wait a second. That should... Go to now, ye rich men, weep and howl for your miseries that shall come upon you. And the Lord said, and your riches are corrupted, and I'm just going to need $150 from each of you. Your garments will be moth-eaten, your gold and silver, and if you just donate today, brethren. A little bit of that old fire and brimstone preaching. You know? I think it's important to not detach, to not have a version of these important spiritual philosophical teachers that denies any portion of their teachings, you know? Like, they said that, and they said this. That was the Book of James. That wasn't Jesus. But James was just saying what Jesus had said, but with a lot more fire and brimstone, with a lot more anger. And so, like, I think it's important that we acknowledge these people, you know, for who they were, and especially if you're gonna, like, follow somebody as though they're God or something like that, then you don't get to, like, censor half of what they said. You get to pretend like they didn't mean what they meant when they meant what they meant. Acknowledge the truth. No lies to yourselves or others. Get real. And know that even these men, these holy men of God who taught that we should all, you know, get along and have compassion for each other, even they felt dire outbursts of anger and hatred and vengeance toward the people of the earth, toward the human beings, these lost souls who are worthy of being pitied, but who are also just worthy of being fucking furious with who destroy other men's lives in order to enrich themselves, they too hated. They too had hatred in their hearts, anger in their hearts, and it was not, a sin to feel that which is most natural and to speak against it and to want things to change and even to demand that they change. Which is all fucking, a lovely way of ending a live stream that had nothing to do with religion. And again, I get on these little turns because, I was a Zen monk. I like this stuff. I like spirituality. I like philosophy. And doesn't mean anything. I'm not trying to indoctrinate anybody to anything. Certainly not Christianity. It wasn't good enough for me. Let's price these products and let's call it a live stream. Been here long enough. We've managed to have ourselves a nice fire and brimstone religious rant. What are we at? 495? It's like 95, so I'll do 475. Is that it? That looks like it. Just gonna double check. I think there were 4 things, and it again felt like I only changed 3, so that was 1 I changed. And there's 2. I lowered this to the current cost instead of that. That would have been a big mistake. 3, and here's 4. Yeah. I knew there was a reason why I was checking again. Alright. Good live stream. We're up to 21 grand in our pockets. That's liquid capital. 6 hours. Talked about the SSA, talked about CFS, defined what it is, solved all of the world's problems, condemned the rich. What more do you want from a Twitch live stream? We said kill the president at least 100 times. So, getting some calls from the NSA. Presumably, they'll be asking, how can we, what, do you have any plan? Do you have any, recommendations? Because we've been thinking about it, too. That's probably where we're going with that. Can't wait. CIA, go ahead and give me a call. I will help you out. All right? I know you're always looking for, marks to take the fall. I'm bedridden and housebound, so I can't really do that for you. But we can arrange something. You got $60,000 for me. I will help you do what needs to be done, and that's the end of the stream. Got to remember to keep uploading these things. I feel like I have kept uploading them. I stopped making the thumbnails for any of the live streams, but I feel like I've at least kept up on the uploads. Oh, that brings us to the end of this yawn. I am the Ronin Ball. Suffer of myalgic encephalomyelitis, who, thanks to very careful management of prescriptions, activity levels, stressors, and money, has managed to climb back to the point where I can belt out a fire and brimstone condemnation of the rich at the end of a 6-hour-long live stream and not end up in the hospital, which is something that I couldn't have done 3 years ago. So clearly I'm not disabled anymore and don't need any help from the SSA, right? I'll see you at next live stream, which would be, this was Thursday? This was Sunday. This This was Thursday and it's now Friday. Oh my god, we started so late. We changed days. I didn't realize. Holy crap. I didn't realize how late we started. This was the Thursday live stream. We'll be back here this Sunday. Probably late because my sleep schedule is broken around because of the disability that I don't have according to the United States government. I'll see you at the next one. On out.